KONOHA side effects Psi open the 8 gates infinitely. Chapter 1, Cheat Arrival. The 63rd year of KONOHA. Uchiha Sasuke. Here. A boy wearing a short-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha emblem on the back stood up, answered, and sat down. Hey? What's going on? Uchiha Zayanyi looked around with a confused face. Wasn't he playing the Hokage mobile game, and then being beaten by Kizaru Naruto? How did he suddenly change? Then, a wave of memories flooded into his mind, and the aggressive memories made Uchiha Zayanyi lie on the desk uncomfortably. Soon, he understood everything. This is the Hokage world. He traveled through time and space as a baby, but because he was too young at that time, his memories of his previous life were limited, causing him to forget most of the things. It was only just now that he remembered. Moreover, the good news is that although his memory is limited, the small part of the memory still makes his personality before he can't remember the same as in his previous life, so he is not afraid of others finding something wrong. And his identity is that he is one of the only 2 Uchiha people who survived the night of the genocide. As for the reason for survival, if Uchiha Sasuke is said to be Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and Uchiha Itachi is a Brakan, he survived. And he was just a war orphan who no one cared about in the tribe because he simply had no sense of existence. He did not live in the Uchiha tribe on weekdays, so he was missed by Uchiha Itachi and survived by chance. After reading the memory of this life, Uchiha Zayanyi breathed a sigh of relief. It was only because his talent in this life was not good, otherwise he would have been captured by Danzo long ago. After all, he did not have Uchiha Itachi to endorse him, and the 3rd generation would not care about his life or death. Zayanyi, are you okay? Hearing this, Uchiha Zayanyi turned his head and saw a boy with yellow hair and 3 whiskers on each side of his face looking at him with concern. Uchiha Zayanyi recognized the boy's identity. It was the famous prince in the Hokage world, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was also one of his few friends in this class. The reason why Naruto was friends with him was because they were both the last in the class. However, the reason why Naruto was the last was because he had 9 tails chakra in his body, which made his chakra unstable and he could not exert his due strength. But he was different, he was just a simple waste, just like Obito in the early stage, wasting the blood of the Uchiha clan. Nothing, I just didn't sleep well, and I was a little dizzy. Uchiha Zayanyi smiled kind, then looked at the podium. To be honest, he was very panicked now, because although he knew the subsequent plot, but unfortunately, he was too weak. No matter what he wanted to do, it was obviously impossible. Let alone the Tsutsuki clan and the Uchiha class, even if he met a genin, he would only have the option of running away. Moreover, the most important thing is that even if he lived his whole life as an ordinary person, it would be difficult to do so. After all, KONOHA alone would be destroyed several times, and even the world would have the possibility of being destroyed. How could he survive? Just when Uchiha Zayanyi was distressed, he suddenly remembered that as a time traveler, he must have a system. Thinking of this, he silently chanted in his heart. System, system. I'm here. A voice sounded in Uchiha Zayanyi's mind. Uchiha Zayanyi's hanging heart was finally put down. System, system, quickly introduce your functions. Uchiha Zayanyi said to the system with some excitement. Please don't be too happy, because I can only exist for a while, and I will dissipate after a while. The system's words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing Uchiha Zayanyi's excitement. You will disappear soon? What should I do then? Uchiha Zayanyi asked anxiously. So, I will give you a special ability, which will be of great help to you. The system's voice became smaller and smaller, as if it was moving away from him. Special ability? What special ability? Don't leave yet, tell me clearly before you leave. Uchiha Zayanyi wished that the system had a physical body, so that he could at least hold its thighs to delay time. Moves, cost, immunity. After the system said these 3 words, no matter how Uchiha Zayanyi called the system in his mind, there was no response. Uchiha Zayanyi, who did not get a response, had to lie on the table decadently, thinking about what the system meant by the last words. Moves, cost, immunity. What does it mean? He is a little confused. And at this time, Irika on the stage called Uchiha Zayanyi's name. Uchiha Kenai, please come to the podium. Uchiha Kenai, whose name was called, walked to the podium with a confused look on his face. Then, you review the transformation technique for everyone to see. Irika explained the reason why he was asked to go on stage. Seeing this, Uchiha Kenai had to start performing the transformation technique according to the steps in his memory. Soon, an obese Irika appeared in front of everyone, causing everyone in the class to laugh. Uchiha Kenai also changed back, but after he changed back, his expression was very shocked, because just now, when he performed the transformation technique, he could not feel any loss of chakra. Thinking of what the system said before it dissipated, moves, costs, exemptions, it couldn't be exemption from all the costs of using any moves. If this is really the case, then he will make a lot of money. Because if all costs are really exempted, and this includes death, then he can use 8 inner gates without injury. That scene would probably be quite shocking, just like your ultimate move is just my basic attack. Anyone who sees this would be upset. And most importantly, because all costs are exempted, it means that when he practices any move, it can actually be regarded as using a move, so he can practice this move infinitely without worrying about injuries and sequelae. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zayanyi's heart was burning. Irika saw Uchiha Zayanyi standing on the podium in a daze, and felt a little reluctant, so he asked him to go back and sit. Uchiha Zayanyi returned to his seat and thought about what ninjutsu he had on hand. The school bell rang. Naruto originally wanted to invite Uchiha Zayanyi to go together, but Uchiha Zayanyi ran out at the fastest speed when the bell rang. Naruto saw this and had no choice but to leave by himself. And Uchiha Zayanyi did not go there, but came to a small training ground in Konoha, which was almost deserted. Except for Naruto and him, basically no outsiders would come. Uchiha Zayanyi threw his school bag aside, came to the open space, took a deep breath, and began to practice Uchiha Fluid technique, which was one of the few physical ninjutsu left to him by his father. After a set of Uchiha Fluid technique, Uchiha Zayanyi did not feel any decrease in physical strength, nor did he feel any soreness or fatigue in his body. This verified Uchiha Zayanyi's idea that the exemption cost exempted even physical strength and fatigue. Uchiha Zayanyi, who wanted to get the verification, did not stop and continued to perform Uchiha Fluid technique until he practiced for nearly 2 hours, when Uchiha Zayanyi felt hungry. He knew very well that this was not caused by his practice, but simply because it was time for dinner, he was hungry. From this, he also understood that although the cost exemption could exempt the consumption caused by using moves, he still had daily needs such as eating and sleeping. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zayanyi was still very satisfied with the ability of exemption cost, and happily carried his bag home. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2, Planning to seal the book. After figuring out the ability to exempt the cost, Uchiha Zayanyi entered into crazy training. Since he was not talented, he became synonymous with hard work like Xiao Li. Anyway, there was no consumption brought by training. Others needed to rest for 1 hour after training for 3 hours, but he trained for 4 hours without interruption. Moreover, he also found that the fatigue that would occur when refining chakra was also exempted. This surprised Uchiha Zayanyi very much, because the mental fatigue brought by refining chakra was several times that of training physical skills and ninjutsu. So normally, when ordinary people refine chakra, they can't stand it for 1 hour and need to stop and rest, but he won't. Therefore, when Uchiha Zayanyi was in class, he lay directly on the table and frantically refined chakra. Anyway, he didn't listen to the class. After a few days, he could feel that his chakra volume increased by at least 50%. As for why he refined chakra, it was because he was prepared in advance in case his shadow clone could not enjoy the cost exemption. Hey, Xianyi, let's go eat ramen. That day, Naruto found Uchiha Xianyi and invited him with a smile on his face. Well, let's go. Uchiha Xianyi did not refuse, stopped refining chakra, and left the school together. The two stepped into the ramen restaurant together, and the smiling uncle immediately noticed them and burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, two little brats, come to my shop again today? The old rules, no problem. Naruto heard the words, a sunny smile on his face, and answered without hesitation. Hee, uncle, we are old customers, of course it's the same as before. Uchiha Xianyi added politely. I want a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, thank you. The hand-beating uncle laughed again, and seemed very happy about the arrival of these two regular customers. Okay, you two little guys wait a moment, the ramen will be here soon. He turned around and got busy, preparing their favorite ramen for the two little guests. The ramen came up quickly, and the daughter of the hand-beating master, Ayam, put 2 bowls of ramen in front of the two. Sorry for the wait, eat quickly. Naruto and Uchiha Kenai picked up their chopsticks and started eating. While the two were enjoying the food, Ayam suddenly asked them a question. Kenai, you are about to have your graduation exams, right? How are you preparing? As soon as these words came out, Naruto was like a deflated ball, with a frustrated look on his face. Oh, Sister Ayam, don't mention this. I don't think I can pass it. It's really a headache. If I don't pass the exam, I can't be a ninja. Looking at Naruto's annoyed look, Ayam couldn't help shaking her head gently, and then turned to Uchiha Kenai, who was still calm and enjoying the delicious ramen next to him. Xianyi, what about you? Aren't you worried? Uchiha Xianyi swallowed the ramen in his mouth and said calmly. If I can make it, I will make it. If not, I will come to work in Uncle Han's shop and inherit Uncle Han's shop in the future. As soon as he said this, Uncle Han pointed at Uchiha Xianyi and scolded him with a smile. Good boy, you have been thinking about my shop, but this is what you said. If you can't pass the exam, come to me to learn my skills. If you learn well, I will let you inherit my shop in the future. After hearing Uncle Han's words, Uchiha Xianyi smiled and felt warm in his heart. Although he was only a neighbor of Uncle Han's family, they took good care of him. Uncle Han treated him as his own child, and Sister Ayam also treated him as a younger brother. After Naruto and Kenai finished eating ramen, they went their separate ways and went home. Back home, Uchiha Kenai immediately searched the house and soon found something among his father's relics. It was a Polaroid camera. To be honest, the technology tree of the world of Hokage is very crooked. There are a series of electrical items such as televisions and electric lights, but the ninja equipment is extremely backward. The reason why Uchiha Kenai wanted to find a Polaroid camera was because of what Ayam said just now about the graduation exam, which reminded Uchiha Kenai of a big thing, that is, Naruto was tempted by Mizuki to steal the Book of Seals. Although Naruto only learned Shadow Clone, it was because he had the influence of Nine Tails Chakra, and Shadow Clone was a superior skill of clone technique, which was easier for Naruto to learn. And Uchiha Kenai wanted to take advantage of this incident to mix some ninjutsu with Naruto and find a Polaroid camera just to take pictures of the ninjutsu of the Book of Seals and then learn it after returning. A few days later, the graduation examination began. Unlike Naruto's worries, Uchiha Xianyi was not panicked at all. After all, he had been training 3 body techniques since he returned home. Although he was not perfect, he could still handle the exam. As expected, Uchiha Xianyi got his forehead protector under Irika's relieved eyes. Outside the school, Uchiha Xianyi saw Naruto sitting on the swing. At this moment, there was another person beside him. Uchiha Zayanyi also knew him, Mizuki. It seems that he has already tempted Naruto. After Mizuki left, Uchiha Zayanyi walked slowly towards Naruto. With a hint of curiosity in his eyes, he asked softly, "Naruto, what did Teacher Mizuki look for you just now?" Naruto's face was flushed, and his eyes were shining with excitement. He glanced at Uchiha Zayanyi, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, "Zayanyi, guess what, Mr. Mizuki gave me a surprise. He told me a way to graduate early. Although he told me not to tell anyone, you are my best friend, so of course I have to share this good thing with you. As long as we do what he says, I can graduate successfully. Mr. Mizuki is such a good person. Is there any good idea?" Uchiha Zayanyi asked along with Naruto's words. Naruto looked around and answered in a low voice after confirming that there was no one else. "Mr. Mizuki asked me to steal the sealed book, saying that as long as I learned the ninjutsu on it, I could graduate early." Uchiha Zayanyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly said, "Here it comes." Naruto scratched his head, looking a little troubled. "However, the sealed book is stored in the third Hokage's house, how can I steal it? Or, I'll lure." Uchiha Zayanyi originally planned to lure the third Hokage out by himself so that Naruto could successfully steal the sealed book. But he suddenly thought of it again. In the original work, Naruto was able to steal such a precious seal book. It is impossible for the third generation to have no calculations. So his move might lead to Naruto's failure. So Uchiha Zayanyi thought about it and said to Naruto, "You go in directly. If you meet the third generation, use the seduction technique. That old man will definitely not be able to resist." "Haha, Zayanyi, you really know me. That is the strongest ninjutsu I created." Naruto immediately laughed proudly and boasted about himself. "That's right, Teacher Iruka just can't see it." Uchiha Zayanyi smiled and responded, "Then why didn't you learn when I wanted to teach you?" "Forget it, I still like men." Naruto said okay disappointedly. "Let's do it tonight. You wait for me in the abandoned wooden house outside the village, we will meet there, and then help you learn ninjutsu. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, The Seal of the Corpse Demon. A dilapidated wooden house in the corner of Konoha. Kenyi. Naruto appeared beside the wooden house with a large scroll on his back, and shouted excitedly at Uchiha Kenyi. "Keep your voice down. Look, the sealed book. I got it. It's just as you said, the seduction technique is used, and the third generation old man immediately bleeds and falls to the ground." Naruto threw the sealed book in front of Uchiha Kenyi with a bang, breathing heavily. "Open it and take a look." Uchiha Kenyi's eyes flashed with curiosity. After all, neither the animation nor the comics have ever described the details of this book in depth. Naruto opened the page and saw multiple shadow clone technique written on it. He covered his head and smiled bitterly. "Oh, what bad luck. The first one is the ninjutsu I am least good at." Uchiha Kenyi knew the first ninjutsu very well. He didn't say much, but just continued to flip through the pages quietly. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Flying thunder god technique. Uchiha Zayanyi couldn't help but frowning more and more. These ninjutsu are difficult to learn, and most of them seem to be unusable. The one he wanted to learn the most was 8 inner gates, but this ninjutsu didn't seem to be in the scroll. If I want to learn 8 inner gates, I guess I'll have to find Might Guy. Uchiha Zayanyi muttered to himself. Turning his head, Naruto's eyes followed the scroll. He was confused and excited by the forbidden technique at the back. No. If this goes on, Mizuki and Iruka will be here. According to the plot, Naruto just learned Shadow Clone, and Iruka found him. In order not to expose himself, Naruto must learn Shadow Clone quickly, and he must not tell Iruka that he has been here. Uchiha Zayanyi didn't want to disrupt this plot. Naruto must learn multiple Shadow Clone now, otherwise the plot later will be a big mess. Naruto, let's start ninjutsu. You haven't finished watching it yet, why are you in such a hurry? There are so many powerful ninjutsu, so interesting. Don't you want to finish watching it? Uchiha Zayanyi was a little speechless. If I wasn't afraid of exposing myself, I would certainly be willing to accompany Naruto here to watch slowly, but the problem is that it won't be long before Iruka will come. If the Book of Sealing is lost, the third Hokage will definitely send someone to chase us. We won't learn any jutsu at that time, so you stole it for nothing? Do you still want to graduate? In order to make Naruto cooperate, Uchiha Zayanyi can only use Iruka to pressure him. Oh, right. Learn one first, so that teacher Iruka will let me graduate. Which one should I learn? Uchiha Zayanyi pointed at Shadow Clone and said. Of course the first one, there are no major side effects. The others will kill you if you use them, they are all one-time jutsu. I think this 4-symbol seal is good, this pattern looks familiar, what's going on? Naruto stared at the jutsu describing the 4-symbol seal in the Book of Sealing. This jutsu is not interesting, mainly because we can't show it to the teacher. We can't seal something for no reason, right? Uchiha Zayanyi was shocked. You want to learn the 4-symbol seal? What if you accidentally untie the seal on your stomach and 9 tails runs out? Stop looking at it, and learn ninjutsu quickly. Uchiha Zayanyi, who was frightened, quickly pushed all the sealed books away and spread them on the ground. He took out a camera from the cloth bag on his waist and took pictures of the sealed book. He saw the sealed book smoothly, but he still felt a little disappointed. Because these forbidden techniques look really good, but the problem is that even if he learns them, he can't use them directly. In the early plot, there are only ninja missions, competitions between classmates, and Chunin exams. He can't start with a forbidden technique. What's the difference between this and using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito? From this point of view, the most suitable for him at this stage is the 8 inner gates. The cost is exempted, and he can be regarded as a genius by opening the first few gates at will. After seeing Naruto start learning Shadow Clone, Uchiha Zayanyi hid the things on hand and practiced Shadow Clone with Naruto. After practicing to the point where he could successfully perform Shadow Clone, Uchiha Zayanyi said to Naruto. Naruto, I have to go, otherwise if Mr. Mizuki sees me here, he will probably say something about you. In order to prevent you from being said, I'd better leave first. Hearing this, Naruto was moved and patted Uchiha Zayanyi's shoulder, calling him a good brother. Uchiha Zayanyi quickly left the broken wooden house and ran to another place. Soon, Uchiha Zayanyi came to the back of Konoha Rock. After searching for a while, Uchiha Zayanyi came to a dilapidated temple. Uchiha Zayanyi looked at the dilapidated temple and walked in without hesitation. After entering, Uchiha Zayanyi saw many masks on the wall on one side. Uchiha Zayanyi saw this and took all the masks away without stopping. Back home, Uchiha Zayanyi took out the photos he had taken. The ninjutsu on them was still complete and clear, so there was no need to worry about anything wrong. In the photos, Uchiha Zayanyi found the ninjutsu he needed. Sealing technique, Shiki Fusion. The reason why he needed this ninjutsu was because he needed to use it to unlock a treasure that was sealed. The 4th Hokage separated the other half of the 9 tails. The reason why he wanted to obtain 9 tails was only because, although he could be exempted from the cost when performing his moves, his shadow clone might not be exempted, which meant that he still had to refine chakra for his clone. And he knew very well that if he wanted to increase a large amount of chakra in a short period of time, it would be too slow to refine chakra at his current speed, so he had to rely on external forces to allow himself to have a large amount of chakra. Then, as the 9 tails with the most chakra among the 9-tailed beasts, it was the best choice. And Shiki Fusion was also the most restraining sealing technique for the 4th Hokage's half of 9 tails, because that part of 9 tails, which can be called Yin 9 tails, is the 9 tails of soul energy, so it was killed by Shiki Fusion. And now, what he needs is to practice Shiki Fusion to the extent that he can quickly seal 9 tails in the next few days. As soon as he said it, Uchiha Kenai immediately started practicing the training method in the photo. After a while, Uchiha Zayanyi successfully performed the Shiki seal. A shadow appeared behind him. The shadow had purple skin, a huge yukata wrapped around the whole body, and a short blade in its mouth. Uchiha Zayanyi looked at the Shinigami he summoned and felt very curious. Now that he had seen it, Uchiha Zayanyi planned to lift the Shiki seal, but soon he found that he couldn't lift it. Uchiha Zayanyi looked at the Shinigami helplessly. Could it be that he had to seal something to make it disappear? Thinking of this, Uchiha Zayanyi planned to do a small test, cast Shadow Clone, and then manipulate the Shinigami to capture the soul of the clone. The soul of the clone disappeared at the moment of extraction. As the main body, Uchiha Zayanyi did not feel any discomfort, which means that the soul of the clone was damaged, and it would not have a bad effect on the main body. Just when Uchiha Zayanyi was happy about his new discovery, the Shinigami behind him was stunned. Oh, that's not right. I completed the seal, but where is the corresponding sacrifice soul? Oh, that's not right. Where is the soul I just caught? Why is it gone? Didn't I get scammed? Shinigami watched himself begin to dissipate, and looked at Uchiha Zayanyi with anger, but he could do nothing about it. Uchiha Zayanyi also felt Shinigami's anger, and smiled like a dragon king. Cheat, Shinigami. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, 9 Tails came out, 9 Tails was sealed again. After that, Uchiha Zayanyi did not practice Shiki Fusion directly, because he felt that he practiced too slowly, so he let Shadow Clone practice. After he successfully cast Shadow Clone, he tried it. As he thought, Shadow Clone could not enjoy the cost exemption, so it was still necessary to refine chakra. Anyway, except for the training experience, any other negative effects of the clone could not return to the original body, so he could use Shadow Clone to practice Shiki Fusion as much as he wanted. It was 4 or 5 in the morning, and Zayanyi, who was tired of casting Shadow Clone, decided to go to bed and practice tomorrow. Hey, Zayanyi, are you home? After sleeping until noon, Uchiha Zayanyi was awakened by Naruto's loud voice. Rubbing his eyes, he came to the door, opened the door, and saw Naruto standing at the door with a silly smile on his face. Zayanyi, let me tell you, last night, I got the recognition of Teacher Irika and became a ninja. Naruto excitedly told Uchiha Zayanyi what happened last night, and took out the forehead protector that Irika gave him to show Uchiha Zayanyi. Uchiha Zayanyi poured Naruto a glass of water, and smiled as he danced and described how he dealt with Mizuki last night. At the end, while Naruto was drinking water, Uchiha Zayanyi asked him, "Did you tell others that I was there last night?" Naruto patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, I still know this, of course I didn't tell others that you were there." Hearing this, Uchiha Zayanyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't say it, he didn't want to be exposed to the sight of the third generation so soon. By the way, Zayanyi, I heard from Teacher Irika that after we become ninjas, there will be Jainin as our team leader to teach us. What do you think our teacher will be like? Naruto suddenly said to Uchiha Zayanyi. I don't know about this. After all, I haven't met Jainin, and I don't know which Jainin will be our teacher. In fact, Naruto's teacher Uchiha Zayanyi has been very sure that Kakashi will be Naruto's teacher, but the problem is that he himself is a variable, and he doesn't know which Jainin he will be assigned to, so he can't talk more about this topic with Naruto. Let's not talk about this. Since you have successfully graduated, I will treat you to ramen. Uchiha Zayanyi said to change the subject. When Naruto heard that there was ramen to eat, he happily shouted, "Long live Zayanyi!" After eating ramen, Zayanyi returned home and continued to practice Shiki Fusion. After 2 days of unremitting efforts, Uchiha Zayanyi's Shiki Fusion speed of extracting souls has reached the point where it can be completed in a few seconds. Uchiha Kenai, who got this result, waited until night before leaving home and ran towards the abandoned training ground. In the abandoned training ground, there was no one at this time. Uchiha Kenai put the bag of masks in his hand on the ground, and then took them out one by one and put them on his face to try. Among these masks, there was a Shinigami mask, which was a prop used to remove the Shiki Fusion. After trying more than a dozen masks, a light blue flame emerged from his body. Shinigami, who had been out all night, was forced to open his business again. He looked down, and sure enough, it was Uchiha Kenai again. All night, this kid summoned himself out for a night. And the sacrifices he received were all false souls, shadow clone. Shinigami was also looking at Uchiha Kenai with despair at this time. His eyes seemed to say, "Hurry up, destroy it, tired." After Shinigami came out, Uchiha Kenai prepared for the Shiki Fusion, and let Shinigami cut open his stomach and release the 9 tails in his stomach. Shinigami was shocked. "No, you have been using escape techniques these days without offering sacrifices, and you have even given him a fake soul. Now you want him to have his stomach cut open? You are such a jerk." But helplessly, under the control of the Shinigami mask, Shinigami had to do it. He took the short blade from his mouth, then put it against his stomach and slowly cut open his stomach. A light blue fireball flew out from the cut he made, and then Shinigami saw that Uchiha Zayanyi had no scars, and even quickly formed a seal with his hands to perform the Shiki Fusion. At this moment, Shinigami's spirit collapsed. It was too bullying to the gods. However, Uchiha Zayanyi didn't know Shinigami's psychological changes. He stared at the soul flame in front of him. The soul flame suddenly became larger, and a huge figure emerged from the soul flame. It was a huge fox with dark orange hair all over its body and 9 tails behind it. It opened its eyes and looked at Uchiha Zayanyi in front of it with contempt for all living beings. "Little ghost, are you the one who unsealed me?" As soon as it finished speaking, Uchiha Zayanyi's seal was completed, and the Shinigami phantom that had just dissipated behind him condensed again, directly grabbed 9 tails and pulled him into his body. 9 tails was a little confused. No, he had just come out, how could he be caught by the Shinigami again? 9 tails reacted quickly and began to struggle, but it was of little use. After all, the Shiki seal restrained it, which belonged to the soul energy. So, it was quickly dragged into Uchiha Zayanyi's body and sealed. Seeing the seal pattern on his stomach, Uchiha Zayanyi smiled slightly. In this way, his chakra volume was guaranteed. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about the Akatsuki organization looking for him, because now he was the only one who knew that there was a yin 9 tails in his body, so when the Akatsuki organization knew that he had another 9 tails, he would probably be able to resist them. Uchiha Zayanyi stretched and went home. Back home, he sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank into his own spiritual world. When he opened his eyes again, Uchiha Zayanyi saw the scene around him change and turned into a place like an underground dungeon. In front of him, there was a huge iron door, and inside the iron door was Yin 9 Tails, who was sealed here. Yin 9 Tails was not surprised by Uchiha Zayanyi's arrival. "Hey, kid, you're here." Uchiha Zayanyi looked at 9 Tails and said with a smile. "9 Tails, you don't seem to be very surprised by my arrival." 9 Tails sighed slightly and said helplessly. "What's so surprising? You sealed me in your body, didn't you just want my power? Then you will come sooner or later, so I won't be surprised." In response, Uchiha Zayanyi shrugged. This is indeed true, there is nothing he can do. But I am a little surprised. I thought you would be very irritable and yell at me. Uchiha Zyonyi looked at Ninetales and couldn't help but teasing. Haha, if it was me in my perfect form or my other half, I would be like that. But I've been nagging that 4th generation guy for so many years, so my temper has been somewhat worn down, and I'm not so irritable anymore. Ninetales laughed and explained to Uchiha Zyonyi. Is that so? It seems that Namikaze Minato's little son attribute is really strong, even Ninetales can be influenced, Uchiha Zyonyi sighed in his heart. However, he didn't come in to chat with Ninetales, he had to do business. Ninetales, can you release your hatred chakra for me? Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Sharingan opens his eyes. Ninetales, can you use your hate chakra on me? Ninetales' face suddenly became serious when he heard this. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Hate chakra, that is the chakra branch of Ninetales, a mysterious existence known as the collection of hate. This power has an incredible bewitching power, enough to push the user into the endless abyss of hatred. In the past plots, Naruto had suffered from it. He was bewitched by Ninetales due to excessive use and once transformed into the furless Eight-Tails form, almost causing the seal of Ninetales to collapse. Now, Uchiha Kenai's request shocked Ninetales. For many years, Ninetales had never seen a human being take the initiative to ask for this kind of hate chakra. Of course I know what I am doing, but I have to do it. Oh, by the way, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. My name is Kenai, Uchiha Kenai. Uchiha Kenai introduced himself to Ninetales. However, when Uchiha Zyonyi mentioned his surname, Ninetales' eyes immediately became sharp. It could never forget that this Uchiha surname was the surname that enslaved it twice. If someone with this surname came to ask for the hate chakra, it would be reasonable. After all, the Uchiha clan's eye-opening requires strong emotions as a trigger, and hatred is one of them. Therefore, Uchiha Zyonyi's needs are both reasonable and necessary for him. Ninetales looked at Uchiha Zyonyi. He was not sure how Uchiha Zyonyi would treat him after he helped him. However, if he did not help him today, after he obtained the powerful Sharingan through his own efforts in the future, would he remember him and retaliate against him in turn? After a mental struggle, it decided to take the gamble. Then, Ninetales' hate chakra flowed out of the cage and poured into Uchiha Zyonyi's body. The moment the hate chakra entered, Uchiha Zyonyi felt that his brain was out of control and hated everything, whether it was the previous life or everything in this life, he hated it. Soon, the emotional power brought by hatred broke through the limit, and his eyes began to change, from dark pupils to blood red, with a black spot in it, and a black megatama appeared on one side of the black spot. But the changes did not stop there. Soon, the second Tomo was born. Uchiha Zyonyi felt that he was beginning to be unable to resist the negative effects of the hate chakra and was about to lose his mind. Ninetales stopped the supply of hate chakra in a timely manner. Hey, Uchiha kid, are you okay? Ninetales looked at Uchiha Zyonyi lying on the ground and asked with his head tilted. Uchiha Zyonyi panted and climbed up from the ground. I'm fine. Uchiha Zyonyi saw his two megatama eyes from the water on the ground, and ecstasy spread across his face. It worked, he did it, the hate chakra really worked, and it really opened his eyes. Thanks, Ninetales. After suppressing his ecstasy, Uchiha Zyonyi sat on the ground and thanked Ninetales with a smile. Ninetales felt relieved when he heard this. Hey, it's good, it seems that this kid doesn't have the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Humph, you're welcome. Uchiha Zyonyi looked at Ninetales' slightly arrogant look and couldn't help but smile. After staring at Ninetales for a while, Uchiha Zyonyi pulled up his shirt, then raised his right hand. 5 balls of chakra flames ignited on the tips of his 5 fingers. And then pressed his 5 fingers on the seal pattern on his belly and twisted it. In Nine Tails' shocked eyes, the huge iron door was opened. Nine Tails stared at Uchiha Zayanyi dully. It really didn't expect that Uchiha Zayanyi would let it out so confidently. Little devil, you! Nine Tails was speechless for a while. For so many years, since it was exposed to human vision, both the rebellious Uchiha class and the kind-hearted Senju Hashirama regarded it as a threat and wanted to control it. But the problem is that it doesn't want to have much communication with humans at all. Every time it attacks Konoha, it is controlled by Uchiha's Sharingan. It was originally fine in the mountains and forests, but it was pulled out and controlled by someone, and it was made to fight Senju Hashirama, and then beaten up. Senju Hashirama said, "Nine Tails, you are too dangerous, you must be sealed." Then it was sealed into Uzumaki Mito's body by Senju Hashirama. After that, it was continuously sealed into different people's bodies. And these people, no matter who they were, had no intention of listening to their own voices, and all said that it was too dangerous and wanted to be influenced. Nine Tails was already full of resentment, and there were people nagging him to influence it. How could he cooperate at all? Therefore, it was full of distrust of humans. Even just now, it did not trust Uchiha Zayanyi to hate chakra, but was just gambling. Therefore, after seeing Uchiha Zayanyi actually release the seal like this, it did not know how to explain this feeling. Nine Tails, I will not let you let go of your hatred for Konoha, because Konoha owes you, so if you want to take revenge on Konoha in the future, I will remain neutral and not help either side. Uchiha Zayanyi looked at Nine Tails with a complicated expression and said to it with a smile. Nine Tails took a deep breath after hearing this, and then slowly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, you are much more interesting than others, Zayanyi, right? Okay, I will remember you. Uchiha Zayanyi was a little surprised. No, he just got Nine Tails' initial recognition like this? Hehe, Nine Tails, I hope you won't be shocked by me in the future. Nine Tails was looking forward to it. After opening his eyes, Uchiha Zayanyi left the spiritual space. After regaining consciousness, Uchiha Zayanyi opened his eyes, and then lay down directly to rest the mental loss caused by the hatred chakra. After recovering some spirit, Uchiha Zayanyi continued to perform Shadow Clone. After Shadow Clone came out, he immediately understood the meaning of the main body, sat down cross-legged directly, and began to refine chakra. This was the inspiration that Uchiha Zayanyi got from Naruto's practice of Sage Mode. Since the natural energy refined by Shadow Clone can return to the main body, he let Shadow Clone refine chakra continuously, then I wonder if his own chakra can be improved. Moreover, since Shadow Clone's fatigue will be exempted, Uchiha Zayanyi directly transformed into Joe Baopi and let Shadow Clone refine continuously. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, Class 7. 3 days later. Zayanyi's last shadow clone turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated due to excessive fatigue. Zayanyi felt the amount of chakra in his body. Now his chakra amount is 6 times that of before. He nodded with satisfaction. There are already many people in the classroom. They are all old acquaintances, Hinata, Shikamaru, Chiji, Suzuki, etc. Naruto was sitting in the classroom early. When he saw Uchiha Zayanyi coming in, he greeted, "Zayanyi. Sit here." Zayanyi nodded and sat next to Naruto. Behind him was Suzuki, and the seat next to him was empty. Little Sakura and Ino rushed into the classroom, but their goals were different. Little Sakura ran towards Suzuki, while Ino walked towards Zayanyi. The reason for this scene is that Zayanyi and Shikamaru and others are also good friends, so he has more opportunities to get along with Ino. Although Suzuki and Hyunyi are both handsome, Suzuki is cool and handsome, while Hyunyi is warm and handsome. In addition, Hyunyi and Inoshika play more together. After a long time, Ino gave up Suzuki and turned to the warm and handsome Hyunyi. Hyunyi, good morning. Ino sat next to Hyunyi and greeted her. Behind her were the other two members of Inoshika Shikamaru and Chiji. Shikamaru yawned, and Chiji ate potato chips. Good morning, Ino, Shikamaru, Chiji. Hyunyi smiled back at Ino and greeted Shikamaru and Chiji. I didn't expect that Hyunyi could pass the assessment. It seems that you were playing badly before. Shikamaru looked at Hyunyi with a smile, with a hint of recognition in his eyes. After all, he likes to play badly. If it weren't for his own lousy, he wouldn't want to become a ninja. How can it be a bad game? Can't I just get lucky and pass? Hyunyi propped up his chin with one hand and looked at Shikamaru playfully. Haha, do you think I believe it? Shikamaru didn't believe what Hyunyi said. Humph, you can believe it or not, I believe it, right, Hyunyi? Ino glared at Shikamaru, then smiled at Hyunyi. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head helplessly when he saw this. The few of them chatted for a while, but didn't notice that Naruto saw little Sakura's eyes shining, and stood up to say hello. Hyunyi saw this, but didn't stop him, waiting to watch the famous scene with interest. Sure enough, Naruto quickly got into a fight with Sasuke, and then Naruto was pushed by someone behind him and kissed Sasuke. Hyunyi, who had watched the famous scene, nodded with satisfaction. At this time, he sensed a sight, turned his head and found that it was Hinata looking at him. As Xianyi looked at her, Hinata also lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. The fate between him and Hinata is actually very simple. At the beginning, when she was bullied by several children, he and Naruto reached out to help Hinata who was in trouble. Compared with Naruto's straight male speech, Xianyi's warm words are more likely to touch the girl's heart, making her have a deeper impression of Xianyi in her heart. So the object of Hinata's secret love became Xianyi. After seeing Hinata lower her head, Xianyi stopped looking at her and turned back to continue chatting with Shikamaru and others. Soon, Iruka came to the class. He glanced at the class and saw Naruto grinning at him, and he couldn't help but smile with relief. Then he began to announce the class arrangement. As expected. The other teams are the same as the original, but when it comes to Naruto and others, it is a little different. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are in the 7th team as expected. After Iruka finished reading Sasuke, he paused, looked at Xianyi and continued reading. Uchiha Xianyi. Xianyi. We are in the same class. Naruto said happily. Yeah, I heard it. Xianyi looked at Iruka on the stage with some surprise. He actually became the 4th person in Team 7? What did the 3rd Hokage think? Did he smoke into his brain? But it didn't matter. It was okay to be in the same class with Naruto. But such a class division made Ino unhappy. Ah, Xianyi, we can obviously expand to 4 people, why don't you be included in our class? Ino complained with dissatisfaction, pouting. But she was just complaining. After all, their Inoshika CH 3-person team was too cooperative, and it was difficult to integrate a 4th person. Xianyi just smiled and comforted Ino until their team teacher, Sarutobi Asuma, came to take them away. Not long after, there were only 4 people from Team 7 left in the classroom. Naruto was extremely bored, and in order to kill time, he actually set a trap to trick the late teacher. Little Sakura said speechlessly. Naruto, the teacher will not fall for such a low-level trap. But Naruto turned a deaf ear and continued to set the trap. This made little Sakura a little dissatisfied, but her shoulder was tapped, and she turned around and saw that it was Xianyi. Okay, little Sakura, let Naruto do it. Although our team leader may not fall for it, we can also use this opportunity to see what kind of person our teacher is. Xianyi's gentle tone, coupled with his face that is more handsome than Sasuke, made little Sakura blush a little, and she stopped talking about Naruto. After waiting for a while, Footsteps were heard outside the door, and Naruto and little Sakura couldn't help but look forward to it. Soon, the door was pushed open, and the blackboard eraser fell, hitting Kakashi's head. Seeing that Kakashi really got caught, Naruto burst out laughing. Kakashi was not angry either. He took down the blackboard eraser and said to the four people, "Well, I am your team leader. This is our first meeting. How should I put it? My first impression of you is very bad." Kakashi looked at the four people in front of him and thought, "My class is really full of problem children. There is a girl who loves flowers. There is Jinchuriki from Nine Tails. There is the Avenger of Uchiha. There is also the Tail End Uchiha Kenai, who the Hokage has specially asked to pay attention to. Everyone is here. You were all classmates in the ninja school before, so you should know each other. However, I don't know you. I hope everyone can introduce themselves and talk about dreams, interests, and so on. Well, let me start. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I don't want to tell you anything else," Kakashi said casually while sitting on the railing. Then the three of them said the same words as in the original play. When it came to Uchiha Kenai, he spoke calmly. "My name is Uchiha Kenai. I like to have fun. My ideal is to protect the people I care about." Kakashi looked at Uchiha Kenai with complicated eyes. To be honest, there were almost no two Uchiha in a Genin team before the Uchiha was exterminated. After giving him the list, the third generation told him to observe Uchiha Kenai more and see if he was abnormal. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 Assessment. After the four of them introduced themselves, Kakashi began to speak. "Okay, let me announce something. Tomorrow, we will conduct a survival exercise." Everyone was confused, only Xianyi was bored. A story that has been spoiled will be boring no matter who is in the story or outside. The bell-grabbing trial. It's the teamwork again. No, what if I grab those two bells by myself and others don't? What will Kakashi say then? Interesting. If I give one of the bells to Naruto, will Kakashi let only the person who grabs the bell pass as he said before? Xianyi thought of this and raised a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Kakashi was explaining the content of the survival exercise. This is a competition with a 66% elimination rate. Do you think you will be a genin after graduation? Is it so easy to be a ninja? Hey? He saw the smile on the corner of Uchiha Xianyi's mouth. Is this kid smiling? My words frightened the other two children. Even the calmest Uchiha Sasuke had a serious face. This Uchiha Xianyi was actually smiling. Gather early tomorrow morning. Don't eat breakfast. You will vomit. Although he was a little confused about Uchiha Xianyi's smile, he didn't say it directly, and still told the four people on his own. Kakashi turned around and waved his hand after speaking, and left directly in front of the four people. As soon as Kakashi left, Sasuke left without saying hello. Little Sakura said goodbye to the two and left. Xianyi, I will definitely not be eliminated. You will definitely not be eliminated. But remember to eat in the morning. Xianyi reminded. Didn't teacher Kakashi say not to eat just now? That's not an order, just a suggestion. I think it's better to eat a little. If you are afraid of vomiting, eat less. Oh, that's right. Naruto nodded. See you tomorrow. Abandoned training ground. Xianyi did not go home directly, but came here. Because he has too few ninjutsu to use, if he wants to surprise Kakashi, he still has to work hard on the shadow clones. After training shadow clones again, Xianyi gave them some Uchiha fire-style ninjutsu that he asked Uchiha Sasuke for yesterday. Perhaps because he saw that he was a surviving Uchiha like him, he did not refuse Xianyi's request for ninjutsu. This made Uchiha Zayanyi have many Uchiha fire-style ninjutsu. After letting shadow clones train continuously, Uchiha Zayanyi suddenly thought that he should let shadow clones practice tree climbing as well. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zayanyi asked some shadow clones to train to climb trees with chakra. The training lasted until the early morning of the next day, and Uchiha Zayanyi went home yawning. After having breakfast, he went home and set the alarm clock to catch up on sleep. The alarm clock rang at 10 o'clock. Uchiha Zayanyi sat up, stretched, washed up, ate something, and went to the training ground for the assessment. On the training ground, Uchiha Zayanyi caught a glimpse of the three complainers, who were standing there straight, as if waiting for something. "Hat, you guys are quite active." Zayanyi's tone was a bit teasing. As soon as he said this, the three people turned their eyes to him, with incredible and angry lights flashing in their eyes. "Zayanyi, why did you come so late?" Naruto rushed forward, grabbed Zayanyi's shoulders tightly, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction. "Oh, I slept late last night." Uchiha Zayanyi explained lightly, without any guilt on his face. "Where's the teacher? Why haven't I seen him yet?" Uchiha Zayanyi looked around and said calmly, as if he was not surprised by Kakashi's lateness. Naruto was a little discouraged when he heard this. "Don't say it, he hasn't come yet. We clearly agreed to gather at 6 o'clock today, but it's almost noon and he hasn't come yet." Uchiha Zayanyi was not surprised by this. After all, Kakashi has inherited Obito's habit of being late since Obito and Nohara Lin died. "Really? Did you have breakfast?" "Yes." X2. Naruto and little Sakura answered together, while Sasuke did not answer coldly. Naruto had breakfast, which Zayanyi reminded him yesterday, but he didn't expect little Sakura to have eaten it too. It is estimated that Naruto talked to her about it. As for Sasuke, Uchiha Zayanyi didn't know, but there was no need to worry too much. Time soon came to 11 o'clock, and Kakashi finally arrived. "Ah, sorry, I got lost on the road of life." Kakashi apologized to the four people in a very perfunctory manner. After Naruto and little Sakura complained, Kakashi officially started this assessment. After Kakashi announced the start, except for Naruto, everyone flashed into the woods. And Naruto, just like in the original work, was killed by Kakashi with 1,000 years of death. Sasuke and little Sakura were also killed one after another. Finally, only Uchiha Zayanyi was left hiding in the dark. Uchiha Zayanyi stood on the branch and watched Sasuke and little Sakura being killed, but did not take action. "Oh, teammates were killed, and you don't take action." A voice sounded from behind Uchiha Zayanyi, and Uchiha Zayanyi immediately responded, turned around quickly and jumped off the branch, and kept taking out kunai from his waist bag and throwing them at his original position. And in his original position, Kakashi stood on it, holding a kunai in his hand. Facing the kunai thrown by Uchiha Zayanyi, Kakashi dodged it with a few simple dodgers and landed on the ground at the same time. Seeing this, Uchiha Zayanyi rushed towards Kakashi with a kunai in his hand. "Well, if the long-range attack doesn't work, then switch to close combat." Seeing Uchiha Zayanyi rushing towards him, Kakashi nodded in agreement, and his ability to respond temporarily was still good. However, this was still not enough. I saw Uchiha Zayanyi holding the kunai in reverse and stabbing Kakashi. Kakashi grabbed Uchiha Zayanyi's hand with just one hand, preventing him from moving forward half an inch. However, at this time, something strange happened. Because Kakashi saw a smile on the corner of Uchiha Zayanyi's mouth from the corner of his eye, he immediately felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to let go of Uchiha Zayanyi's hand, he was grabbed by Uchiha Zayanyi. Then Kakashi saw that a lot of white smoke suddenly appeared nearby, and a bunch of Uchiha kunai appeared in the white smoke. Kakashi immediately understood that these were all Uchiha kunai's shadow clones, and these shadow clones were hiding here with transformation technique, waiting for him to arrive. These shadow clones all hugged Kakashi tightly, trapping him like Kakashi's 8 ninja dogs. And several shadow clones stretched their hands towards the bell. Seeing this, Kakashi hurriedly dragged several shadow clones on his body and kept dodging. Shadow clone is a physical entity after all, and its weight is real, which greatly affects Kakashi's actions. Although Kakashi has many ways to deal with these shadow clones, they are not suitable for use in the assessment. Otherwise it would be too beyond the scope. In the end, Kakashi's bell was still snatched by shadow clone, and for this, Kakashi was extremely helpless. This is not Kakashi letting the game go, but Hyunyi has too many shadow clone. He solved one batch, but another batch came, as if it was endless. This made Kakashi wonder, is this guy's chakra infinite? This is shadow clone and transformation technique. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Manjiki. Back to the stake. Kakashi and Uchiha Zayanyi brought Sasuke and little Sakura back, and Naruto was tied to the stake by Kakashi because he wanted to steal the lunchbox. Uchiha Zayanyi saw this and shook his head with a smile. Then, I declare that only Uchiha Zayanyi succeeded in snatching the bell. The other 3 of you are unqualified. Go back to the ninja school to retake. Kakashi said to the 3 people mercilessly. These words made the 3 people extremely unwilling, especially Sasuke. In his opinion, Uchiha Zayanyi, who used to be the last one with Naruto, actually snatched the bell, but he didn't. This made him feel extremely unwilling. If he only had this strength, how could he take revenge on that person? Well, Teacher Kakashi, if that's the case, then I'll go back with them. Uchiha Zayanyi tossed the bell in his hand, and then threw it back to Kakashi. Kakashi and the other 3 looked at him in surprise. Oh, why? Yes, Uchiha Zayanyi, why, you finally got the bell, why do you want to go back to the ninja school with us? Naruto said anxiously. In response, Uchiha Zayanyi smiled slightly, showing a warm smile. Because we are companions of the same team, as companions, you don't want to abandon me, do you? Uchiha Zayanyi's joking words made the 3 little ones feel warm in their hearts. Naruto and little Sakura looked at Uchiha Zayanyi with a touching face, even Sasuke's face became softer. No, Zayanyi, you can grab the bell, which means that your strength is stronger than us. We are really sorry to drag you down like this. Yes, Zayanyi, you don't have to worry about us, it's just going back to study for a year, it's no problem at all. Yeah, that's right. Kakashi saw this scene, and a smile appeared under his mask. Without waiting for the 3 to continue speaking, Kakashi clapped his hands to interrupt them. Okay, I declare you qualified. The 3 kids looked at Kakashi in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Afterwards, Kakashi talked about the importance of partners and announced the official establishment of Team 7. Naruto and little Sakura jumped up happily, Sasuke also smiled for the first time, and Uchiha watched silently. Finally, Kakashi asked the 4 to go home and rest, and they would start their first mission tomorrow. After the assessment, Uchiha and Naruto came to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate. Uncle Ichiraku was relieved to learn that the 2 had officially become ninjas and exempted them from paying for noodles today. After eating and drinking, Uchiha returned home. Uchiha lay on the bed, and his consciousness drifted to the familiar spiritual space again. Ninetales glimpsed his arrival, no longer lying lazily, but sat up slightly. Little ghost, long time no see, it seems that you have been doing well these days. Ninetales said with a little joking. After hearing this, Uchiha Zayanyi rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and responded rudely. Ninetales, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and give me the hatred chakra. Ninetales shook his head helplessly and pretended to sigh. Oh, it's so sad. The tailed beasts don't even have the right to say a word. Even though he said that, Nine Tails still obediently released the hatred chakra and let it climb onto Uchiha Zayanyi's body. When the hatred chakra flowed into Uchiha Zayanyi's body, the anger in his heart was ignited again. His eyes unconsciously turned into two Tomo Sharingan, and deep in the corner of his eyes, there seemed to be a vague third Tomo being conceived. However, it seemed that some obstacles had been encountered, and the third Tomo was never fully born. Seeing Uchiha Zayanyi's twisted and hideous appearance, Nine Tails decisively cut off the supply of hatred chakra. Without the support of energy, the hatred chakra dissipated in the air like smoke after a while. Uchiha Zayanyi looked at the Megatama in his eyes, which was still double Megatama, and understood that the dosage was not enough, and said to Nine Tails, "Nine Tails, come again, this time, don't cut off the supply of hatred chakra, don't worry, I can withstand it." Nine Tails thought for a moment and looked at Uchiha Zayanyi and said, "Little ghost, I can keep cutting the supply of hatred chakra, but I suggest you find a hidden place to come again. After all, the degree of the future is estimated to make you grow a tailed beast coat, which will be very conspicuous." Hearing this, Uchiha Zayanyi looked at Nine Tails in confusion. "Hey? Will it grow out? But didn't it not grow out before?" Nine Tails shook his head. "I helped you suppress it to the extent before, but if you strengthen the injection of hatred chakra, I can't help you suppress it. After all, you are the master of this body, and I can only help you a little bit." Uchiha Zayanyi nodded after hearing this. "Okay, I'll find a more secluded place to do it later." After saying that, Uchiha Zayanyi knew a good place. That is the ancestral land of Uchiha, the secret room where the stone tablet is placed. He did it as soon as he said it, and exited the spiritual space, and Uchiha Zayanyi ran towards Nanga Shrine. After searching for a while at Nanga Shrine, he found the entrance. Came to the underground. Uchiha Zayanyi looked at the stone tablet in front of him and opened the Sharingan. Under the two Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Zayanyi could understand very little, but Uchiha Zayanyi didn't care. After all, this stone tablet was fake and was modified by Black Zetsu. Now, he sat cross-legged and entered the spiritual space again, allowing Nine Tails to release hatred chakra on him. This time, Nine Tails released a large amount of hatred chakra without any care. Uchiha Zayanyi could clearly feel that this time the hatred chakra was as majestic as the sea, and the previous two times were just streams. Endless negative emotions emerged from Uchiha Zayanyi's mind. From the outside world's point of view, at this moment, Uchiha Zayanyi's whole body has been wrapped in the tailed beast chakra and has grown 3 tails, and the 4th tail is also brewing. Uchiha Zayanyi's Sharingan successfully produced the 3rd Tomo in such a huge negative emotion. At the same time, the 4th tail of Uchiha Zayanyi's flesh outside appeared, and Uchiha Zayanyi's skin fell off and turned into a fiery red chakra skin. At this point, Nine Tails just watched silently, and it wanted to see how far Uchiha Zayanyi could hold on. The negative emotions in Uchiha Zayanyi's mind grew stronger. After the number of tails in the outside world reached 6, Nine Tails sighed a little. It was indeed too reluctant. When he was about to retract the hate chakra, the 7th tail that was appearing stopped, and Nine Tails sensed it in an instant. Then Nine Tails saw Uchiha Zayanyi, who was kneeling on the ground, stand up. When he raised his head, Nine Tails was shocked. Because in Uchiha Zayanyi's eyes, it was not the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but a Sharingan composed of a pentagram with black edges. Seeing this Nine Tails immediately recognized that this was the Manjiki Sharingan. Unexpectedly, this kid actually awakened the Manjiki Sharingan all of a sudden. And this was something Uchiha Zayanyi didn't expect. The reason why he was able to awaken Manjiki was because the hate chakra couldn't distinguish between his current life and his previous life, and amplified the emotions when his family members died in his previous life, thus opening Manjiki. Uchiha Kenai saw his Manjiki in the pool on the ground, and his heart was filled with joy. He didn't worry that he would go blind from using too much Manjiki, nor did he worry that he had no blood relatives to exchange eyes with, because as the saying goes, the price exemption made him immune to the curse of blindness. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, Weak Ghost Brothers. Kid, have you activated Mangeki? Ninetales looked at Uchiha Zyonyi in shock. No, has he activated Mangeki just now? When it was sealed in Shinigami's stomach, Namikaze Minato talked to it and said that very few people in the Uchiha clan have activated Mangeki now, and it seems that it is because they don't know how to activate it. And now, in front of it, a 12-year-old Uchiha kid has easily activated Mangeki. It made it wonder if Namikaze Minato was lying to it, because it didn't look like it didn't know how to activate Mangeki. When Ninetales saw Uchiha Zyonyi looking up at him, the Scarlet Sharingan was staring straight at him, which made Ninetales instantly frightened and hurriedly looked away. Hey, kid, before you look over here, can you take that Sharingan first? I have a psychological shadow on Mangeki. Ninetales said with a little panic. Seeing this, Uchiha Zyonyi couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, but still closed the Sharingan as he was told. Is this okay? He asked easily. Ninetales opened his eyes slightly, and a cunning light shone through the gap. Seeing that Uchiha Zyonyi really closed the Sharingan, it breathed a sigh of relief. So, now do you still need me to continue to instill the chakra of hatred in you? Ninetales looked at Uchiha Zyonyi with a playful look and asked lightly. Uchiha Zyonyi shook his head firmly. No, but I hope to establish a connection with your chakra and become a true perfect Jinchuriki. Ninetales did not refuse, but instead showed a cunning smile, and gently stretched out his huge front paws and placed them in front of Uchiha Zyonyi. No problem, come on, kid, you're about to become the first legend in Ninetales Jinchuriki to achieve perfect fusion. Uchiha Zyonyi also smiled at Ninetales' words, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist to bump fists with Ninetales. Instantly, Ninetales' huge chakra poured into Uchiha Zyonyi's body and began to merge with his own chakra. Uchiha Zyonyi felt that his chakra volume began to increase continuously under the fusion of Ninetales' chakra. It was not until his chakra volume increased to 30 times that of the beginning that he stopped. Uchiha Zyonyi took a deep breath with excitement in his eyes. With such chakra volume, the ninjutsu that could not be cast due to the chakra volume can now be used. Uchiha Zyonyi, who had been significantly improved, said something to Ninetales and returned to consciousness. In the outside world, Uchiha Zyonyi opened his eyes, stood up with a carp jump, and then a thought came to his mind, and soon, Uchiha Zyonyi's body began to flash with dark orange flames. Gradually spread to the whole body. Finally, when the flames dissipated, Uchiha Zyonyi's body was shrouded in a dark orange light, and his appearance changed drastically. Ninetales' chakra rushed outside Uchiha Zyonyi like a torrent, and finally condensed into a dark orange divine robe. The black lines attached to the robe were like the veins of life, smooth and mysterious. On his head, a pair of fox ear-like sharp horns stood upright, as if announcing his new life to the world. And on the open-collared chest, 6 black megatamas shone brightly, like stars dotted in the night sky, exuding a mysterious and profound atmosphere. Uchiha Zyonyi gently opened his eyes, looked at his new look, and couldn't help but raise a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Compared with the tyrannical-tailed beast chakra coat, his appearance had an inexplicable sense of sacredness. Uchiha Zyonyi nodded with satisfaction. After all, being strong or handsome is a matter of a lifetime. After Kurama mode was released, Uchiha Kenai left Nanga Shrine and returned home to rest. In the next few days, Team 7, where Uchiha Kenai was, began to carry out missions, but they were basically simple D-level missions such as finding cats, helping weeds, and helping people. This was not a big deal for Uchiha Kenai, after all, as long as he got paid, it was fine. But it is obvious that compared to Uchiha Kenai's calmness, Naruto is a little noisy. Once, after finishing the cat-catching mission, Naruto was noisy in the third Hokage's office, so that the third generation could only give them a sea-level escort mission. Facing Dasuna, who was drinking and mocking Naruto, Uchiha Kenai was no longer smiling, but had a serious expression with his slightly narrowed eyes. "Oh, old man, watch your attitude when you speak, if you still want someone to take your mission." Uchiha Kenai's words with a hint of murderous intent made Dasuna shut up. Kakashi looked at this scene helplessly. Through these few days of getting along, he has more or less understood Uchiha Kenai's character. He can smile at ordinary times, but once he encounters something of principle, he will go hard. He shook his head and asked several people if they agreed to take on this mission. After obtaining everyone's consent, Kakashi took on this escort mission. The reason why Uchiha Kenai agreed was because he had something to do and needed to go to the Land of Waves. After taking the mission, Kakashi announced that they would set off early tomorrow morning and give them one night to rest. Naruto jumped up excitedly. The next day, at the entrance of the village, the members of Team 7, led by Kakashi, gathered together. The core position was the target of this mission, Mr. Dasuna. Naruto had never been out of the village, so he was very excited. Although Sasuke didn't say anything and still maintained a cool expression, he was also very excited in his heart, and even Uchiha Kenai felt relaxed. Only little Sakura was a little depressed and unhappy. I guess she was defeated by Sasuke again. Coming out of Konoha village, there is a lush forest, endless and green. This is a major feature of the Hokage world. No matter when, the background of these trees is always countless. From the beginning to the end, it has been appearing all the time. After several people left Konoha for a distance, Uchiha Zayanyi, who had been paying attention to the road conditions, found a puddle not far away and sighed in his heart. Is this really the quality that an assassination ninja should have? Using water as a hiding place in such a dry road, not to mention Jonin, even those who have just become Chunin can find this loophole. However, Uchiha Zayanyi did not disturb all this, but walked silently to the middle position. This is the position for Naruto to strengthen his faith, so it is not good to interrupt. Sure enough, not long after the 6 people passed the puddle, 2 black figures immediately appeared from the puddle. Judging from the forehead protectors they wore on their heads, these 2 are the rebel ninjas of Mist Shinobi, the Ghost Brothers, the Dark Head and the Karma Head. The Ghost Brothers immediately rushed to the only Jonin in the team, Kakashi, and tied Kakashi's body tightly with countless sawtooth chains almost instantly. Nani? Kakashi, this wicked guy, cooperated with the 2 guys and pretended to be shocked. Then Kakashi was instantly minced into pieces by the sawtooth chains. Seeing this scene, little Sakura screamed sharply with fear. Sasuke and Dasuna on the side were also full of surprise. The change of things was beyond imagination, making them unable to react. Then the Ghost Brothers rushed to the next target, Naruto. Naruto was injured in the hand like in the original work, and Uchiha Zayanyi took action. Uchiha Zayanyi quickly made a seal and silently recited fire-style Ha-Long fire technique in his heart. A huge dragon head-shaped flame spit out from his mouth. Instantly wrapped the Ghost Brothers, who were ready to pursue the victory, and the 2 were burned to carbonization by Ha-Long fire. Then, Kakashi walked out of the way and gave a lecture to the others. Naruto also strengthened his belief in being a ninja. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Dasuna's Old Tricks return. When Kakashi finished his lecture, Uchiha Kenai came to Dasuna's front and looked at him coldly. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Tell the truth. 2. We will go back to Konoha now and report your affairs truthfully. Your mission will be revoked on the grounds of concealing the content, and you will be blacklisted by Konoha. Dasuna was sweating and explained hurriedly. I didn't mean to do this. I really have no money. Those ninjas are too strong. They forced us to stop building the bridge. For the sake of the land of waves, I can only do this. At the end, he even had tears on his face, and said pitifully, "My daughter and grandson are so miserable. No one helped their father and grandfather. They just waited to die." Naruto and others were moved by Dasuna's words. Naruto also planned to persuade Uchiha Kenai to agree to continue this mission. After hearing Dasuna's words, Uchiha Kenai kicked him directly. He kicked Dasuna to the ground and said with disdain, "Your daughter and grandson are miserable? What does that have to do with us? It is Kato who oppressed you. Don't blackmail us morally here. Now, because you concealed the ninja in your mission, we will increase your pay according to the follow-up situation. Of course, you can also not pay, then you can go back and wait for death." Dasuna didn't expect that Naruto and others were shaken by his words, but Uchiha Kenai was not shaken at all. He immediately understood that he had offended the wrong person, so he could only nod his head repeatedly to show his determination. At this point, the mission was able to continue. Soon, they came to the border of the land of fire and took a boat to the land of waves. As the boat gradually approached the land of waves, the boatman looked at the shore with a vigilant face and said, "After a distance, we will reach the territory of the land of waves. Now we must turn off the engine and row the boat by hand, otherwise we will be discovered by Kato's people." Kakashi frowned a little and looked at Dasuna with unkind eyes. "Kato? Mr. Dasuna, if I remember correctly, when you confessed to us, you only said that there were ninjas who would attack you. Why is it Kato now? I'm giving you a chance now, explain it clearly again, otherwise, even if my students agree to this mission, I will take them back." Dasuna saw that he could no longer hide it, so he had to bite his teeth and tell the truth. "In fact, it was not those ninjas who were targeting me, but Kato. Kato is the richest man in the wave country, and he monopolizes the maritime traffic and transportation of the wave country, which is equivalent to mastering the sea power. Once the bridge I built is completed, it will break Kato's monopoly, so he will send people to assassinate me. Forget it, if you cancel the mission when you go ashore, I'm afraid I will definitely not be able to escape the fate of death, and I will definitely be killed by those vicious people before I get home." Dasuna said bitterly. "Don't worry, even if I die, at most my 8-year-old, innocent and lovely grandson will cry all day long because of losing his grandfather. Moreover, even my daughter may hate the ninjas of Konoha for the rest of her life because of this, and can only live in endless loneliness and pain from now on." Dasuna became more and more excited, and tears even began to flash in his eyes. "It's no big deal. It's not your fault anyway, ha 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 ha." Although he said so, his laughter seemed extremely desolate and desperate. Kakashi looked at Dasuna in front of him speechlessly, thinking in his heart, it's a matter of life and death, and he is still playing the moral kidnapping trick here. Has he forgotten how Uchiha Kenai treated him before? At this moment, Uchiha Kenai walked in front of Dasuna with a gloomy face, suddenly stretched out a hand, and grabbed his neck tightly. His eyes were as cold and ruthless as ice. He stared at Dasuna and spoke slowly. "Humph, you haven't told us the truth again and again, and you dare to use moral kidnapping here. In this case, it's just right. I will throw you off the boat right now and let you die." After saying that, Uchiha Zayanyi raised his arms without hesitation and pretended to throw Dasuna out of the boat. Dasuna was frightened by this posture and quickly begged for mercy from Uchiha Zayanyi. After Uchiha Zayanyi brought Dasuna back, his face was cold. "After we get to the shore, if we don't receive the reward for the A-level mission, I will destroy your bridge completely without Kato's help. Do you understand?" Dasuna nodded repeatedly. At this time, he regretted it very much. Why did he talk about morality to such a cold guy like a ninja? Now it's all over. Seeing him nod, Uchiha turned around and saw Naruto and little Sakura were shocked. Even Sasuke was looking at him with surprise in his eyes. He sighed and said, "I know what you are thinking. You think I am too cold, right? Naruto nodded. Uchiha sighed and said. It may be cold, but I have to do this because Dazna's behavior is very serious, hiding the truth of the mission. That's why we accepted it, because we have an elite Genin leader like Kakashi in our team. If it was taken by another Genin team, their fate would definitely be death. So, I have to do this, increase the mission reward, let him understand the cost of concealing the truth, and let you know the importance of intelligence. The three listened carefully to Uchiha's explanation, which made Kakashi on the side hold his forehead speechlessly. No, aren't you and them just graduated? How come you are more like a teacher than me? But to be honest, with a student like Uchiha Kenai, he might be able to relax a lot in the future. At least, he can let Uchiha Kenai do a lot of trivial things. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 Mamakai Zabuza. Perhaps frightened by Hyunyi, Desna sat quietly by the side afterwards. When they arrived at the secret disembarkation point, Desna led the way for the 5 people. Soon, everyone came to a forest. Although the environment outside looked quite bad, the forest here was still very lush. When everyone walked for a distance and came to a lake, Kakashi found something wrong. Although this is a forest, the fog is a bit too thick in this season. Thinking of this, Kakashi became alert instantly and began to observe the surroundings seriously. Whoosha's sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, as if tearing the surrounding air apart in an instant, making a low and dull sound of wind. Everyone lie down. At this critical moment, Kakashi made a prompt decision and shouted loudly. I saw a huge and exaggerated giant sword wrapped in a sharp momentum, whistling over everyone's head at an astonishing speed. The length of the blade was more than 1 meter, and it flashed a chilling cold light under the sunlight. With a loud bang, the broadsword cut deeply into the trunk of a thick tree not far away, and the whole tree shook violently, and the leaves fluttered to the ground. Then, a man as strong as an ox stood firmly on the broadsword, looking down at the crowd below with a cold and fierce look. Kakashi stood there, his hands casually in his pockets, but his expression was extremely serious, staring at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him with full concentration. Are you Zabuza Mamakai, the defected ninja of Mist Shinobi? Kakashi asked in a deep voice, with a subtle vigilance in his eyes. Hearing Kakashi's question, Zabuza slowly turned around, and the bandage wrapped around his face fluttered slightly with his movements. The ghostly and gloomy voice came through the bandage. I didn't expect to meet Kakashi, who has Sharingan here. It seems that the failure of the action of the Ghost Brothers is not accidental. Although Zabuza knew that Kakashi was a famous Genin in the ninja world and his strength should not be underestimated, he still held a glimmer of luck and tried to avoid a life-and-death battle with the other party. So, he continued. Excuse me, can you please hand over the old man to me? As long as you cooperate, I can let you go. However, he knew very well that such words would have no effect on Kakashi and others. Sure enough, Kakashi responded without hesitation. What a pity, he is the client we want to protect with all our strength. If you want us to hand him over, you must defeat us first. Kakashi's words clearly indicated that the negotiation failed, and then he pulled up his forehead protector, revealing the scarlet Sharingan. Sasuke was a little surprised when he saw Kakashi's Sharingan. Why did Kakashi have the Sharingan of their Uchiha clan? Did he steal it? No, if it was stolen, the Uchiha clan would have gone to Kakashi to ask for it. But now is not the time to think about this. Mamakai Zabuza quickly formed seals with his hands, and the fog around him became thicker. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately shouted to the people behind him. Listen to Kenai's command and protect Dasna. Then, the mist enveloped everyone. Although everyone could still barely see the other party's figure, Zabuza's figure was completely invisible. Then, Kenai and others saw the 50-50 battle between Kakashi and Mamakai Zabuza. It was also when everyone focused on the two people fighting, Kenai opened his Sharingan and began to copy the two's ninjutsu. Although Zabuza used the water style, he currently has the traditional Uchiha fire attribute chakra, but soon, he will have the water attribute chakra. Then, Kakashi was tricked and trapped in the water cage. Kakashi was trapped in the water cage and shouted to Kenai and others. "Kenai, take Naruto and the others and run with Dazna." Zabuza was obviously prepared, and his water clone quickly rushed towards Kenai and others. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke stood up against Zabuza's powerful murderous aura, but the two felt someone patting their shoulders, and turned around to see Kenai looking at the two with a smile. "Okay, you guys go to the back, I'll take care of it." Naruto wanted to say something after hearing this, but seeing Xian Yi's confident look, he had to step back a few steps. Seeing that Xian Yi actually wanted to fight him alone, Zabuza swung his beheading sword and chopped at Xian Yi with a smile. Seeing this, Xian Yi made a seal with his hands and cast Shadow Clone. A burst of white smoke dissipated, and more than a dozen Shadow Clone appeared beside Xian Yi. Then, together with Xian Yi's body, they made a seal at the same time and cast ninjutsu. Fire Style Haora Fire Technique. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Zabuza stared with wide eyes, looking at the dozen fire style ninjutsu that rained down on him with astonishment, and stood there for a moment. He secretly complained in his heart, "What's going on? Isn't this guy a genin? How can he have such a huge amount of chakra to perform so many ninjutsu at the same time? Isn't he afraid of overdrawing his chakra and falling to the ground due to exhaustion?" However, the situation at the moment did not allow him to think about these questions. Zabuza did not dare to be negligent. He quickly formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and then shouted, "Water Dragon Technique." A huge water dragon roared out from in front of him, and pounced on those fire-style ninjutsu with its fangs and claws. It's a pity that although water can restrain fire, the number of fire-style ninjutsu released by the opponent is too much. The flames were like a surging wave, and instantly engulfed the water dragon technique performed by Zabuza. And those blazing flames did not stop because of this. They continued to sweep towards Zabuza's water clone with great momentum. In the blink of an eye, Zabuza's water clone was completely swallowed by the sea of fire, turned into a ball of boiling water vapor, and dissipated in the air. As the water clone disappeared, the iconic beheading sword also lost its support and fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Xian Yi walked forward slowly, bent down, and picked up the beheading sword. He weighed the heavy sword in his hand, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealed a satisfied smile, and said to himself, "Hee, the equipment actually exploded, which is really good." After saying that, he raised his head and cast his eyes on Zabuza's body not far away on the water surface again. At this time, Zabuza was looking at him gloomily, with anger and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Xian Yi had a playful smile on his face and shouted at Zabuza provocatively. "So, Mr. Zabuza, do you want to fight with me again? My chakra is still abundant. 11 Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12, The Beheading Sword is Mine." Zabuza Mamakai raised his eyebrows after hearing what Xian Yi said. Looking at Xian Yi's face and the many shadow clone around him, he knew that his chakra was probably still sufficient. In this situation, he couldn't gamble, otherwise, the fate of the water clone would be his retreat. So he took the initiative to remove the water cage technique on Kakashi and raised his hands. "You are awesome, I surrender." Kakashi got out of the huge water cage with difficulty, and his whole body was soaked by the water, but his eyes were still as sharp as a hawk. As soon as he stood firm, he immediately used his own ninjutsu to completely control Zabuza Mamakai. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. Just when Kakashi was about to succeed, Zabuza suddenly flashed and rushed towards Xianyi on the side like a ghost. At this moment, Zabuza held a sharp kunao in his hand, flashing cold light, and the speed was so fast that people could hardly react. Xianyi was a little surprised when he saw Zabuza coming towards him, but his hands did not slow down at all. He held the extremely heavy beheading sword tightly with both hands, swung it vigorously, and brought a sharp gust of wind, ready to face Zabuza's fierce attack head-on. Just when the two were about to fight hand-to-hand, suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw several slender thousand blades rushing like lightning, shooting straight at Zabuza's neck. Zabuza obviously did not expect such a change, and when he realized the danger, it was too late. Only a few muffled sounds were heard, and the thousand blades accurately pierced Zabuza's neck, and the powerful impact made his body stiff suddenly. Then, Zabuza's face, which was originally full of murderous and ferocious, froze instantly, replaced by an expression of disbelief. He opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Then, his body seemed to lose support, and fell straight backwards, falling heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After Zabuza fell to the ground, a mysterious figure slowly appeared beside him. The man was covered in a black robe, with a cold mask on his face, revealing only a pair of deep and indifferent eyes. His voice was low and dull. "I am Anbu of Kirigakure, responsible for hunting down this evil demon Zabuza. Thank you for your help." Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes fell on the other person and looked at him carefully. In particular, he noticed that the clothes the man was wearing were indeed exactly the same as the legendary Kirigakure Anbu. So he nodded and responded, "You're welcome. If we didn't have a conflict with Zabuza, I'm afraid we can't help much. But I want to confirm whether this Buza is really dead." As he said this, Kakashi walked towards the body of Buza. Bai nodded slightly, indicating his agreement, without showing any resistance. Kakashi slowly walked to Zabuza's side, squatted down, and carefully stretched out his fingers to touch Zabuza's pulse. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the surroundings were quiet. Only Kakashi's steady and light breathing could be heard clearly. After a careful investigation, Kakashi finally confirmed that Zabuza's pulse had completely stopped beating. His heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally relaxed a little and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. That's enough. You can take him away now to deal with the follow-up matters." Kakashi stood up and turned to Bai. Hearing this, Bai nodded, then turned his eyes to Xianyi who was standing beside him, and opened his red lips. Then, "Sir, please return the beheading sword in your hand to us. After all, this is the precious sword that has been passed down from generation to generation in our Kirigakure." Hearing this, Xianyi raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and casually waved the beheading sword in his hand a few times. The blade flashed a few cold lights in the air, making a crisp sound of breaking through the air. He responded in a nonchalant tone. "Oh? Your Kirigakure's precious sword? So what? Even if you don't intervene in this battle, I can still easily kill Zabuza with my strength. You just took advantage of the opportunity. In this case, you still dare to ask me to return this sword shamelessly? It's too insincere." Bai listened quietly to Xianyi's ruthless words, and ripples could not help but appear in his heart. Admittedly, she was quite confident in her ice shield technique, but facing Xianyi in front of her and Kakashi who was watching her closely, she was really unsure whether she could fight two people alone and successfully take back the beheading sword. Thinking of this, Bai secretly gritted his teeth and decided to be patient for the time being, waiting for a more appropriate time to plan to seize the sword. After hesitating for a while, Bai took Zabuza's corpse away. After Bai left, Kakashi slowly walked to Xianyi's side, and then gently placed his slightly tired right hand on Xianyi's shoulder. Kakashi panted slightly and said, "Xianyi, my chakra is running out. Next, you will be responsible for escorting Mr. Desna to leave safely. Hearing this, Xianyi turned his head to look at Kakashi. When he saw Kakashi's weak appearance, he couldn't help but feel speechless. No way, Mr. Kakashi, you are really as good as the saying goes, 50-50. You only used a few ninjutsu when fighting Zabuza, how come you are so weak? However, despite his complaints, Xianyi did not stop. He quickly summoned Naruto to the front and signaled Naruto to support Kakashi, while he took the initiative to walk to the back of the team to be responsible for the rear guard. In this way, the group set out on the road again. During this period, Sasuke, who was walking in front, turned his head from time to time to look at Xianyi. Every time he turned his head, Sasuke seemed to want to ask something, but in the end he seemed to have some concerns, and silently closed his mouth, and did not speak out the questions in his heart. Xianyi naturally noticed Sasuke's series of strange actions, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw Sasuke's hesitation. I secretly thought, it seems that the ninjutsu I performed today really made Sasuke excited. However, Kenai was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he was interested in seeing how long this arrogant Uchiha genius could endure before asking him questions. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Subjugating Zabuza. In the deepest part of the deep and quiet forest, Bai gently placed Zabuza's seemingly lifeless corpse on the ground. Then, he stood quietly by and waited, and time passed by, as if the whole world was frozen at this moment. Finally, after a while, something unexpected happened. Zabuza, who had closed his eyes and was motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He quickly reached out and pulled out several thousand roots stuck in his neck. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he snorted coldly. Humph! That hateful kid actually has such a powerful strength. If it weren't for him getting in the way, I would have killed that old man long ago. After venting his dissatisfaction and resentment, Zabuza began to look around. He frowned, turned his head and looked at Bai beside him with an unhappy face, and asked, "Bai, where is my sword?" Bai, who had been keeping his head down, trembled slightly when he heard Zabuza's question, and then answered in a low voice with a slightly guilty tone. "Master Zabuza, please forgive me. I really couldn't bring the beheading sword back to you." That person claimed that the sword already belonged to him, and at that time, facing the two of them working together, I knew I was powerless and couldn't compete with them, so I had to choose to retreat temporarily to save my life. After listening to Bai's explanation, Zabuza suppressed the raging anger in his heart and cursed with gritted teeth, "Damn kid!" At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came into the ears of Zabuza and Bai, "Why, do you still want your sword back?" Hearing this, Zabuza and Bai became alert instantly, and their nerves were tense to the extreme. Then, they saw a figure slowly walking out from behind a big tree next to them. This person is Xianyi. At this moment, he has a faint smile on his face, and is watching Zabuza and Bai in front of him with interest. Zabuza suddenly saw Xianyi appear, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he cursed in his heart, "Damn it! How did this stinky kid see through my fake death plan?" Veins popped on his forehead, staring at Xianyi, his eyes full of disbelief and vigilance. Xianyi looked at the two people in front of him who were like enemies, and his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and said in a gentle tone, "You two don't have to be so nervous, I just came here to have a good talk with you." However, how could Zabuza believe his words so easily? Just now, the two sides were fighting hard and fighting for life and death. Now he suddenly said he wanted to chat? What a joke! Zabuza snorted coldly, and was about to refuse, but suddenly noticed that Xianyi's eyes began to undergo strange changes. Xianyi's dark and deep pupils were gradually replaced by scarlet, as if two blazing flames were burning. Zabuza saw this, his face turned pale in an instant, and he swallowed back the words of rejection that were already on his lips. What the hell is this? This kid actually has the legendary Sharingan? This is really a big trouble. Zabuza secretly complained. He had just woken up from a state of suspended animation, and his body had not yet fully recovered, so he could not use much strength at all. Although Bai next to him mastered the ice escape ninjutsu, he was probably powerless to compete with the heaven-defying existence of Sharingan. Thinking of this, Zabuza gritted his teeth, suppressed the feeling of frustration in his heart, and asked coldly, "Humph, kid, what do you want to talk to me about?" At the same time, he made a veiled gesture to Bai that only they understood, asking her to attack Xian Yi as long as the situation was not good. "It's not that complicated. I'm just in urgent need of a large amount of wealth. As far as I know, Cardo has a considerable amount of wealth. Therefore, I sincerely hope that you two can take the trouble to lead the way and take me to visit Mr. Cardo." Xian Yi smiled and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Zabuza and Bai were both stunned and at a loss for a moment. However, Zabuza soon came to his senses and laughed loudly, and the laughter resounded all around. "Ha ha ha ha, it's really unexpected. A ninja from Konoha village would be so despicable and shameless, thinking about the money of an ordinary businessman, which is really incredible." However, facing Zabuza's ruthless ridicule, Xian Yi acted unusually calm and composed, as if these words had no effect on him. He crossed his arms and hugged his chest, staring at Zabuza silently, without saying a word. When Zabuza had almost laughed, he finally stopped laughing. At this time, his eyes became particularly sharp, staring at Xian Yi tightly, as if he wanted to see through him. "Humph, if you came here just for the wealth of Kodo, you wouldn't have come to us on purpose. Tell the truth, what ulterior motives do you have?" Hearing Zabuza's question, Xian Yi not only did not show any embarrassment, but instead showed a hint of satisfaction. He nodded slightly to express his approval. "Not bad, it is indeed easier to communicate with smart people. In this case, I will no longer hide it. To tell you the truth, in addition to wealth, I also need a group of capable subordinates. And with the strength of the two of you, if you can be recruited by me, you will definitely become my left and right arms. How about it, consider submitting to me?" Zabuza narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Xian Yi with a sharp gaze. Although Xian Yi just showed an astonishing amount of chakra, it does not mean that Zabuza will easily surrender to him. "Humph! Why should we obey you? Just because of your ability, do we have to obey you? Besides, even if we obey your orders, what benefits can we get from it?" Xian Yi shook his head gently, his face still calm, and responded in an unusually calm tone. "You have no choice at all. Don't forget, the Sharingan ability I have shown at this moment is enough to make you lose any room for resistance." Hearing this, Zabuza's heart sank suddenly, and he secretly said that it was not good. He hurriedly signaled Bai beside him to act quickly, but what surprised him was that Bai stood there like a piece of wood, without any reaction. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza naturally knew what Bai's current situation meant. She was obviously under the illusion of Sharingan. Anxious, Zabuza hurriedly planned to personally help Bai get rid of the control of the illusion, but just when he stood up, he felt a strong force coming, and then he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Zabuza was in such a mess that he endured the pain and supported his body with difficulty. Before he could recover, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and an extremely sharp kunai was already across his neck. Xian Yi's icy voice sounded again. "Zabuza, you should be very clear about the current situation with your brain. There are only 2 paths in front of you, either surrender to me obediently, or there is only one way to die. You should weigh it carefully." After a period of ideological struggle, Zabuza sighed and said, I know, I choose to surrender." Hearing Zabuza's answer, Xian Yi took back the kunai and said calmly, Don't worry, since you have surrendered to me, I will not treat you unfairly. You should go back to Cardona these days. When you are almost well, let Bai come to notify me." After that, Xianyi turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. Obviously, the one who just talked to Zabuza was just a shadow clone of Xianyi. Seeing Xianyi disappear, Zabuza stood up silently, then helped Bai to remove the illusion, and went to the location of Kato silently. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Tree Climbing Training. At the Dasna home. Little Sakura stood by the bed, her eyes fixed on Kakashi lying there, her face full of worry, and she spoke softly. "What's going on with Teacher Kakashi? How can he have such a serious situation of overuse of chakra after just using a few ninjutsu?" Kenyi, who was standing by, held a delicate teacup steadily in both hands, took a sip of the tea in the cup, and slowly explained. "This is because Teacher Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan. When the Sharingan is not closed, it will consume the owner's chakra all the time. Therefore, even on weekdays, the amount of chakra left in Teacher Kakashi's body is quite limited." After hearing this, little Sakura was enlightened and instantly understood the reason. Then, her big, lively eyes turned to Kenyi and Suzuki with curiosity and asked, "So, do both of you have Sharingan?" Hearing this question, Suzuki quickly turned his head to the side. Deep down, he didn't want others to know that he had not yet successfully opened Sharingan. However, in stark contrast to Sasuke's reaction, Xianyi nodded calmly. Seeing Xianyi nod, Suzuki turned his head suddenly, his eyes wide open, staring at Xianyi in disbelief. What? This guy who had always been the last in his eyes actually opened Sharingan earlier than him. For a moment, Suzuki felt a strong sense of frustration, as if all the hard work he had put in day and night in the past had turned into a bubble and became an absurd joke. Compared to chakra, he could only use 5 or 6 great fireballs at most, while Xianyi could already release more than a dozen fire-style ninjutsu in a row. Compared to bloodline, Xianyi had already opened his eyes, but he was still groping. Compared to ninjutsu, Xianyi even mastered B-level ninjutsu. For a moment, Suzuki felt how ridiculous his efforts were. Just like that, he still wanted to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi, which was ridiculous. "Are you all here? Where's Naruto?" While Sakura and Xianyi were chatting and Susukimo, Kakashi woke up. He propped himself up and sat up, looking at the 3 people with a tired face, and asked them. "Naruto is hanging out outside. Do you need to call him in?" Xianyi said as he looked at Kakashi, who sat up. "Call him in. I have something to say." Kakashi nodded, and Sakura went outside and called Naruto in. After Naruto came in, Kakashi said, "I am now overusing chakra, and it may take a few days to recover. In order not to waste these few days, I plan to teach you something." Not surprisingly, Kakashi planned to teach them chakra control. Came to the woods near Dasna's house. After Kakashi stood still, he took a deep breath and adjusted the flow of chakra in his body. He slowly gathered the chakra under his feet, and then stepped lightly on the tree trunk, as if the tree trunk was flat ground, steady and smooth. Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Little Sakura covered her mouth with both hands, looking unbelievable. Even Suzuki, who was always calm, couldn't help but show surprise. The 3 were deeply shocked by what they saw, and they admired Teacher Kakashi. "Teacher Kakashi, how did you do this? It's amazing. Please teach us quickly." Naruto couldn't hold back his excitement and eagerness, and jumped and shouted. Kakashi looked at Naruto's impatient appearance, shook his head helplessly, rubbed his temples with his hand, and sighed with a headache. "Don't worry, I'll teach you right away." As he said that, Kakashi began to explain in detail how to control and use chakra to achieve this magical technique. As Kakashi was talking non-stop, he suddenly found that Xianyi, who had been standing silently, had quietly walked up the tree, and his movements were skillful and natural, as if he had practiced countless times. Kakashi could not help but be stunned, thinking in his heart, this guy is so talented, but why is he regarded as the last one like Naruto when he was in the ninja school? Is it just because he thinks it's fun? Thinking of this, Kakashi fell into a brief contemplation. And Naruto and the others saw Xianyi had already walked up the tree before Kakashi finished speaking, and they all widened their eyes in surprise. Especially Sasuke, he looked at Xianyi in disbelief. Obviously, Xianyi's grades were the last one like Naruto when he was in the ninja school. Why did he completely surpass himself now that he graduated? At this moment, Sasuke's confidence was shattered by Xianyi. Naruto's bright eyes were shining with admiration, like the bright stars in the night sky, staring at Xianyi intently. He was full of surprise and curiosity, and couldn't wait to ask. Xianyi, how did you do it? Teacher Kakashi hasn't finished explaining yet, but you can already use chakra to walk up the tree steadily. Xianyi jumped down from the tree with a beautiful flip, and answered with a confident and friendly smile on his face. Actually, it's not difficult. Children in those families with a little power have been promoting and practicing this kind of training method very early. I have a very good relationship with Shikamaru and others. Every time they practice, they will call me to participate together. Naturally, I learned it early. Teacher Kakashi, who was standing aside and listening quietly, suddenly understood after listening to Xianyi's explanation. So that's it. No wonder Xianyi was able to master the skills of controlling chakra to walk up the tree so quickly. Everything makes sense. At this moment, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and an indescribable feeling of grief and anger surged in his heart. If it weren't for that Uchiha Itachi who brutally slaughtered the entire family, he would definitely be able to receive systematic training under the guidance of the family like Kenai, and master these skills early. When he thought of this, Sasuke's hatred for Uchiha Itachi became stronger. And little Sakura looked at Kenai with envy, thinking secretly in his heart. Although his relationship with Ino was not bad, it was far from the level of intimacy and training together. If I could have such a partner, how great it would be. Then, seeing that Kenai had already become the Grand Master, Kakashi simply handed over the task of supervising the training of Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura to Kenai, and then turned and walked towards the Dasuna family. He had to take the time to go back and rest well, and try to get himself back to the best condition as soon as possible to deal with various situations that might arise next. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 shocked little Sakura. Not long after Kakashi left, little Sakura went to the tree before the two of them. Little Sakura sat on the tree and gave Naruto and Sasuke a yes sign, which aroused their desire to compete. After little Sakura came down, she stood behind Xianyi and watched the two climb the tree with Xianyi. Seeing the two fall down again and again and seeing the two focus on climbing the tree, little Sakura pulled Xianyi's sleeve. Xianyi, that. I think the fine control of chakra is relatively easy, why are Naruto and Sasuke so bad at this? Little Sakura blinked her big watery eyes and asked Xianyi with a puzzled look on her face. Facing the question raised by little Sakura, Xianyi's heart was actually like a mirror, and he knew the reason. It's just that even he himself felt that this reason was a bit unbelievable and elusive. You know, Sasuke and Naruto are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura respectively. According to common sense, they should have inherited the cultivation talents of these two people. This was the case for all the reincarnations in the past, but when it came to Sasuke and Naruto's generation, the situation took an unexpected turn. Let's talk about Naruto first. On the surface, he seems to have no talent in ninjutsu and performs very poorly. But in fact, it is because Nine Tails is sealed in his body. The powerful chakra released by Nine Tails interferes with Naruto's original chakra flow and control all the time. If there is no influence of Nine Tails, judging from the fact that Naruto can learn and skillfully use shadow clone technique in just one night, his talent in ninjutsu is undoubtedly top-notch, first class. Look at Sasuke's side, the whole family was wiped out overnight, and even his biological parents were brutally killed by his brother in front of him. After such a heavy blow, it stands to reason that Sasuke should have unleashed great potential and burst out with amazing talent. But what happened? He only opened one Tomo Sharingan. With such a talent level, if Uchiha Madara, who is also the reincarnation of Indra, knew about this, he would probably laugh so hard that he would even die from laughter. In this case, it should be that everyone has their own shortcomings, and this is the shortcoming of the two of them. Xianyi couldn't say it directly, so he could only say it euphemistically. After hearing this, little Sakura said oh and continued to watch the two climb the tree. After watching for a while, Xianyi glanced at little Sakura and said, "Little Sakura, have you ever thought about how to stay in this team in the future?" After hearing what Xianyi said, little Sakura looked at Xianyi a little dully, not understanding what he meant. To be honest, Sasuke and I are both Uchiha. As long as we open the Sharingan, our strength will increase dramatically. As for Naruto, as long as he solves the problem of chakra chaos, his strength will also increase dramatically. At that time, as a civilian, how can you stay in this team? Hyunyi's words pierced into Sakura's heart like a knife, and she lowered her head in disappointment. Then, what should I do? Hyunyi looked at Sakura's lonely and depressed appearance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a warm and gentle smile, and gently patted Sakura's shoulder. "Okay, little Sakura, I'm not telling you this to undermine your self-confidence. On the contrary, I just hope to give you a boost and encourage you to study new knowledge and skills more diligently and attentively." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a piece of white paper from the pocket of his ninja tool and handed it to little Sakura. This piece of paper is made of a tree that can absorb chakra. You just need to slowly inject the chakra in your body into this piece of paper, and then by observing the changes in the paper, you can accurately infer your chakra attributes. In this way, you can practice the corresponding escape technique in a targeted manner according to your own chakra attributes. Xianyi explained patiently and carefully. After hearing this, little Sakura's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. She happily reached out to take the mysterious paper, took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing rhythm, and began to concentrate on continuously transferring chakra into the paper. A moment later, an amazing scene appeared. Half of the originally intact paper suddenly broke apart, and the other half became wet, as if it had been soaked in water. Seeing this, Xianyi showed a satisfied expression on his face and said, "Congratulations, little Sakura. Judging from the state of the paper now, your chakra attributes are earth and water. In other words, for you, the most suitable types of ninjutsu to learn and master are water style and earth style. Our teacher Kakashi is known as the copy ninja. He should have many water style and earth style ninjutsu. I will go to teacher Kakashi in person to help you get some." When little Sakura heard this, her joy was beyond words. She bowed to Xianyi and thanked him, and her voice trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Xianyi." Xianyi stretched out his hand and rubbed little Sakura's soft hair, saying with a smile, "You're welcome, but since you've learned to use chakra to climb a tree so quickly, let's strike while the iron is hot and start the second stage of training." Little Sakura stood there quietly, letting Hyunyi gently rub her hair. She could feel the tenderness conveyed by the warm hands. At some point, a faint blush quietly appeared on her cheeks. After a whole month of getting along, the balance in little Sakura's heart has begun to slowly tilt. Compared with Sasuke's consistent indifference, Hyunyi's gentleness like spring breeze is obviously more attractive. Of course, it is not to say that just because of this short month, little Sakura immediately changed her mind and fell in love with Hyunyi. However, it is undeniable that Hyunyi's various actions did greatly improve little Sakura's favorability towards him. When she learned that there was a second stage of chakra control training, little Sakura raised her head, looked at Hyunyi with a firm and confident look, and spoke without hesitation. "What is the second phase of training? Just come over." Hyunyi smiled slightly when she saw Sakura so confident, and then pointed to the turbulent sea not far away. The second phase of training is called treading water. Its principle is actually similar to the tree climbing we practiced before, and both require condensing chakra on the soles of the feet. However, since water is a substance with strong fluidity, it is constantly changing at all times, so the difficulty of this training is much higher than climbing a tree. Little Sakura looked in the direction of Hyunyi's finger, and saw that the vast and boundless sea was surging with rolling waves, as if a ferocious beast would open its bloody mouth and swallow people at any time. She swallowed her saliva involuntarily, hesitated for a moment, and turned to look at Hyunyi timidly. Well, Hyunyi, I don't know how to swim very well, can I train in the creek?" Little Sakura's voice was a little pleading, and her eyes were full of expectation. However, Hyunyi just smiled and shook her head gently to refuse. It's best if she can't swim. Increase her fears so that she can learn quickly in fear. And maybe she can learn to swim during this period. Kill two birds with one stone. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16, Inari's Narrow Vision. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it this time, little Sakura could only come to the coast and do treading water training. Naruto and Sasuke saw what little Sakura did, and they stopped curiously and asked Hyunyi in confusion. "Hyunyi, what is little Sakura doing?" Hyunyi said with a smile. "Little Sakura is doing the second stage of training, treading water. After you pass the tree climbing training, you can do treading water training with little Sakura. Only through this training can you be considered to have mastered chakra in the true sense." Naruto was immediately excited when he heard this. "No problem, I will definitely climb to the top of the tree very quickly." Sasuke continued to climb the tree silently. After the two walked away, Hyunyi continued to look at little Sakura. It must be said that little Sakura does have some talent in chakra control. However, don't underestimate the variability of sea water. Little Sakura can still stand steadily on the water at the beginning. Suddenly, a wave hit, and little Sakura had no time to react, no time to control her chakra, and she fell directly into the sea. She couldn't swim and kept floundering. Seeing this, Hyunyi took a few quick steps, stepped on the water to the place where little Sakura fell into the water, pulled her up, and took her back to the shore. Little Sakura supported herself on the beach and spit out the sea water. Hyunyi patted little Sakura's back to help her breathe. After spitting out all the sea water, little Sakura gasped in fear. Hyunyi saw little Sakura's appearance and shook her head with some amusement. "Okay, don't be afraid, you two, knowing that you can't swim, you still want to walk so far, now you are scared." Little Sakura looked at Hyunyi with some resentment. "How should I know, you didn't tell me, I thought you had to walk farther." Hyunyi raised his hands helplessly in surrender. "Okay, my fault. Now you know it. You should practice in the shallow water first before going to the big waves for treading water training." Little Sakura nodded after listening to Hyunyi's words. After the two chatted for a while, little Sakura continued to tread water training. In this way, Hyunyi supervised the three people's training until the sun went down, and then called the three people back. Back to Desna's house. Desna's daughter prepared dinner for them. Since the goods of the wave country were monopolized by Cardo, the prepared meals were just some coarse grains, but they were not picky. After dinner, Desna's grandson, Inari, looked at Hyunyi and the others and said with a gloomy face, What's the point of your efforts? In the end, you will be killed by Cardo anyway. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were instantly cast on him like a spotlight. Hyunyi slightly turned his head and glanced at Inari beside him with his peripheral vision. His face was expressionless and his tone was as flat as dead water. We will be killed? Humph, kid, do you think we are ordinary people like you? Kakashi, who was standing aside, saw this and quickly reached out to stop Naruto, who was about to refute. After all, it is more appropriate to let Hyunyi handle such things as educating children. At this moment, Inari's eyes were burning with anger, staring at Hyunyi, and the anger seemed to burst out of his eyes. What do you know? Here. Anyone who dared to resist Cardo was brutally killed by his trusted men without exception. Even someone like Geisha could not escape his murderous hands in the end. Speaking of this, Inari could no longer suppress the grief and sorrow in his heart, and tears burst out and flowed freely along his cheeks. However, facing the sad and crying boy in front of him, Xianyi was as unmoved as a heart of stone, and did not even show a trace of pity. On the contrary, he remained calm and continued in an almost cold tone. I repeat, don't compare us with ordinary people like you. I can only say that you are short-sighted and narrow-minded. If you are so ignorant, don't embarrass yourself here. I guess you think that your father or adoptive father, who thinks he is a hero, was killed by Cardo, so you think that Cardo is invincible. He can only show off his power in your tiny place. Once he goes to those countries where ninjas exist, he is at best a mobile wallet that can be slaughtered at will. After saying that, Xianyi slowly stood up and turned to walk towards the room. Sasuke on the side had a blank expression on his face, glanced at Inari coldly, and then followed Xianyi without hesitation. Little Sakura and Naruto stood there. They felt a little reluctant in their hearts, and wanted to comfort Inari, who seemed extremely lonely at this time. However, just as the two took a step, Kakashi appeared in time and grabbed them. Although little Sakura and Naruto were full of worries, they could only follow the teacher's arrangement. After all, for a child like Inari who came from a small country, Kado has undoubtedly become the pinnacle of his cognitive world. Seeing this scene, Dasna couldn't help but sigh deeply. He gently told his daughter to comfort his grandson, who was shocked first, and then hurried to the room where Xianyi and others were, ready to apologize to them. Because before the huge threat of Kado was completely eliminated, he knew very well that he and the entire village still urgently needed the strong protection of Xianyi and others. After Naruto returned to the room, his mood was still difficult to calm down, and his mind was full of Inari's lost face. He walked to Xianyi with worry and asked with a frown. Xianyi, did you speak a little too harshly just now? Wouldn't that be bad? Xianyi was sitting quietly by the bed at this moment. Hearing Naruto's question, she raised her head helplessly and looked at Naruto. Naruto, Xianyi shook his head gently and said earnestly. You have to know that some people, due to living in a relatively closed environment for a long time, their horizons are often limited by the region they live in. If we don't use harsh words to wake them up and let them realize the narrowness of their own horizons, I am afraid they will never be able to break through this bondage, and it will be difficult for them to truly grow up. Then, Xianyi looked out the window. It has been a day, and Zabuza has not come to find him. It seems that the deterrence he gave is not enough. Xianyi's eyes were stern, and he had to teach him a lesson. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Cardo's Fortune. The Stronghold of Kado. Zabuza held an apple in his hand, and then squeezed it hard, and the apple cracked directly. Looking at the residue in his hand, Zabuza's eyes were full of murderous intent. Humph, in a few days, when my body recovers, I will definitely let that little devil know how powerful I am. Bai stood aside and agreed, but she knew in her heart that with Xianyi's strength that made her fall into an illusion with just a glare from Sharingan, Zabuza's revenge was probably just talk. Oh, really? Then I'm really curious, how powerful can you be? Xian Yi's crisp and somewhat playful voice echoed slowly in the room. Zabuza and Bai looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Xian Yi standing quietly at the window, his eyes with Sharingan opened and staring at the person in front of him. When Zabuza saw Xian Yi like this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a chill instantly rose from his spine. Facing Hyun Yi who possessed the Sharingan, he knew that he had no chance of winning. After all, the powerful ability of the Sharingan had always been a problem that he could not solve. So, he quickly showed a flattering smile and stammered, "Master Hyun Yi, you are really joking. How dare I have such thoughts?" Before he finished speaking, Hyun Yi had already jumped down from the window. His movements were as light as a swallow, and there was no sound when he landed. He looked at Zabuza with cold eyes, and then walked straight to the sofa beside him and sat down slowly. "Humph, you'd better not have other ideas. Tell me the truth, it's been a whole day, why hasn't anyone come to see me?" Hyun Yi sat on the sofa, crossed his arms, and asked coldly. Zabuza couldn't help but sweat on his forehead when he heard this. He secretly complained in his heart and cursed secretly. Damn it! Who would have thought that Xian Yi would come to me on her own initiative? If I had known this would happen, I would have asked Bai to contact her first. However, it was too late to regret now, so he had to explain. That. "Lord Xian Yi, please calm down. The thing is, I just woke up from a state of suspended animation, and my body is still very weak. I need Bai to protect me, so I didn't let her contact you in time." Xian Yi used Sharingan to check Zabuza's condition. Chakra was indeed a little blocked, so it was not his fault. Then, Xian Yi asked, "Who are the people who know that you are still alive now?" Zabuza frowned when he heard this question and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and replied, "Currently, only Cardo and a few of his confidants know about our situation." Xian Yi nodded, indicating that he was satisfied with this answer. Then, he continued to give instructions. "In that case, you should immediately send someone to gather them all here. In addition, when these people arrive, you will deal with all of them except Kato. Remember, you must do it cleanly and without leaving any traces. Because I need to make the outside world believe that your death has become an unchangeable fact." After listening to Xian Yi's plan, Zabuza nodded and agreed without hesitation. He turned to look at Bai who was standing behind him, and motioned her to carry out the task according to Xian Yi's instructions. Bai understood, turned around and left lightly, went to convey the message and prepare for the upcoming killing. It was late at night. And Kato was immersed in a sweet dream. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door woke him up from his dream. The sleepy Kato got up with displeasure, muttering, "Who is it? It's so late and you still come to disturb my rest." However, when he learned that the person was sent by Zabuza to deliver the message, although he was full of resentment, he still did not dare to disobey Zabuza's order. After all, he was quite afraid of Zabuza and Bai's powerful strength. Cardo hurriedly put on his clothes and followed the person who came to summon him to go to Zabuza's room. Along the way, he kept complaining about Zabuza's inhumanity. When he arrived outside Zabuza's room, Cardo pushed the door open with force. The impatience on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a warm smile. He said flatteringly, "Oh, Zabuza, look at this late at night, I wonder why you asked me to come." After saying that, he found that Zabuza not only asked him to come, but also called a few of his confidants, and next to Zabuza, there was a kid of 12 or 13 years old. Cardo, who didn't understand Zabuza's purpose, looked at Zabuza in confusion. Before he could ask, Xian Yi waved his hand, and Bai immediately moved, using Ice Release to quickly kill Cardo's confidant. When Bai used Ice Release, Xian Yi's Sharingan changed, turning into Manjiki and the pattern on his left eye began to rotate. After Bai killed all of Cardo's confidants, his Mangeki Sharingan stopped rotating and turned back into 3 Megatama. Cardo saw that his confidant was killed like this, and he collapsed to the ground, opening his mouth and saying something. After Bai finished killing, he returned to his original position. At this moment, Xian Yi walked slowly to the front with a steady step, looking down at Cardo, who was lying on the ground like mud with a high and arrogant attitude. He stared at Cardo expressionlessly and spoke coldly. "Kato, listen carefully. I only give you 2 options now. First, you hand over all your wealth to me honestly. Second, I will send you to the west and then take away the wealth. You should think carefully about what to do." Kato raised his head in horror and looked at Xian Yi's cold face, his heart full of doubts and confusion. He couldn't figure out why Zabuza, who had always been bribed by him with a lot of money, was not doing anything at this moment, watching him fall into such a desperate situation without helping him. You know, over the years, he has continuously provided Zabuza with a lot of money. Zabuza, what the hell are you doing? I give you so much money every year, are you still not satisfied with this? Hurry up and help me get rid of this ignorant brat. Kato shouted at the distance with all his might, revealing endless despair and anger in his voice. However, in the face of Cardo's shouting, Zabuza still stood there quietly like a sculpture, without any sign of moving. Seeing this, Xian Yi shook his head helplessly, with a trace of pity in his eyes. Then, he opened Sharingan without hesitation to cast an illusion on Cardo. Under the effect of the illusion, Cardo, as an ordinary person, was directly hit, and his originally panicked eyes gradually became dull. He mechanically picked up the pen and wrote a property transfer letter stroke by stroke according to Xian Yi's will. And the beneficiary of this transfer letter was Bai's name. For Xian Yi, the reason why he did not let Zabuza deal with the matter directly, but chose to use illusion to control Cardo to complete the property transfer, was naturally a well-thought-out decision. After all, Zabuza is now a dead man in the eyes of everyone. If he appears again, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble and suspicion. In contrast, it is more appropriate to let Bai receive the wealth openly. As for Zabuza, let him continue to hide in the darkness and become a sharp sword in the dark. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Kakashi's Relief. After Xian Yi successfully handled the huge wealth of Kato, he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Then, he turned around and whispered to Bai beside him. Bai, when I return to Konoha, come to Konoha to meet me. Bai nodded slightly to show that he understood. Then, Xian Yi looked at Zabuza, who was silent on the side, and ordered in a serious tone. Zabuza, you go to a village near Konoha to buy a house, live there in the future, and wait for my further instructions. Hearing this order, Zabuza was a little reluctant, but now the situation is forced, he knows that he has no other choice, so he nodded helplessly and said, I know. Next, Xian Yi began to plan how to let Zabuza take back his beheading sword legitimately. He raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sly smile, and said slowly. Regarding the beheading sword, I will arrange for some people to pretend to be Kirigakure's ninjas to come to me for the deal. At that time, you only need to get rid of them all, even if it means taking their lives. In this way, the beheading sword can be reasonably returned to your hands. Zabuza listened to Xian Yi's plan quietly, without much expression on his face, and just responded lightly, I understand. After explaining these things, Xian Yi waved his hand gently and asked Bai to prepare to handle the relevant matters of property transfer. Before leaving, she looked at Zabuza deeply, and saw Zabuza nodded slightly, indicating his agreement and support. After getting permission, Bai left the room with firm steps and quickly got down to work. Not long after, Bai successfully completed the task. Her outstanding ability to do things was once again demonstrated, which made people look at her with new eyes. With the disappearance of the troublesome figure of Cardo, the original Cardo company has now been renamed Spark Company, and the person in charge has also changed to Bai. Under Xian Yi's instructions, Bai began to invest heavily in the bridge construction plan, and various resources continued to gather. At the same time, Xian Yi used his powerful illusion to directly mess up Cardo's consciousness. Cardo, who was once invincible, has now become a poor man who can only talk nonsense and is crazy. Later, he was locked up in a mental hospital, isolated from the outside world, and could no longer make waves. On the other hand, when Dasna learned that he had to take responsibility for concealing the truth and issuing false tasks, he seemed a little helpless. But he still worked with the people on the construction site to piece together and finally raised a sum of money to pay for the A-level task. However, if Dasna knew that even if the Bridge of Wave Country was successfully built, due to the investment of Spark Company, the bridge would still be under the jurisdiction of Spark Company, and Wave Country would still not escape the fate of being monopolized by Spark Company, I wonder what he would think? Maybe he would really be angry to death. After finishing the mission in Wave Country, Kakashi did not need to fight Zabuza again like in the original novel, so this time when he returned to Konoha, Kakashi was in extremely good spirits. After returning to Konoha, Kakashi took the 4 people to submit the mission, divided the commission, and then went back to their own homes. However, this was only the case for the other 3 people. Xianyi found Kakashi after the 3 left. "Teacher Kakashi, are you free?" Kakashi looked at Xianyi in confusion. "Well, probably, after all, I won't be taking any more missions recently." "In that case, then Mr. Kakashi, can you please give me some of the water style and earth style you copied? I want to learn them." Kakashi's face became more and more puzzled when he heard this. He frowned and asked in confusion. "Water style and earth style? As far as I know, your Uchiha clan is basically based on fire attribute chakra. This is one of the distinctive features of your family. Why do you suddenly want to learn earth style and water style, which are very different from the attributes of your clan?" Xian Yi shook his head slightly and explained. "It's not that I want to learn these ninjutsu, Mr. Kakashi. The person who is really interested in earth style and water style is little Sakura. Her chakra attributes happen to be earth and water, so I promised her that after she completes the treading water training, I will help you ask for some related ninjutsu skills and guidance." Kakashi heard this, and a trace of relief appeared in his eyes, staring at Xian Yi quietly. There is no clear mandatory rule that requires the team leader to teach the genin in person. However, Kakashi was an excellent ninja trained by Namikaze Minato and was deeply influenced by him. Therefore, as long as he is able and conditions permit, he will give his students as much help and guidance as possible. As described in the original work, if Jiraiya had not appeared unexpectedly later, I am afraid Kakashi would have planned to teach Naruto some of the essentials of wind-style ninjutsu. Moreover, from helping little Sakura find the ninjutsu that suits her, Kakashi keenly noticed that Ken's sincere feelings towards his companions are really admirable. In this way, when he reports on his observations of Kenai in the Hyuga 3rd generation, he will be able to tell many positive examples. Okay, I understand. I will go back and carefully select and organize some earth style and water style ninjutsu information. You can come to my house tomorrow to pick it up and then pass it on to little Sakura. If you have any questions during the learning process, you can always come to me for consultation. Kakashi's tone became slightly gentler and he said softly. After hearing this, Xian Yi nodded solemnly, then turned around and walked quickly towards his home. When he returned home, he casually threw the heavy beheading sword aside. Then, not long after, a crisp and rapid knock on the door suddenly sounded. Xian Yi heard the sound and hurried forward to open the door. When he looked closely, it was Bai standing outside the door. However, Bai was no longer wearing the clothes she wore in the past. Instead, she wore a more casual and comfortable outfit. Not only that, She also deliberately let her long hair, which was originally tied up, fall softly on her shoulders. Bai looked like this, exuding a gentle and quiet, charming temperament like Yamato Nadeshiko. Master Xianyi. Hearing Bai calling him, Xianyi let Bai in. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Manjiki Si Technique. After letting Bai in, Xianyi prepared tea and said, "How is it, has the Spark Company started to settle in Konoha?" Bai nodded, took out the prepared documents and handed them to Xianyi. "My lord, the company has begun to gradually move into Konoha. First of all, since the wave country is surrounded by the sea, we will first focus on catering, and then the unique resources of the wave country." Xianyi looked at the documents and found that the plans on them were all good. "Okay, after you have a firm foothold, you can recruit some hired ninjas to serve as the company's guards, and then train some scientific talents and develop some technological products." Then, Xianyi taught Bai the financial system of his previous life, in order to completely move the power of the Spark Company from the wave country to the fire country. Bai was shocked when she heard what Xianyi said, because she had learned more or less about business when she was with Zabuza. So when she heard the financial theories taught by Xianyi, she felt that it was not a bad thing for her and Zabuza to follow Xianyi. They talked until the evening, and Xianyi stopped when he saw it was dark. "It's getting late, Bai, you should go back first." After hearing what Xianyi said, Bai nodded slightly, then stood up slowly and turned to walk towards the door. However, just as she was about to step out of the door, a shout suddenly came from behind her. "Wait a minute, Bai!" Xianyi called her out. Bai stopped, a trace of doubt appeared on her face, and turned back to look at Xianyi. Xianyi looked at her seriously and then spoke. "When you go back, sort out all the ice escape ninjutsu you have mastered and give them to me. I have important uses for them." Bai was stunned at first, and then nodded without hesitation. "Okay, no problem." For her, ice escape ninjutsu requires a specific blood limit to perform, so it doesn't matter if she teaches these ninjutsu to Xianyi. After all, if there is no corresponding blood limit, even if you know the method of practicing ninjutsu, it will be in vain. But at this time, Bai didn't know that Xianyi actually had the blood limit of ice escape. In fact, Kenai's ability to possess the powerful ability of ice release is entirely due to the Manjiki Sharingan in his left eye. When he was in the base of Cardo, Kenai was able to successfully obtain the bloodline limit of ice release by relying on the unique root copy eye technique of the Manjiki Sharingan in his left eye. This magical ability allows Kenai to conduct in-depth root exploration of the special abilities of the people he sees, and to achieve perfect replication on this basis. When he first met Bai and witnessed him using ice release, he immediately used root replication to explore the root of Bai's ice release, and then successfully completed the replication. In this way, Kenai has the bloodline limit of ice release from then on. It was also after having this ability that Kenai decided to find more people with bloodline limits and then replicate their bloodline limits. Moreover, he also wanted to try to see if he could replicate the eye technique after meeting Uchiha Itachi. After Bai left, Xianyi took out the photo of the sealed book that he had taken and began to learn the ninjutsu on it. Xianyi first chose the Flying Thunder God technique. Xianyi divided many shadow clones to practice, just to accumulate more experience at one time. It should be said that the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed an S-level forbidden technique. After practicing for a night, Xianyi didn't even get started. For this reason, Xianyi could only divide more shadow clones and let them practice at home. The next day, the sun was shining, and the breeze rustled the leaves. Xianyi strolled leisurely in the quiet and peaceful village, feeling particularly comfortable. At this moment, a crisp shout broke the peace. "Xianyi!" Xianyi turned his head subconsciously, and saw Ino, Shikamaru, and Chi walking towards him, and behind them, there was even teacher Asuma. As soon as Ino saw Xianyi, her face immediately bloomed with a bright smile, as beautiful as a blooming flower. She ran over without hesitation and gently took Xianyi's arm. Xianyi did not show any resistance, but instead raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile. In fact, over the years, he has been trying to maintain a good relationship with Ino, not just to learn valuable spiritual cultivation methods from her. Shikamaru and Chiji have long been accustomed to Ino's intimate behavior with Xianyi. They just smiled at each other and seemed to be indifferent to it. However, Asuma on the side couldn't help but frown. He never thought that Ino would get so close to the orphan of the Uchiha family. Moreover, Ino's father is the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, with a noble status. If this child has ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. Asuma thought to himself, staring at Xianyi closely, trying to find some clues from his words and deeds. But Kenai always had a smile on his face, his eyes were clear and pure, making it difficult to guess what he really thought. Asuma decided to keep quiet for the time being and continue to observe for a while to see what this Uchiha orphan was up to. Kenai, I heard that your team was sent to the Land of Waves to perform an important mission. Tell me quickly, did you encounter any thrilling things? Ino held Kenai's arm intimately, staring at him with a pair of big eyes full of curiosity, and asked impatiently. Kenai paused for a moment after hearing Ino's question, and then began to describe the various experiences they had during the mission in the Land of Waves. However, in the process of narration, Kenai deliberately attributed all the key achievements of the final successful victory over the powerful enemy Zabuza to teacher Kakashi, and did not mention his role in it, as if he was completely hidden behind the scenes. After listening to Kenai's story attentively, Ino showed a trace of envy on her face and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, Xianyi, you are so lucky. Look at your teacher, that is the famous Kakashi teacher who is known as the copying ninja. Look at us, our teacher is just a sloppy uncle who smokes all day and doesn't take care of his appearance. As soon as Ino finished speaking, Shikamaru and Chiji, who were standing not far behind her, shuddered at the same time when they heard this, and quickly dodged to the side, fearing that they would be implicated. At this time, Asuma was standing there with a black line on his face, secretly complaining in his heart, I am wronged. I am only 27 or 28 years old, how can I become a sloppy uncle? Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 Free Kakashi's Ninjutsu. In order to save his little remaining dignity, Asuma first coughed lightly, then pretended to be calm and spoke. That, you, should be called Xianyi, right? It's like this, later, our team plans to have a barbecue together, how about it, are you interested in going with us? And I see that you get along well with Ino and the others. Hearing Asuma say this, Ino hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Xianyi, come and have a barbecue with us, anyway, it's Asuma teacher's treat today. At this time, Shikamaru on the side put his hands in his pockets and shrugged lazily, indicating that he had no objection to this, while Chiji looked at everyone with expectation, and the corners of his mouth began to drool unconsciously. Obviously, he also agreed with Xianyi to join this dinner. Seeing that everyone invited so enthusiastically, Xianyi really couldn't refuse, so he smiled and nodded and agreed. In this way, the group of people walked towards the barbecue queue that Asuma's class often visited. As soon as they sat down, Chiji, who was the most greedy, couldn't wait to pick up the menu and ordered a lot of delicious food without hesitation, such as pork belly, beef, chicken wings, etc., almost ticking all the delicious meats on the menu. Asuma looked at Chiji's crazy ordering appearance, and his heart couldn't help but twitch, secretly feeling sorry for his wallet, which was not thick to begin with. In the barbecue restaurant, the charcoal fire was burning, the meat slices on the grill made a sizzling sound, and the rich aroma filled the air. In this lively atmosphere, Shikamaru, Asuma, and Chichi's eyes were involuntarily attracted by Xianyi and Ino on the side. Xianyi carefully picked up a piece of freshly roasted tender and juicy meat with chopsticks, blew a few breaths gently, and then gently brought it to Ino's mouth. Ino opened her mouth happily and took the delicious grilled meat, with a sweet light in her eyes. Then, Ino was not to be outdone, and quickly picked out another piece of meat that was grilled to perfection, and handed it to Hyunyi with a smile. Hyunyi accepted it with a satisfied smile on her face. Shikamaru and Asuma couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw this scene. Especially Shikamaru, he muttered to himself, if I remember correctly, these two people should not have officially confirmed their relationship, right? How can they be so intimate? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. If these two people really established their relationship as a couple, how sweet the scene would be when they were together, it was simply unimaginable. Looking at Asuma again, he originally mistakenly thought that Hyunyi and Ino had already become a couple. Looking at the warm scene of the two feeding each other in front of him, he couldn't help but yearn for it, and began to imagine if he could get together with Yui Kurane, whether he could also be as loving as them. The more he thought about it, the better it seemed, so much so that Asuma began to drool unconsciously. However, Chichi on the side didn't care about the romantic interactions between Hyunyi and Ino at all. At this moment, he only had the barbecue in his eyes, and he had no interest in the emotional entanglements of others. They finally finished the meal in the sweet atmosphere between Hyunyi and Ino. After promising Ino to go on an outing with her the day after tomorrow, Hyunyi separated from them. Hyunyi stretched out his arms comfortably and stretched hard, as if all the muscles and bones in his body were stretched and relaxed. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was still one important thing he hadn't done, to ask Kakashi for the ninjutsu scroll. So, Xianyi quickly recalled the detailed address Kakashi gave him yesterday, and then rushed to Kakashi's residence without stopping. After a while, Xianyi arrived at his destination. He stood in front of the door, raised his hand, and politely knocked on the slightly quaint door. Along with the knock on the door, a slight noise soon came from the house. Not long after, the door was slowly opened. Kakashi appeared at the door with sleepy eyes and a lazy face. When he saw that the person coming was Xianyi, his originally confused eyes instantly became bright, and he asked enthusiastically, "Ah, it turns out to be Xianyi, you are here. Have you had lunch? If not, come in and eat something together." After hearing this, Xianyi showed a gentle smile on his face and shook his head gently in response. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Kakashi. I've already eaten. Actually, I came here today mainly to collect the ninjutsu scrolls that we promised you before." Hearing what Xianyi said, Kakashi suddenly slapped his forehead and said as if he had suddenly realized something. "Oh, right. Look at my memory, I almost forgot about this. Please come in and wait for a moment." After saying that, Kakashi stepped aside to let Xianyi walk into the room. After Xianyi entered the room, he sat quietly aside and waited. Kakashi quickly turned around and walked into the inner room. Not long after, he came out with a few scrolls. He handed the scrolls to Xianyi and introduced them. "Here are a few sea-level water-style and earth-style ninjutsu scrolls that I sorted out last night. Although they are only sea-level ninjutsu, they should be enough for little Sakura to learn and use at present. You can give them to her. If you have any questions during the training process, you can always come back to me for advice." Hyunyi took the ninjutsu scrolls, nodded gently, smiled and thanked Kakashi. "Thank you, Teacher Kakashi." After that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as Hyunyi was about to step out of the door, Kakashi's low and magnetic voice suddenly came from behind. "Hyunyi, wait a minute." Hyunyi stopped and turned to look at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi smiled slightly, took out a few more ninjutsu scrolls from his arms, and said, "I have some fire-style ninjutsu here, and you happen to have a fire attribute chakra, so you can take them to learn together. Hearing this, Hyun-yi couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of surprise. He originally just wanted to learn some water-style and earth-style ninjutsu from Kakashi, but he never expected such an unexpected surprise. After a little hesitation, Xianyi came back to his senses, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. He hurriedly responded, "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kakashi, for your generosity." As he said that, he took 2 steps at a time and walked to Kakashi, and without hesitation, he stretched out his hand to take the fire-style ninjutsu scrolls. Seeing Xianyi so excited and impolite, Kakashi shook his head helplessly, rolled his eyes, and secretly complained in his heart, "This kid, he is really not polite to me at all." But on second thought, Xianyi usually helps him manage the affairs of the team and is also dedicated, so let him take this little advantage. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Might Guy's Guidance. After getting these scrolls, he did not go directly to little Sakura, but went home first. Since he was going to teach little Sakura, it was reasonable for him as a teacher to learn these ninjutsu first. Xianyi opened the scroll, and the water-style and earth-style ninjutsu on it were indeed sea level, but Kakashi gave the best of the sea level. After a rough scan and memorizing the hand seals, Xianyi came alone to a forest river, performed multiple shadow clone, and conjured hundreds of clones to let them practice water-style and earth-style ninjutsu. And he himself was practicing physical skills. The reason for practicing physical skills is to prevent someone from getting close to him, so that he can also fight back. In order not to be disturbed by the clones, Xianyi came to the training ground of Konoha to practice physical skills. As for physical skills, Uchiha did have a set of physical skills, so he didn't practice blindly. In the next few days, Xianyi continued to practice physical skills in the training ground. And one day, Xianyi met an unexpected person. That day, after Xianyi finished his strength training in the morning, he was eating when a person suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared Xianyi so much that he almost choked. Xianyi quickly drank a sip of water and then looked at the person in front of him. He saw that the person in front of him was wearing a green tights and a green vest jacket, with a watermelon head and extremely thick eyebrows. Seeing this look, Xianyi immediately knew who the person was. After all, there was only one person in Konoha with this look, and that was Might Guy. "Oh, so you are the student of Kakashi. I think your name is Uchiha Xianyi, right?" Might Guy said while scanning Xianyi in front of him from top to bottom with a scrutinizing look. Then, he showed a bright and enthusiastic smile, acting very familiar. Yes, I am Uchiha Xianyi. May I ask what you want to see me for?" Xianyi was a little surprised, but still responded politely. At this time, his face was full of doubts. Might Guy waved his hand and said generously, "Oh, here's the thing. Yesterday, Kakashi mentioned to me that one of his students was practicing taijutsu very hard. So, he asked me to come and see if you have the talent for taijutsu. If not, it doesn't matter. I can give you some guidance on taijutsu techniques, and then suggest that you focus on studying ninjutsu." Might Guy told the purpose of his trip without reservation. After hearing this, Xianyi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he always felt that someone was secretly spying on him in the past few days. He originally thought that he was being watched by Anbu, but he didn't expect that it was teacher Kakashi who did it. This Kakashi, instead of visiting Obito and Nohara Lin's graves, came to secretly observe him, making him think that he was being watched by Anbu. But it's better this way, so that he doesn't have to find a reason to approach Might Guy in the future. "Well, teacher, what do you think?" Might Guy thought for a moment and said. "Just call me Teacher Guy." "Well, you can't tell from this. Let's fight and we'll know." Xianyi immediately understood that this was an opportunity. Question: why does Might Guy favor Xiao Li so much? Answer: Xiao Li is really able to work hard all the time. So, it can be seen that Might Guy is very optimistic about people with strong willpower and perseverance. If he wants to learn 8 inner gates from Might Guy, then what he has to do now is to show him his strong perseverance. Then, Xianyi covered the lunchbox and put it aside, and fought with Might Guy. To be honest, Might Guy is truly the best taijutsu master in Konoha. Even when faced with Might Guy's deliberate letting him go, Xianyi still couldn't stand up to the opponent's fierce attack. After just a few moves, he couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Might Guy looked at Xianyi lying on the ground, nodded slightly, and said slowly, "You performed quite well. Without anyone's guidance, you can make your moves reach a qualified level." Xianyi endured the pain in his body, supported himself with his hands, and stood up with difficulty. His resolute eyes were fixed on Might Guy, and he responded without flinching. "Thank you for your praise, Teacher Guy, let's continue." Might Guy did not refuse Xianyi's request. In fact, he came here at the request of his good friend Kakashi, aiming to give Xianyi a little setback and blow, so that he can redirect his talent to ninjutsu practice. In this way, Might Guy knocked Xianyi to the ground again and again, but Xianyi never gave up, stood up again and again, and continued to challenge Might Guy. This situation really surprised Might Guy a little, because according to Kakashi, Xianyi is an absolute genius. Generally speaking, geniuses often have strong self-esteem. Shouldn't they fall into confusion and self-doubt when they are defeated so easily by themselves like now? However, Xianyi in front of him not only did not have the slightest intention of being discouraged, but became more and more courageous, and his fighting spirit became more and more high. Moreover, Xianyi's moves were constantly improving, and the angle and strength were gradually improving in a good direction. Might Guy guessed that Xianyi was most likely a humble and perseverant genius, and this kind of genius was the most likely to grow into a strong man. Thinking of this, Might Guy's appreciation for talent surged, and he instantly forgot Kakashi's instructions. He focused on fighting with Hyunyi and correcting his moves. After receiving Might Guy's guidance, Hyunyi's physical skills improved significantly. After a full hour of intense and fierce sparring, Might Guy finally shouted loudly, "Okay, stop." Hearing this, Hyunyi immediately pretended to be out of breath and stopped, supporting his knees with his hands and breathing heavily. At this time, Might Guy's sharp eyes like a hawk fell on Hyunyi, and his eyes showed full satisfaction without concealing it. He said with a grin, "Hyunyi, after seeing your performance today, I think you are a promising talent. How about it, do you want to learn my unique physical skills from me? Although my ninjutsu may not be the best, I am quite confident in physical skills." After hearing this, Hyunyi deliberately pretended to be thoughtful, paused for a while, and then slowly nodded and responded, "Well, okay, it would be great if I could get your advice. Then, I hope Mr. Guy will teach me more in the future." Seeing Hyunyi agreed, Might Guy laughed heartily, and his laughter was deafening. After laughing, he reached into the ninja bag he carried with him, fumbled for a while, and took out a piece of clothing. It was an emerald green tights. He handed the tights to Hyunyi and said enthusiastically, "Haha, in that case, I don't have anything else special and precious to give you, so this dress is your gift. It's what I often wear when I exercise, and it's great to wear it to train." However, facing the gift handed over by Might Guy, Xianyi chose to decline without hesitation. The reason is that the green color of the tights is too eye-catching, and the style is extremely tight, which makes people feel not very beautiful no matter how you look at it. Xianyi muttered to himself, "Won't I be laughed at to death if I wear this green tights? Absolutely unacceptable." Xianyi's refusal obviously surprised and disappointed Might Guy, and his originally cheerful expression dimmed a little. But fortunately, this emotion did not last too long, and Might Guy quickly adjusted his mentality and regained his smiling state. Then, he earnestly told Xianyi, "Well, since you don't like this dress, I won't force you. Remember, gather at the main entrance of KONOHA village at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll start training together, and I'll introduce you to another student of mine." Hyunyi nodded, and then Might Guy left the training ground. When he left, Might Guy was still wondering, as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Waiting for Might Guy's message at home for a day, Kakashi sent Might Guy of aminos. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, Might Guy's Training. Xianyi, who was recognized by Might Guy, returned home and couldn't help laughing. It was also thanks to Might Guy's hot-bloodedness, otherwise he would not have been recognized by Might Guy. As for Kakashi, he waited from early morning to nightfall, but he still didn't receive any news from Might Guy. He was extremely anxious and finally decided not to wait passively, but to go to Might Guy's house to find out. When Kakashi arrived at Might Guy's door, he didn't want to wait even a second. He raised his hand without hesitation and knocked hard on the closed door. The knock was like thunder, which was particularly loud in the quiet night. Might Guy in the house was startled by such a rapid and heavy knock on the door. He hurried to the door and opened it. Kakashi stood outside the door with a serious face, staring at him sharply. Might Guy was frightened by his look, and his face showed a puzzled expression. Kakashi saw Might Guy's confused look and understood everything in an instant. Obviously, this guy had already forgotten his previous instructions. He frowned and asked with a slightly reproachful tone. "Guy, what's the situation with Xianyi? I asked you to correct him, did you do it?" Might Guy heard this, and suddenly a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and he suddenly remembered the task Kakashi had given him. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and he scratched the back of his head with his hand, and laughed dryly. "Ah ha ha ha, Kakashi, I'm so sorry. I found that Xianyi is very talented in physical skills. I was so excited that I only focused on teaching him physical skills and completely forgot about ninjutsu." Hearing this, Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. He held his forehead with his hand and sighed. He was secretly annoyed in his heart. He should not have entrusted such an important matter to this unreliable guy. However, since Might Guy said that Xianyi was talented in taijutsu, Kakashi no longer thought about correcting Xianyi's thoughts and let him concentrate on ninjutsu. Therefore, Kakashi no longer pursued Might Guy. However, Kakashi did not expect that Xianyi was so talented in taijutsu that he could be appreciated by Might Guy. The next morning, when the sky was just slightly white, the clock just pointed to 5 o'clock. Xianyi appeared at the gate of KONOHA village on time. At this time and place, two figures had already stood here early. Looking closely, the faces of the two people were surprisingly similar. One of them was Might Guy, who was famous for his passion and enthusiasm. The other was Rock Lee, who was regarded as a symbol of hard work in the entire Hokage world. They both seemed to have arrived a long time ago and had even started hard training. They were seen standing on one hand and supporting the ground, their bodies were as straight as a vertical line, and they were exercising meticulously. At this moment, Hyunyi entered their field of vision. Might Guy saw this, then slowly laid down his body, then stood up, and then burst into a hearty laugh. "Haha, Hyunyi, you are finally here." Hearing Might Guy's laughter, Hyunyi smiled slightly and responded politely. At the same time, Xiao Li also stood up quickly, staring at Hyunyi with his energetic eyes, and spoke enthusiastically. "Hello, my name is Rock Lee, I am a student of Teacher Guy's team, and I am a year older than you. I guess you are Hyunyi, right? Teacher Guy mentioned you." After saying that, Xiao Li also extended his right hand to Hyunyi in a friendly manner. Seeing this, Hyunyi hurriedly stepped forward, shook Xiao Li's hand and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, I am Hyunyi, please take care of me." After Hyunyi and Xiao Li got to know each other, Might Guy started today's special training journey. Afterwards, Xianyi truly experienced the astonishing intensity of Might Guy's training. Might Guy and Xiao Li were tightly tied with huge weights weighing 70 to 80 kilograms on their bodies, as if they were carrying a heavy mountain, and began to practice frog jumps around the entire Konoha village. As for Hyunyi, who had just arrived, this was his first time to join their training camp, so Might Guy specially prepared a relatively light weight of 10 kilograms for him. Although Hyunyi has the ability of cost immunity, which can offset some of the physical consumption to a certain extent, it is still difficult to completely avoid the muscle strain and soreness caused by long-term high-intensity exercise. Therefore, when Hyunyi completed the first round of frog jumps, his feet were already sore and painful, as if they were deeply pierced by thousands of steel needles. In the end, he could no longer support the weight of his body and collapsed to the ground. However, when he saw that Might Guy and Xiao Li were still moving forward without slacking off, the desire for the 8 inner gates made Hyunyi grit his teeth, endure the pain, struggle to get up from the ground, take heavy steps again, and follow closely. At the same time, Might Guy always silently paid attention to Hyunyi's every move. He was very curious and wanted to witness with his own eyes whether the tenacity shown by Hyunyi yesterday was genuine. When he saw Hyunyi was able to quickly adjust his state and stand up after collapsing on the ground, he continued to jump for 2 more laps before being stopped by Might Guy. Might Guy looked at Hyunyi and nodded with satisfaction, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. For someone who was doing this training for the first time, it really took a lot of perseverance to reach this level. After today's training, Hyunyi officially entered Might Guy's heart. Although he didn't teach Hyunyi the 8 inner gates technique, it probably wouldn't take long. When he returned home, he applied the ointment given by Might Guy on his legs, combined with acupuncture points to rub the lactic acid in the muscles. The ointment given by Might Guy was really good. After resting for about an hour, his leg soreness was almost relieved. Then he went to take a nap. In the solemn interior of the Hokage building, the Hokage office looked particularly solemn at this time. Today, the third Hokage specially summoned all the leaders of the Genin team to come here. Third generation sat steadily behind the large desk, his eyes were like torches, scanning the teachers standing in a row in front of him. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Everyone, I called you here today, and I believe you all know the reason. That's right, it's time for the annual Chunin assessment again. Now, please examine the team you lead to see if there are any students who are qualified to participate." Hearing this, the teachers present fell into deep thought. Most of them shook their heads gently, saying that their students were still immature. After all, these children have just graduated from the ninja school for only 3 or 4 months, and both their experience and strength need to be further honed. It is indeed a bit beyond their ability to let them participate in such an important and rigorous Chunin assessment now. However, at this moment, Kakashi, Asuma, Ui Kurane, and Might Guy stepped forward without hesitation and said in unison that they would sign up for the students in their team. The team members led by these teachers are not ordinary. They are either gifted geniuses or come from prestigious families. Iruka saw Kakashi actually stepped forward to sign up, and his face immediately showed worry and opposition. In his mind, although Naruto has become a genin, his grades in the ninja school have always been unsatisfactory. Now it is too reluctant to rashly participate in the Chunin examination. But his protest was directly rebuffed by Kakashi. After deciding on the registrants, the third generation asked the others to leave first, but let Kakashi stay alone. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 Cancelling Surveillance on Hyunyi. After everyone else left, the third generation member slowly took out the old and time-honored pipe from his bosom, gently put it to his lips, and lit the tobacco skillfully. As a wisp of green smoke rose, the third-generation member took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, as if the smoke could take away some of the fatigue and worries in his heart. Then, he turned his head to look at Kakashi beside him and asked in a steady tone, "Kakashi, how has the student I asked you to focus on observing recently performed in recent times?" Kakashi nodded, with a serious expression, and began to tell the third-generation member about his careful observation of Xianyi in these days without reservation. The third-generation member listened quietly, nodding slightly from time to time to show his approval. To be honest, Xianyi is a child with a special identity. As a person left out of the Uchiha genocide night, Danzo has been trying hard to persuade the third-generation member to hand Xianyi over to him. Danzo vowed that as long as this kid could go to the route to receive his personal training, he would definitely become a sharp butcher knife in Konoha's hands in the future, and could eliminate all the difficult obstacles and enemies for Konoha, and handle those dirty and tiring jobs that were not allowed to see the light. However, the third generation held a different view on Danzo's proposal. He firmly believed that Kenai should thrive under the influence and guidance of the will of fire. Only in this way could Kenai truly become a sharp sword of Konoha, play a greater role in protecting Konoha and defending justice, and make a more penultimate contribution to the village. Faced with the insistence of the third generation, Danzo did not back down and his attitude was extremely tough. He always insisted that the Uchiha clan was born evil, and as a fish that slipped through the net, Kenai's only value of existence was to serve as Konoha's butcher knife. In his opinion, the so-called will of fire could not influence people like Kenai at all. When the two sides were deadlocked, the third generation had no choice but to use his authority as Hokage to suppress Danzo's strong demands. After all, in the face of major decisions related to the future of the village, the third generation would never allow anyone to act recklessly, even if the other party was a companion who had worked with him for many years. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen once again using his status as Hokage to suppress him, Danzo's face instantly turned livid. He glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes flashing with reluctance and anger, but in the end he gritted his teeth helplessly, saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely regret his decision in the future. After saying that, he turned around abruptly, flicked his sleeves hard, and with a loud bang, the door was heavily closed, and Danzo walked away with a full of anger. However, the facts ruthlessly proved that Danzo's judgment was completely wrong. According to the detailed report submitted by Kakashi, Kenai showed extraordinary care for his companions, and he had a strong sense of belonging to Konoha village. How could such a kind-hearted and enthusiastic child bring any adverse consequences to Konoha? At this moment, Kenai, who was sleeping peacefully in his house, suddenly sneezed loudly without any warning. He rubbed his nose in a daze, turned over, and muttered some unclear words, "Konoha? Yang for you." Then he fell into a deep sleep again. After Kakashi finished reporting the situation about Kenai, he stood quietly aside and watched the reaction of the third generation. The third generation nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, he approved of Kenai's performance. Since Kenai has fully demonstrated his deep sense of belonging to Konoha, the third generation thought it was unnecessary for Kakashi to continue to observe him secretly. From now on, just treat Hyunyi as an ordinary student. Kakashi was relieved to get the promise of the third generation. Then he went to inform his team and told them about the Chunin assessment. Hyunyi was immersed in a sweet dream. At this moment, a rapid and loud knock on the door suddenly sounded, instantly waking Hyunyi up from his deep sleep. He was so shocked that he sat up straight. With a face full of resentment, Hyunyi dragged his feet and slowly walked to the door, muttering, "Who is it? I won't sleep well in the middle of the day." While complaining, he reached out to hold the door handle and pulled it hard. What appeared in front of him was Naruto's familiar face that was always full of laughter. "Naruto, why don't you go to practice well and come here to make trouble?" Hyunyi glared at Naruto unhappily, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Naruto still smiled and replied, "You can't blame me for this, it was teacher Kakashi who asked me to come and call you." Hearing Kakashi's name, Zayanyi couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why did Kakashi suddenly call them at this time? After a moment, a thought flashed through Zayanyi's mind like lightning. Not long after the thrilling plot in the Land of Waves, it seemed that the Chunin exam was coming. Thinking of this, everything suddenly became clear, and he immediately understood why Kakashi called them at this time. So Zayanyi didn't delay anymore, hurriedly changed his shoes, and then hurried to the agreed meeting place with Naruto. When Zayanyi and Naruto trotted all the way to the meeting place, they saw Sasuke and little Sakura waiting there quietly from a distance. What's more surprising is that Kakashi, who has always been known for being late, actually arrived on time for the first time. Kakashi saw the two people coming, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he said, "Okay, students, let me tell you the purpose of gathering you here today." After that, he reached into his pocket, carefully took out a few forms, and showed them to everyone. In about a week or two, the Chunin exam will begin. Only by successfully passing the Chunin exam can you be promoted to Chunin. So, if any of you are confident enough, then fill out this application form now. Of course, if you feel that you are not ready yet, or you are worried because you are afraid, you can choose to wait until next year to participate. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto grabbed an application form without hesitation, quickly picked up the pen and began to fill it out seriously. Seeing this, Sasuke on the side also took another application form decisively without hesitation, and buried his head in writing. Even the little Sakura, who was a little hesitant at first, took up the courage to step forward after thinking for a while, gently picked up a registration form, and then filled it out attentively. Kakashi looked at the three students in front of him who were full of fighting spirit, and he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. However, when he turned his eyes to Zayanyi, he found that the other party was still standing there quietly, with no intention of taking the registration form to fill it out, which made Kakashi puzzled. So he asked curiously, "Zayanyi, don't you plan to sign up for this Chunin exam?" Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura were concentrating on filling out the registration form for the Chunin exam. When they heard Kakashi's words, they all stopped writing, looked up, and looked at Zayanyi with doubts on their faces. Zayanyi looked at teacher Kakashi, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, as far as I know, the previous Chunin exam seemed to have clearly stipulated that teams must be formed in the form of 3 people. But our current team has a total of 4 people, including me. Wouldn't this violate the rules of the competition?" Naruto and his companions couldn't help showing some surprise on their faces when they heard Zayanyi ask this. After they looked at each other, they cast their eyes on teacher Kakashi, and they were eager to know whether the answer was as Zayanyi said. Kakashi nodded and said affirmatively. "Yes, the rule Zayanyi said does exist. However, if Zayanyi is sure to sign up for this Chunin exam, I can apply to the 3rd Hokage to see if he can grant you special approval to form a team alone to participate in the competition." As Kakashi spoke, he touched his chin with his hand and continued thoughtfully. "Of course, the final decision is still in the hands of the 3rd generation. Read books every day for 11 days. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Fake Date with Little Sakura. Since Kakashi said so, Zayanyi also took the registration form and filled it out. Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, wouldn't it be bad for Zayanyi to be alone in a team? After all, you said that the Chunin exam will be difficult. If there are no teammates, he will probably be targeted." In response, Kakashi said, "Don't worry, with the amount of chakra and the number of ninjutsu that Zayanyi has shown, even if several teams besiege him alone, he will be fine." After listening, Naruto put aside his worries, and then, after filling out the registration form, Kakashi asked them to make sufficient preparations during this period, and then left first. After Kakashi left, Naruto was going to find Shikamaru and the others to show off, Suzuki went back to continue training. After all, Xianyi's strength stimulated him. He wanted to catch up with Xianyi as soon as possible, so that he would have enough strength to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi in the future. After they left, little Sakura walked quietly to Xianyi's side. She carefully reached out her hand and gently pulled the corner of Hyunyi's clothes. Hyunyi noticed this subtle movement, slowly turned her head, and her eyes fell on little Sakura. Little Sakura pursed her lips slightly, her face full of expectation, her bright big eyes staring at Hyunyi without blinking, and spoke softly. Hyunyi, there is something I want to ask you. A few days ago, I accidentally saw you and Ino going out for a picnic together, so I am very curious, how far have you two developed now? After saying this, little Sakura clenched her hands nervously. Hyunyi was stunned when he heard this, and then he showed a warm smile and answered. Haha, little Sakura, don't think too much. Ino and I are just very good friends. We have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. We grew up together, so our feelings are naturally deeper, but there is really nothing special. After listening to Xianyi's explanation, little Sakura's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally fell back into her stomach. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, it's okay, as long as we haven't confirmed our relationship, it's okay. Then, little Sakura's face bloomed with a bright smile again, and she said to Xianyi excitedly. Xianyi, do you still remember what you promised me before? You said that you would teach me ninjutsu after I completed the treading water training. I could stand completely on the water 2 days ago. Xianyi raised his eyebrows. Little Sakura's talent in chakra control is indeed good. In just half a month, she has completed the training of chakra control. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile, and said to little Sakura. Very good, in that case, let's go enjoy a hearty lunch first to recharge our batteries. I'll teach you some powerful ninjutsu in the afternoon. After hearing what Xianyi said, little Sakura's face flushed with excitement, her big eyes sparkling with joy, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, yes. Thank you, teacher Xianyi. As she said that, she happily followed Xianyi and walked side by side. However, little Sakura at this moment did not realize that, since when, compared with Suzuki, she began to pay more attention to Hyunyi's every move and every word. Hyunyi brought little Sakura to the door of Xingyu Hotel, which had just opened grandly under the Xingguo Company. This hotel is gorgeously decorated and extraordinary, and it is a high-end place at first glance. Little Sakura looked up and said with some worry, Hyunyi, why don't we change places to eat? I feel that the consumption here must be very high. Hyunyi just smiled and shook his head, without explaining much, but reached out and gently held little Sakura's hand, and walked straight into the hotel. When the staff at the front desk of the hotel saw Hyunyi walk in, they immediately rushed forward as if they were facing a great enemy. Because they all knew that this was a distinguished guest who the boss had specially instructed to give the highest level of treatment. The front desk staff bowed respectfully and said enthusiastically, Mr. Xianyi, warmly welcome you. We have prepared a luxurious private room for you in advance according to the boss's instructions. Please follow me. After that, he led the way and took Xianyi and little Sakura to the private room upstairs. Xianyi nodded, took the stunned little Sakura and followed the front desk to the private room. It was not until little Sakura sat down that she reacted and asked Xianyi. Xianyi, when did you become a guest of Xingyu Hotel? Didn't they just open? Xianyi gently put down the menu in his hand, raised the corner of his mouth, and showed a smile as warm as the warm spring sun, and slowly spoke. Just a few days ago, the owner of the hotel encountered a difficult problem. I happened to meet it and helped him. In order to express his gratitude, he specially invited me to be a guest of their hotel. However, the fact is that Xianyi is the hidden behind-the-scenes boss of Xingguo Company. It is normal for him to have the identity of the top guest of its hotel. After hearing what Xianyi said, little Sakura believed it without a doubt, and stopped asking questions. She picked up the menu in front of her and looked at it carefully to see what delicious dishes were available. When ordering, Xianyi was very thoughtful and specially selected several special dishes that suited Xiao Sakura's taste. This move deeply touched Xiao Sakura's heartstrings, and she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Xianyi has always secretly liked me? Otherwise, why has he never been able to clarify the relationship between him and Ino after knowing each other for such a long time? Once this thought came to her mind, Xiao Sakura became particularly happy and cheerful even when eating. But how could she know that this was just a trick used by scumbags? If she were in the era of overwhelming and complicated information in Xianyi's previous life, perhaps such a method would be quickly seen through. But unfortunately, the world they are in now is similar to the ancient Hokage world. After such an operation, little Sakura has been deeply immersed in it and can't extricate herself. So, after this meal, little Sakura's favorability towards Xianyi has increased rapidly. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Teaching Little Sakura. After lunch, Xianyi brought little Sakura to a river. Little Sakura looked at Xianyi in confusion, not understanding why he brought her here. Xianyi pointed to the river and said, "Little Sakura, your chakra volume is not enough to support you to rely entirely on yourself to create water to perform water-style ninjutsu, so at this time, you have to consider the terrain problem. Now, some of the ninjutsu I teach you can be performed by relying on rivers and the like." After that, Xianyi began to teach little Sakura the hand seals of water-style ninjutsu. When little Sakura was in the ninja school, she was already ranked among the top in cultural subjects, so she quickly memorized the hand seals. But Xianyi did not rush little Sakura to start practicing water-style ninjutsu, but asked little Sakura, "Little Sakura, before officially starting ninjutsu training, I want to ask you, do you know anything about chakra's nature transformation and form changes?" Facing Xianyi's question, little Sakura looked confused and shook her head helplessly. Xianyi was not surprised at all. You know, Sakura's parents are ordinary civilians, and she graduated from the ninja school as a civilian. If Sakura could know these two key changes of chakra, it would be a strange thing. Seeing this, Xianyi smiled and patiently explained, "Okay, let me explain it to you in detail. First of all, let's talk about nature transformation. Simply put, when we perform ninjutsu, we need to transform the chakra in our body into the corresponding chakra attribute. Usually, everyone is born with a specific chakra attribute. Regarding this, you have actually been tested before. That's why I specially asked Mr. Kakashi for the water style and earth style ninjutsu that are suitable for you. As for the form change, it gives ninjutsu various forms. In this way, you can effectively control the power released by the ninjutsu and the distance of the attack and other factors. However, at this stage, you don't need to pay too much attention to the knowledge of form change. After all, any ninjutsu involving form change is basically at the A level or even higher. Little Sakura didn't expect that there was such knowledge about chakra. If it weren't for Xianyi, she really didn't know. Then, what should I do now? Hyunyi pointed his finger at the rushing river and said seriously, "What you need to do now is to calm down and carefully feel the surge, flow, and change of the water. Remember the unique properties of water, and then try to transform and shape your own chakra according to the appearance of water. Only in this way can you successfully perform the water style technique." After speaking, Hyunyi made 3 hand seals, took a deep breath, and then he suddenly sprayed a surging torrent towards a big tree next to him. The torrent was like a ferocious beast, instantly washing away half of the thick tree trunk, and wood chips were splashing everywhere. The scene was very shocking. Did you see it clearly? This is the most basic escape technique in water-style nature transformation, water-style water wave. Hyun-yi took a breath and continued. Then, he flexibly changed his gestures again and made 5 more hand seals. This time, the water stream that came out of his mouth was obviously much smaller than the previous torrent, but just when little Sakura thought its power had been greatly reduced. Xian-yi suddenly shook his head, and the seemingly insignificant stream of water was like an extremely sharp blade, cutting a giant tree that required 2 people to hug together in half at lightning speed. The giant tree fell down with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. See? This is based on the water-style nature transformation, and it is an advanced water-style technique formed after the form change is further added, water-style water-severing wave. At this time, little Sakura's eyes were shining with excitement and desire, and she stared at Xian-yi's demonstration intently. And little Sakura, you are quite lucky, because in terms of feeling this, the water attribute is easier than the other 4, and you have a better talent in chakra, so you should be able to simulate the appearance of water flow in your own chakra soon. After listening to Xian-yi's words, little Sakura nodded seriously, and then walked to the river, put her hand in the water, and felt the changes in the water flow. Seeing this, Xian-yi would not stand there idly. He took out the scroll of ninjutsu given by Bai and unfolded it to read it carefully. However, after just a moment, Xian-yi could not help but frown, with a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt on his face. It turned out that the number of ice escape ninjutsu in this scroll of ninjutsu was pitifully small, only 3 or 4. After thinking about it, Xian-yi felt that the only reasonable explanation was that Bai had always been used as a secret weapon by Zabuza at critical moments, that is, the so-called backhand. Therefore, Zabuza may not have spent too much effort to cultivate Bai's ice escape ability, resulting in her mastering relatively few ice escape ninjutsu. However, even so, Xian-yi still muttered in his heart, even if Bai only exists as a backhand, it is too shabby to rely on these 3 or 4 ice escape ninjutsu, right? Could it be that Zabuza has never considered letting Bai try to improve some common water-style ninjutsu and transform it into a more powerful ice-style ninjutsu? Thinking of this, Xian-yi couldn't help but sighed deeply helplessly, thinking to himself, it seems that this matter has to be done by me myself. So, Xian-yi made a prompt decision and decided to leave a shadow clone to continue to check on the practice of little Sakura, while he walked away, ready to find a quiet and undisturbed corner, calm down and study how to successfully improve those ordinary water-style ninjutsu into powerful ice-style ninjutsu. First of all, what Xian-yi wants to improve is the water-style water dragon technique. This is an attack that injects a large amount of chakra into the water, and then uses chakra to condense the water into the form of a giant dragon. And what Xian-yi has to do is to inject the ice-style chakra after the water dragon appears. The water dragon began to freeze from the head, and finally turned into a whole ice sculpture dragon. Xian-yi controlled the ice dragon to crash into the woods nearby. The ice dragon rushed forward and broke all the trees along the way. Seeing this power, Xian-yi nodded with satisfaction. If it was just a simple water dragon technique, it would probably be half as powerful as the ice dragon technique. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Niji and Hinata. After improving the water dragon technique into ice dragon, Xian-yi continued to look for other ninjutsu that could be improved into ice style. Later, Xian-yi improved 4 or 5 ninjutsu. For example, C-level and B-level ninjutsu such as water style water barrier and water trumpet were all improved into ice style. This was also thanks to Kakashi. If he hadn't provided so many ninjutsu, he wouldn't have been able to master so many water styles. However, to be honest, what he hoped most was to meet Yamato as soon as possible so that he could copy from his roots to wood style. There are a lot of escape techniques, but only the first generation wood style is called God. Moreover, Xian-yi is confident that with the price exemption, his wood style will never be like Yamato, which is not even 1/10 of the first generation. It's just that Yamato seems to be still in Anbu, and Xianyi can't meet him. After finishing the ice style, Xianyi prepared to return to the location where little Sakura was, and then he received a message from Shadow Clone. It was Shadow Clone who saw little Sakura go home and lifted Shadow Clone. In that case, Xianyi did not go over and turn to walk home. The night enveloped the entire Konoha village, and the Hokage building stood like a silent giant in the center of the village. On the top floor of the building, the lights in the Hokage office were soft and quiet. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, holding a registration form submitted by Kakashi. He narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully examined the information on it. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes fell on Kakashi standing in front of him, and asked, "You mean, you plan to let Xianyi form a team alone to participate in this Chunin exam?" Kakashi nodded in affirmation. "That's right, third generation master. After observing Kenai for some time, I found that he has surpassed the level of ordinary Chunin in terms of chakra control and the use of ninjutsu. Therefore, I think it is entirely feasible for him to form a team to participate in the Chunin exam alone with his current ability. Moreover, this can also be regarded as a strict test of his personal ability. If he can successfully pass this Chunin exam on his own, then it is reasonable to give him the qualification to be promoted to Special Genin." At this point, Kakashi paused, as if waiting for the third generation master's response. The third generation master fell into a brief thought. Special Genin, this special level between Chunin and Genin, is actually set up for those ninjas whose strength does not reach the Genin standard but is far superior to ordinary Chunin. Ninjas like Ebisu, Gekkou Heiate and other outstanding talents are at this level. Although they do not yet have all the conditions to become Genin, they have outstanding advantages in certain specific areas or combat skills, so they are awarded the title of Special Genin. After a while, the third generation leader nodded slowly, revealing a hint of approval in his eyes. "Well, Kakashi, your suggestion makes sense. Since you have such confidence in Xianyi, then arrange it according to your idea. But you must also be careful not to put too much pressure on him. After all, the Chunin exam is not an easy thing. I hope he can really show extraordinary strength in this exam as you said." After getting the approval of the third generation leader, Kakashi bowed to him again, then turned and left the Hokage's office. As the door closed gently, the room returned to peace. Only the third Hokage's pensive figure remained under the dim light, and I don't know what he was thinking. The next day, Kakashi came to Xianyi's house and told him that the third generation leader agreed to let him be a separate team. Xianyi was a little surprised to hear this news. He didn't expect that the third generation leader was actually willing to set a precedent for him. But it's good this way, so that it will be convenient for him to find someone at that time. In the following period, perhaps because the Chunin exam was approaching, many Genin teams stopped accepting missions and entered a stage of recuperation. As a result, during this period, Hyunyi either accompanied Sakura or Ino to train every day, or trained with Might Guy and Lee. He was almost too busy. During this period, Hyunyi met the other two members of the Might Guy team, Hyaganiji and Tenten. They didn't expect that there would be someone other than Lee who could withstand the training volume of Teacher Guy. During this period, Hyunyi and Hyaganiji exchanged physical skills many times. When neither side used the Byakugan and Sharingan, Hyaganiji, who had practiced physical skills since childhood, was naturally the winner every time. Hyunyi also benefited a lot from it. But the good times didn't last long. On this day, Hyunyi came to train with the Guy team. But as soon as he arrived, he saw Niji talking to a short-haired girl with a hostile look on his face. "Miss Hinata, please just stay at home and be a lady. With your talent, no matter how hard you try, it will still be like that. This is your fate." But, I... Hinata opened her mouth and was about to explain something, but before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Niji mercilessly. Niji looked indifferent and his words were full of sarcasm. Isn't what I said clear enough? You can't even beat Miss Hanabi, who is only 7 years old, so why do you shamelessly run out and embarrass yourself? If it weren't for the fact that he was a member of the branch house and couldn't easily take action against the main family, I'm afraid Niji would have been unable to suppress his anger and directly attacked Hinata. At this moment, his contemptuous eyes fell directly on Hinata, as if he was looking at a useless waste. Facing Niji's rebuke and ridicule, Hinata's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and her head, which was already lowered, drooped even more deeply, not daring to look directly into Niji's eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. I know, Niji brother, I will leave now. After saying that, Hinata slowly turned around, her steps were as heavy as if filled with lead, and she walked towards the distance step by step. Her lonely back looked extremely desolate. Xianyi, who was standing aside, watched all this silently and couldn't help but sigh softly. He actually knew very well why Niji treated Hinata like this. In the final analysis, it was because of the thrilling Cloud Shinobi kidnapping incident that year. Back then, when Cloud Shinobi and Konoha were holding peace talks, Cloud Shinobi secretly planned a conspiracy to kidnap Hinata, the eldest daughter of the main family, in an attempt to obtain the precious Byakugan of the Hyuga clan through such despicable means. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, had no choice but to kill all the kidnappers in order to successfully get his daughter back from the kidnappers. But who knew that Cloud Shinobi would turn the tables, confuse right and wrong, slander Konoha for having no sincerity in seeking peace, and even threaten to start a war again. At that time, in order to calm Cloud Shinobi's anger, the third generation also thought that it was the fault of the Hyuga family without any distinction. Seeing that the third generation was so cowardly, Cloud Shinobi said that Hayashi must die to apologize and hand over his body to them. The third generation actually agreed. In order to prevent the Byakugan from being obtained by Cloud Shinobi, the Hyuga clan had to let Hayashi's brother, Hisashi, the master of the branch house, come out to convict. Anyway, the people in the branch house were all marked with the caged bird mark, and the Byakugan would self-destruct after death, so they were not afraid of being obtained by Cloud Shinobi. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Cute Hinata. Niji always believed that his poor father had become a victim of the family's interests, and was ruthlessly used as a scapegoat to die in place of Hayashi. Since then, his deep hatred for the main family has been burning like a raging fire. However, the damn curse mark, caged bird was like a heavy yoke, tightly binding him, leaving him with a lot of resentment, but only a momentary verbal pleasure, unable to really take substantive revenge. But in fact, Hayashi was initially firmly opposed to his brother Hisashi dying in his place. But those stubborn elders did not care about his wishes at all, and forcibly imprisoned him, which eventually led to the tragic ending of Hisashi's death in place of Hayashi. Unfortunately, Hayashi's personality was too old-fashioned and rigid, and he did not know how to explain to Niji the complicated reasons and truth. So, Niji resented the people of the main family day after day and year after year in misunderstanding. Hyunyi stared at Niji, his eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. He shook his head slowly, then turned around and quickly chased in the direction Hinata left. Not long after, Hyunyi found Hinata by a winding river. She was sitting quietly by the river, her petite body trembling slightly, and crystal tears silently sliding down her cheeks, like a broken heart. Hyunyi walked to Hinata's side lightly and sat down slowly. Hinata keenly sensed someone approaching, and instinctively raised her head to look around. When she saw that the person coming was Hyunyi, the sadness on her face instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a shy blush. Then, like a frightened deer, she quickly lowered her head and dared not look Hyunyi in the eye again. Come to think of it, it seems like we haven't met for quite a while since graduation. I wonder if you have had any interesting experiences during this time apart? Can you tell me about them? After both of them were silent for a while, Xianyi finally broke the silence and asked softly. Hinata was startled when she heard Xianyi's words, and then her fair cheeks instantly flushed with shyness. She nodded gently and then began to tell the stories that happened in her class 8 during this period. In such a warm atmosphere where one person was telling the story seriously and the other was listening attentively, Hinata's deep sadness caused by Niji's ruthless words just now was also gradually reduced, just like the ice and snow that gradually melted under the warm spring sun. When Hinata finished telling all the stories, Xianyi saw that Hinata was no longer as sad as before, so a warm smile like spring breeze bloomed on her face and said softly, "Oh my, you must be thirsty after talking so much, right? Are you thirsty? How about we go to that dessert shop together? I heard that the new Anko-san they launched today tastes super good." Hinata's heart, which was already beating because of shyness, was beating even faster. She happily regarded Hyunyi's invitation as a sweet date invitation, so she nodded shyly and said that she was very happy to go with him. The sun shone down, and the light and shadow of Madara fell on the ground. Hyunyi and Hinata walked slowly side by side. Hyunyi smiled and whispered to Hinata about the interesting things he experienced when he was in Team 7. Hinata nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes staring at Hyunyi intently, listening attentively to every word and sentence he said. For Hinata, being able to hear about Hyunyi was undoubtedly the happiest moment. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder, I wonder why Hyunyi suddenly suggested trying Anko-sand. If it's because he likes this kind of dessert, does it mean that they both have the same preference? And if this proposal was not made out of his own preference, but was made specifically for her, wouldn't it mean that he was also paying attention to each other silently like her? Thinking of this, Hinata's fair cheeks instantly flushed with shyness, like a ripe apple that made people love her. However, Hyunyi was completely unaware of these thoughts in Hinata's mind. At this moment, he was full of doubts, and he really couldn't figure out why Hinata would have such a big reaction just by walking side by side with her. As for the mention of Anko-sand, the reason was actually very simple, just because he knew that this was Hinata's favorite food. In order to further narrow the distance between them and enhance their feelings, he just proposed to go and taste Anko-sand together. But then again, Hinata's shy look is really cute. When they stepped into the dessert house together, Hyunyi ordered a sweet and delicious Anko-sand and 2 colorful and mouth-watering 3-color dangos. Hinata, who was standing by, felt an indescribable joy when she saw Hyunyi only ordered an Anko-sand. Could it be that Hyunyi had been paying attention to him silently like herself? Otherwise, how could he know that she had a special liking for Anko-sand? Thinking of this, Hinata's cheeks became more and more red, as tempting as a ripe apple. She walked gently to Hyunyi and sat down, lowering her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Hyunyi's eyes, but the blush on her face had already betrayed her inner shyness and nervousness. After a moment of silence, Hinata finally plucked up the courage to ask. Then, Hyunyi, did your team also sign up for this Chunin exam? Hyunyi smiled and nodded, and replied. Yes, our team did sign up. However, since there are 4 people in our team, and the exam rules require teams of 3, I had to be separated and form a team alone to participate in the competition. Hearing this news, Hinata was stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes and showed a trace of worry. Then, she said anxiously. How can this be possible? The Chunin exam has always been conducted in teams. How can you do it alone? Facing Hinata's concern, Xianyi smiled and said. Don't worry, Hinata, I'm very strong. But... Hinata wanted to say something, but Xianyi blocked her with his fingers. Okay, Hinata, I understand your intention, but this teacher Kakashi told me that this is a test for me. If I can pass the Chunin exam alone, he will help me apply to the Hokage to become a special Genin. Feeling Xianyi's fingers on her lips, Hinata almost fainted from shyness. If Hyunyi hadn't retracted his finger in time, Hinata might have fainted here. Obviously, Hyunyi's action was intentional. He just likes to see Hinata shy, which is so cute. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28, 8 Inner Gates. Just when Hinata was so shy, she tried to pick up the bowl of Anko sand in front of her in a hurry to calm her fluttering heart. However, the agile Hyunyi got there first and steadily picked up the bowl of Anko sand that Hinata had been thinking about. He raised his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and then he picked up a spoon and sent a spoon of Anko sand to Hinata's mouth with a little bit of bad taste. Hinata's face flushed instantly, her heart beat wildly, and she felt like she was about to burn. Her mind was in a mess, and only the thought of Hyunyi is feeding me kept circling. Although she was so shy that she almost fainted at this moment, there was still a force in her heart that supported her, allowing her to barely open her Sakura peach mouth, gently hold the spoon handed over, and slowly swallow the sweet Anko sand. After swallowing the Anko sand, Hinata lowered her head shyly as if all her strength had been drained away. At this moment, it seemed as if steam was rising from her head, and she looked extremely shy. After taking a short break and calming down a little, Hinata mustered up the courage to raise her head again. But who knew that what she saw was Hyunyi holding the spoon she had just used, leisurely tasting the Anko sand in the bowl. Is this an indirect kiss? This thought flashed through Hinata's mind like a flash of lightning. In an instant, she felt dizzy and the world in front of her became blurred. Finally, Hinata could no longer bear such a huge shock of shyness. She closed her eyes and fainted on the seat. Seeing this, Hyunyi on the side hurriedly reached out to support Hinata, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. Although Hinata's charming appearance when she was shy was really lovable, maybe I really teased her too much this time. In the future, I should try not to tease her too much like this. When Hinata woke up slowly, her hazy eyes gradually focused, and what she saw was Hyunyi's handsome face with a concerned expression, and at this time she was lying safely in Hyunyi's arms. This sudden situation made Hinata's heart beat faster instantly, and she almost fainted again. However, her strong willpower finally made her hold on and did not fall into darkness again. That, Hyunyi. Hinata blushed, and looked at Hyunyi timidly with her big eyes that were slightly moistened by shyness and as clear and moving as autumn water, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Hyunyi originally thought that Hinata would faint immediately after waking up and seeing herself in his arms, just like before, but this time she actually held on strongly, which really surprised Hyunyi. However, out of respect for Hinata's feelings, he slowly loosened his arms and let Hinata leave his warm embrace. After Hinata stood up, her cheeks were still as red as ripe apples. She stood there quietly, waiting for the surging shyness in her heart to subside a little. When the blushing feeling gradually faded away, Hinata's mind began to involuntarily recall Hyunyi's safe and warm embrace just now, and an indescribable sweet taste surged into her heart. Perhaps realizing that Hinata was still in an extremely shy state, Hyunyi wisely decided to stop teasing her temporarily, so as not to really scare this lovely girl to faint again. Although he no longer teased Hinata on purpose. In order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward and cold, Hyunyi took the initiative to find topics to chat with Hinata. Hinata calmed down a little and responded to Hyunyi's words. The two chatted and laughed, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Before they knew it, they had been chatting for a long time, and the exquisite desserts in front of them were eaten up. However, good times are always short. Seeing that it was getting dark, Hinata had to wave goodbye to Hyunyi even though she was reluctant. She walked away slowly, looking back every few steps, and her figure gradually went farther and farther until she disappeared at the end of the street corner. Hyunyi also watched Hinata leave, and just as he was about to go home, Niji came out from the side. He first looked at Hinata with a hint of hatred, and then looked at Hyunyi. "Teacher Guy is looking for you, saying that there is something important." Hyunyi nodded, and then followed Niji to the training ground. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was a little cold. After a while, they arrived at the spacious training ground. At this time, Might Guy and Xiao Li were training vigorously. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but they were still fully focused on the training. When they noticed Hyunyi coming, Might Guy stopped, stood up slowly, and said with a hearty smile on his face, "Hyunyi, you are finally here." Hyunyi also smiled and nodded politely. "Teacher Guy, is there anything important that you asked me to come for?" Hearing Hyunyi's question, Might Guy's originally relaxed and happy expression suddenly became serious. He took a deep breath and said to Hyunyi solemnly, "Hyunyi, actually I called you here this time because Kakashi told me something about the upcoming Chunin exam. According to him, in this exam, you will form a team alone to participate in the competition. So he hopes that I can teach you a powerful physical skill." After saying this, Might Guy paused, staring at Hyunyi closely, as if trying to see something from his eyes. Xianyi listened quietly to Might Guy's words, secretly looking forward to what was to come. As expected, Might Guy continued. "After observing you carefully these days, I finally decided to teach you such a physical technique. That physical technique is 8 Inner Gates Technique." When Xianyi heard the words 8 Inner Gates Technique, his heart suddenly became extremely hot. You know, during this period of time, he has been training with Might Guy and others tirelessly and unremittingly. In addition to sincerely wanting to improve his physical fitness, learning this legendary physical technique is his greatest desire in his heart. Now that he has finally got what he wanted, how can he not be ecstatic? Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Acquisition of the 8 Inner Gates. 8 Inner Gates? What is this? However, in order to prevent Might Guy from noticing something was wrong, Xianyi pretended to have heard of the 8 Inner Gates for the first time. The so-called 8 Inner Gates is a magical ninjutsu that allows people to gain extraordinary power in a short period of time by removing the channels that restrict the flow of chakra in the human body. However, this power is not easy to obtain, and it requires a heavy price. At this moment, Might Guy was staring at Xianyi in front of him with a solemn face, and said solemnly, "Before I teach you this skill, I must make it clear to you that this physical skill will cause a great burden on the body. Therefore, unless it is a matter of life and death and you have no choice, you must not use it recklessly." Might Guy knew that Xianyi and Xiao Li had different personalities, so he did not set strict self-restraint conditions for Xianyi like he did for Xiao Li. All he hoped was that Xianyi would act cautiously and not bury hidden dangers in his body and leave difficult-to-cure diseases due to the rash use of the 8 Inner Gates technique. Xianyi nodded firmly, indicating that he had kept these words in mind. Then, Might Guy decided to show Xianyi the amazing power of the 8 Inner Gates. He took a deep breath and shouted in a low voice, "First gate, open the door, open." In an instant, a strong cyclone suddenly burst out around Might Guy's body, whistling like a whirlwind. The airflow brought by the cyclone blew up dust and rustled leaves around. Before the cyclone dissipated, Might Guy shouted again, "Second gate, rest gate, open." With this roar, Might Guy's momentum became stronger, as if endless power was constantly pouring out of his body. "The third gate, the gate of life, open." When Might Guy shouted this, a layer of light green chakra began to emanate from his body. The green chakra surrounded Might Guy like a protective shield. Hyunyi squinted his eyes due to the cyclone that Might Guy burst out, and his eyes were full of excitement. Finally, he was finally going to get the 8 Inner Gates. After the demonstration, Might Guy removed the 8 Inner Gates. For him now, the damage to him from the 5th gate before the 8 Inner Gates was minimized. Seeing Hyunyi's shocked look, Might Guy laughed. Then, Might Guy stood in front of Hyunyi with a serious face and began to teach him in detail how to explore the 8 gates hidden deep in his body. Hyunyi listened attentively to every word of Might Guy, and according to the method he taught, he slowly closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the 8 gates in his body. After some efforts, Hyunyi finally succeeded in finding the first gate deep in his body. He opened his eyes excitedly and looked at Might Guy, his eyes flashing with joy and anticipation. Then, Hyunyi took a deep breath, mobilized all the chakra in his body, and carefully gathered it to the location of the first gate. With a cry in his heart, "Open the door, open!" A powerful energy instantly surged out of the first gate and penetrated Hyunyi's entire body. At this moment, Hyunyi felt as if his brain was struck by lightning, and an unprecedented sense of clarity surged into his heart. At the same time, he also clearly felt that his strength was growing at an astonishing rate, his body became extremely light. And his speed was as fast as the wind. However, this state did not last long. Just a moment later, Hyunyi took the initiative to release the 8 inner gates technique. At this time, his face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and he looked like he had just experienced a fierce battle and was extremely tired. In fact, Hyunyi, who had the ability to be exempt from the cost, did not feel the slightest consumption or fatigue at all, but he knew that he could not let Might Guy notice this. After all, he had only been training his body for a month, and had only learned the 8 inner gates for less than 2 hours. If he acted too relaxed at this moment, it would inevitably arouse Might Guy's suspicion. So, Xianyi suppressed his inner calmness, pretended to be out of breath and exhausted, and waited for Might Guy's evaluation. Might Guy smiled with satisfaction and nodded slightly. He thought to himself, Xianyi is really not simple. He can do this in less than 2 hours. No wonder Kakashi applied for a special Jainin for him. With his talent, it would be too unfair for him to be promoted to Chunin. At this time, Xiao Li on the side also cast envious eyes on Xianyi. He remembered that when he first learned the 8 inner gates, he had to work hard and spent several days to finally open the first gate. And now, seeing Xianyi master this skill so quickly, he couldn't help but feel a little inferior. However, this envy did not last long and was soon replaced by a strong desire to fight. Xiao Li clenched his fists tightly, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must practice harder and strive to compete with Xianyi in this Chunin exam. Might Guy keenly noticed the change in Xiao Li's mood, and he smiled slightly in his heart. For him, proper competition between disciples is not a bad thing, but it helps them grow and improve faster. After learning the 8 inner gates, although Xianyi has learned the 8 inner gates, he still did not stop training. Moreover, he also hopes to learn other physical skills with Might Guy. This Chunin exam is of great significance because it is no longer limited to KONOHA village, but is jointly held with multiple ninja villages. Because of this, in the past few days, people can easily find many ninjas from other ninja villages shuttling through KONOHA village. Among them, the most eye-catching are those ninjas from the Hidden Sand village. On this day, Xianyi had the idea of finding Naruto and testing his recent training results. When he found Naruto, he saw from a distance that Naruto was communicating with 3 other children with great interest. Needless to say, those 3 little guys must be the famous Konohamaru trio. However, something unexpected happened unexpectedly. Suddenly, Konohamaru seemed to be stimulated by something and ran away. Perhaps because he ran too fast, he didn't pay attention to the road conditions ahead. There was a muffled bang sound, and Konohamaru hit a figure hard. When everyone looked closely, the person who was hit was Kankuro from the Hidden Sand village. At this moment, Kankuro's face was full of anger, staring at Konohamaru fiercely, and roaring. "Hey, you little brat, why are you running around? You dared to bump into me, it hurts so much." Before he finished speaking, he had already stretched out a big hand, grabbed Konohamaru's collar tightly, and lifted him up like a chicken. Temari, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. She quickly persuaded Kankuro. "Kankuro, let go of your hand, this is not our sand village, don't make trouble casually." In fact, the reason why Temari spoke out to stop it was not because she was afraid of Konoha village, but because she was worried that their actions would be reprimanded by Gaara. Although she and Kankuro are Gaara's sister and brother, in terms of real strength, Gaara is the most powerful among the three. If Gaara is annoyed, the consequences may be unimaginable. So she doesn't want to be taught a lesson because of Konohamaru. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Gaara of the Sand Village. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched his little brother Konohamaru being held in the air by Kankuro like a little chicken. His anger instantly rose, and he stepped forward without hesitation, shouting, "Hey, put Konohamaru down." Kankuro heard Naruto's roar, turned his head carelessly, glanced at Naruto with disdainful eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and sneered contemptuously. "Humph, just a little genin from Konoha village." After saying that, he deliberately shook Konohamaru in his hand. Naruto couldn't stand such insults and provocations. He clenched his fists tightly, and the chakra in his body began to surge. He was ready to rush up and teach this arrogant guy a lesson regardless of everything. However, at this moment, Naruto suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing beside him, and then a figure flashed to Kankuro's side like a ghost. This person was Xian Yi. He had a blank expression on his face and his eyes were as cold as ice. He firmly grasped Kankuro's arm that was holding Konohamaru with his right hand and said lightly, "Sagakure, if you don't want to cripple this hand, let go quickly." Before he finished speaking, Xian Yi had already exerted force on his hand. At first, Kankuro didn't take Xian Yi seriously and still looked disdainful. But as Xian Yi gradually increased the strength of his hand, Kankuro finally felt a huge force coming from his wrist, as if to crush his bones. At this moment, Kankuro realized that what the other party had just said was not alarmist. His face instantly became extremely gloomy, and even a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead, but under the pressure of the situation, he had to grit his teeth and let go of his hand. As soon as Konohamaru was free, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, obviously frightened. Seeing Kankuro let go, Xian Yi also let go of his hand, then turned around and walked slowly towards Naruto. Kankuro looked at Xian Yi's back as he left, and the anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption that was difficult to contain. He felt that he had suffered a great humiliation, especially being despised in public, which was simply a trampling on his dignity. So, Kankuro's eyes were blazing, and he gritted his teeth and threw the puppet with bandages tied on his back heavily to the ground. Then, he reached out to untie the bandages wrapped around the puppet, and it seemed that he was going to let the puppet show its skills and teach Xian Yi a lesson. But just as Kankuro was about to take action, Temari on the side hurriedly ran up, grabbed him, and persuaded him anxiously. "Kankuro, don't be impulsive. This is Konoha village after all, we can't easily provoke trouble." Kankuro didn't intend to listen to Temari's words, and when he insisted on taking action, a cold voice came from the side. "Kankuro, Temari, what are you two doing?" Kankuro paused for a moment when he heard the scolding, and then his body became a little stiff. He slowly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Gaara was standing steadily on a big tree in a hanging position, and his deep and cold eyes were staring at Kankuro, as if he could see through people's souls. Kankuro's heart tightened when he saw this scene, and he stammered to explain, that, Gaara, I am. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gaara coldly, "Don't try to find any excuses for yourself." This sentence was like a basin of icy water, ruthlessly pouring on Kankuro's heart. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Facing Gaara's powerful aura, Kankuro felt that his forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. He didn't even dare to look directly into Gaara's eyes. He could only lower his head and apologize repeatedly. After Gaara glared at Kankuro fiercely, his figure flashed, and he jumped down from the tree lightly like an agile cheetah. After landing, he still had a cold face, and his eyes looked straight at Xianyi like a knife. "I'm very sorry that my people have brought unnecessary trouble to you." Seeing this scene, Naruto on the side wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xianyi. At this time, Xianyi was also staring at Gaara. "It doesn't matter. After all, the cause of this incident is that our people accidentally bumped into him first." Xianyi responded calmly. Gaara nodded slightly after hearing this, then turned around and coldly ordered Kankuro and Temari in a tone without any emotion, "Let's go." Kankuro and Temari, who received the order, did not dare to be negligent at all, and hurriedly followed Gaara's departing back. Looking at Gaara's back, Xianyi's heart was burning. Sand Village, you are just good, and sent such a great gift." Naruto was still shouting beside him, asking Xianyi why he didn't teach them a lesson. Xianyi helplessly held his forehead, and in order to make him shut up, Xianyi said that he would treat him to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto heard this and immediately shut up, smiling and urging Xianyi to leave quickly. After eating ramen, Xianyi took Naruto to the training ground and competed with him to see if he had been lazy during this period. The result was obvious. Although Naruto had trained during this period, it was not much. After all, Xianyi only had 5 or 6 moves to knock Naruto down. Xianyi held his forehead with his hand helplessly. If he was asked to teach Naruto, it would be a difficult matter. Apart from other things, considering Naruto's ability to understand, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to teach him some complex ninjutsu skills. After thinking about it, perhaps only when Jiraiya personally took action in the future, there would be hope to train Naruto. At this moment, Xianyi's heart suddenly moved, and a strange feeling of being watched surged into his heart. He turned his head subconsciously and saw Sasuke standing quietly not far away, looking at him with a look that seemed to be hesitant to speak. It seemed that there was something important that was difficult to say. Seeing this, Xianyi couldn't help but smile slightly and walked towards Sasuke. When he got close, he still had a gentle smile on his face and asked softly, "Sasuke, you look like this, do you have something to ask me?" Hearing Xianyi's initiative to ask, Sasuke seemed to have finally made up his mind. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Xianyi, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you help me open Sharingan?" Hearing this, Xianyi was slightly startled. In an instant, his mind was like lightning, and he instantly remembered that because he had subdued Haku and Zabuza in advance, the original plot of Commander helping to open Sharingan did not happen. In this way, Sasuke has not yet opened Sharingan at this moment. If Sasuke still cannot open Sharingan at this moment, then when Kakashi teaches Sasuke Chidori and fights with Gaara later, it will inevitably be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Xianyi knew that in order to make up for this shortcoming, he must help Sasuke successfully open Sharingan no matter what. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, Helping Sasuke Open His Eyes. Xianyi narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered to Nine Tails in his body, "Please sense if there are other people around." Nine Tails quickly released its powerful perception ability and synchronized it to Xianyi, and it was aware of it after a moment. Xianyi frowned slightly and thought to himself, It seems that there are indeed 2 strange chakra fluctuations around. These 2 people should be Anbu members who are secretly monitoring Naruto." Thinking of this, Xianyi made a quick decision, turned to look at Naruto and said gently, "Naruto, you go back first." Hearing this, Naruto stood up from the ground with some doubts. He scratched his head and couldn't help wondering, strange, why did Sasuke ask Xianyi for help? And why does he want me to go first now? Although he was puzzled, Naruto always trusted his partners, so he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll go home first." After that, Naruto turned and walked towards home. Just as Naruto walked away, the two Anbu chakras that were originally hidden in the dark followed Naruto like a shadow. Xianyi remained highly alert until he confirmed that the two Anbu had completely left the place. His expression became extremely serious and his eyes were fixed on Sasuke in front of him. "Sasuke, I have thought of a feasible way to help you open the Sharingan. But before that, I must remind you that this process may be quite painful. I wonder if you can do it?" Xianyi asked solemnly. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up with a fiery flame when he heard this. He nodded without hesitation and answered firmly. "Don't worry, Xianyi. No matter how much it costs, I must successfully open the Sharingan." Seeing Sasuke's resolute attitude, Xianyi nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took a deep breath and concentrated on mobilizing the power in his body. In an instant, his pupils suddenly changed, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan slowly emerged. In those blood-red eyes, 3 black Megatama were like ink. "Sasuke, you have to stare into my eyes from now on, and don't have any thoughts of resistance," Xianyi said in a low and magnetic voice. Sasuke stared at Xianyi's mysterious Sharingan with full concentration, not daring to be distracted at all. At the same time, Xianyi began to urge the Megatama in the Sharingan to slowly rotate. As the Megatama rotated, a stream of chakra was quietly released, instantly enveloping Sasuke. Gradually, Sasuke felt as if his consciousness was drawn into an endless Uzumaki, and the whole world began to become blurred. Seeing that Sasuke was already deeply trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate himself, Xianyi quietly moved behind Sasuke, and then he slowly raised his palm, and a strong black and red chakra flowed out from his palm, which was the terrifying Nine Tails Hate Chakra. This evil power was like a black torrent, sinking directly into Sasuke's body. That's right, the method Xianyi used to help Sasuke open the Sharingan was exactly the method he used when he opened his eyes. Using Hate Chakra as a strong stimulus, coupled with the illusion scene that Xianyi carefully prepared for him, the tragic night of the Uchiha genocide that year. He thought to himself, "I don't believe it. Under such double stimulation, Sasuke can still be blind? Even if he can't be promoted to Manjiki level in one step, he should have 3 Tomo Sharingan at least." At this moment, Sasuke, who was in the illusion, only felt that the eyes were dark, and the cold streets were empty and deserted. This extremely familiar atmosphere made him tremble all over. This is actually the terrible night when the Uchiha was exterminated," Sasuke muttered to himself in a trembling voice. Then, his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, but he still moved forward with difficulty. As he walked, he suddenly saw that the uncles and aunts who were kind and familiar in the past were now lying on the ground without life, and the blood dyed the land under them red. The scene was shocking. Sasuke's body trembled more and more when he saw this scene. The deeper he walked into the family, the more corpses of the clan members Sasuke witnessed. Every step seemed to be a heavy burden on him, but he still gritted his teeth, forced his shaky body, and moved towards his home with difficulty. Finally, Sasuke came to the familiar door. He slowly pushed open the door with trembling hands, and the scene inside the house instantly came into view. A tall young man stood quietly in front of the corpses of a man and a woman. The young man was his biological brother, Uchiha Itachi. The 2 lifeless bodies lying on the ground were his parents who had given birth to him and raised him to adulthood. Seeing such a tragic scene, Sasuke's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently, like a bellows. He stared at Uchiha Itachi with eyes wide open, his eyes full of deep hatred. Although he knew very well that everything in front of him was just an illusion world constructed by his memory, the strong emotions made him unable to suppress the surging murderous intent in his heart. He just wanted to pounce on Uchiha Itachi regardless of everything and cut Uchiha Itachi into pieces. Just when Sasuke was concentrating on Uchiha Itachi, he didn't realize that his body began to emit waves of black and red hatred chakra. These hatred chakras were like lion majesty, quickly wrapping around his whole body and constantly eroding his will and reason. Under the crazy stimulation of the hate chakra, Sasuke's hatred for Uchiha Itachi erupted like a volcanic eruption, reaching an unprecedented peak. At this time, Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was about to break through the restraints and explode. Then, his originally dark and deep pupils suddenly changed color and turned into a terrifying scarlet. Not only that, in the center of the scarlet eyes, two ghostly twisted megatama appeared. Sharingan, it's done. At the moment when Sharingan was opened, Sasuke felt a strong sense of fatigue surging like a tide, instantly drowning all his consciousness. His body seemed to have been drained of the last bit of strength, and he could no longer support it. He fainted straight to the ground with a black eye. I don't know how long it took. When Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the soft grass. He turned his head with difficulty, and where he looked, he saw Xianyi sitting quietly not far away. Sasuke sat up with all his strength, still with his signature cold expression on his face, and said to Hyunyi calmly, "Hyunyi, thank you, I can feel that I have successfully opened the Sharingan." Hyunyi nodded slightly and responded, "Okay, then open your eyes now and let me see." Sasuke did not hesitate at all, and immediately mobilized the chakra in his body to flow to his eyes. The next moment, the originally dark eyes gradually turned scarlet, and two magatama-shaped patterns appeared clearly in the pupils. However, when Hyunyi saw that Sasuke's Sharingan only had two megatama, he couldn't help but feel speechless. He widened his eyes, looked at Sasuke in disbelief, and muttered to himself, "No. I used the tragic event of the Uchiha genocide night and the hateful chakra to stimulate you. Even if I don't expect you to open the Manjiki Sharingan in one step, you should at least open it to 3 megatama. How come you only have 2 megatama? Is Sasuke's talent really that bad?" Although he was full of disappointment, Xianyi still tried to maintain his calmness on the surface and said, "Well, it's okay. Since your Sharingan has been opened, I will leave first." After saying that, he stood up tiredly, patted the dust on his clothes, and then turned away without looking back, leaving Sasuke sitting alone, looking at Xianyi's back thoughtfully. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, Nosy Sasuke. A few days passed quickly after Sasuke opened his eyes, and finally the Chunin exam came. On this day, Ching Xianyi, Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura walked together and headed towards the exam room. Since Sasuke opened the Sharingan, he exuded an unprecedented confidence. He walked with his head held high, thinking to himself, "With this powerful Sharingan, how can the others in this Chunin exam be my opponent?" This conceited mentality just echoed the teasing saying, "The rain stopped, the sky cleared, and the two pillars thought they were good again." If Xianyi could see through Sasuke's inner thoughts, he would probably cover his mouth and laugh, and look forward to Sasuke being severely punished when he encounters several other amazing geniuses in the exam room. After all, Sasuke currently has only the 2 Tomo Sharingan, which is nothing in front of the real strong. Let alone those hidden masters with unfathomable strength. Just talking about that Taijutsu maniac Xiao Li, as long as he removes the weight on his body, he doesn't even need to open the 8 inner gates, which is enough to beat Sasuke. As for Naruto, don't worry too much. With Naruto's personality and ability, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the first 2 tests smoothly. And when Naruto meets Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin, during the break after the second game, this powerful teacher will naturally give Naruto careful guidance and training. Looking at little Sakura, due to the butterfly effect caused by Xianyi, little Sakura has now mastered several ninjutsu. With these skills, she must be a sure thing to pass the first 2 exams successfully. On the first floor of the venue, many people gathered outside a room on the second floor. This is a test before the CHNIN exam, a kind of illusion test. Only those who can see through the illusion can enter the real examination room, and those who fail will naturally ask to leave directly. This test is a boring trick for Xianyi and Suzuki, who have Sharingan, and little Sakura, who are proficient in illusions and have strong analytical ability. It is easy to pass. Xianyi originally planned to ignore those people and take Naruto and the others to the third floor, but Sasuke's personality made him want to show off. Helplessly, Xianyi could only take Naruto and little Sakura with him. Then, Xianyi saw an acquaintance at the entrance of the fake examination room. Xiao Li walked towards the entrance with a determined look. However, just as he was about to step into the door, one of the two guards suddenly kicked Xiao Li hard. Xiao Li, who was unprepared, was instantly knocked to the ground by this powerful force, making a dull sound. Xianyi stood aside and saw the scene in front of him, with a little helplessness on his face. He walked forward slowly, looked at the fallen Xiao Li, and said softly, "Xiao Li, you really tried to hide your abilities too much this time." Hearing Xianyi's words, Xiao Li, Tian Tian, and Niji all turned their heads and cast their eyes on Xianyi. At this time, Xiao Li said solemnly, "Teacher Guy once warned us that the CHNIN exam must not be taken lightly, and any situation may occur. Maybe this is also part of the assessment." Xianyi was stunned at first after hearing Xiao Li's words, and then couldn't help but feel a little funny. "Hey, you really don't say it, this scene is indeed part of this assessment." However, the focus of the assessment is not on how to enter this fake examination room, but to test whether the candidates can see through the illusion cast on the plaque hanging on the door. Not only that, in order to increase the difficulty and prevent someone from easily seeing the truth just by observing the number of floors, even the stairs leading to the third floor are also cast with illusions, giving people the illusion that they have successfully climbed to the third floor. Usually, as long as one member of a team has a little research on illusions and is a grandmaster, it is enough to pass this assessment level smoothly. But as luck would have it, the team that Li was in was a real physical training team. Except for Tian Tian, who had made some progress in summoning ninjutsu, Li and Niji were both focused on physical training. However, Niji could see through it. After all, he had the Byakugan. Before Xianyi could explain to Li secretly, Suzuki explained publicly that the ticket for this exam room had been modified by illusion, and in fact, this was only the second floor, and the real exam room was on the third floor. It was because of Sasuke's quick mouth that those who originally could not see through the illusion suddenly woke up one after another, and turned around as if they had suddenly realized something, and hurriedly ran to the third floor. Xianyi was so angry about Sasuke's stupid behavior of adding a competitor to himself for no reason that he secretly said, "I really want to hit this guy to death with a brick." After all, the increase in these competitors is not important to Xianyi himself, but if it causes any adverse effects on little Sakura, Hinata, and Ino, it will be a big trouble. Xianyi secretly made up his mind that if such a situation really happened, he would catch Suzuki after the exam and train him hard according to the devilish training volume of Might Guy so that he would remember it. After hearing what Suzuki said, Xiao Li on the side also got enlightened instantly and understood the mystery at once. Then, his eyes fell on little Sakura behind Xianyi involuntarily. At that moment, he felt that his heart was struck by lightning and he was stunned. I have to admit that although little Sakura was often criticized by netizens on the internet in her previous life, no one can deny that she is indeed very beautiful. Otherwise, how could Xianyi improve her favorability with little Sakura? Just as Xiao Li mustered up the courage to walk up to little Sakura and say hello to each other, he suddenly found that little Sakura actually took Xianyi's arm intimately. In an instant, Xiao Li felt as if a bolt of lightning hit him directly on the head, and the whole person was struck by lightning and stood there. He didn't expect that his love, which had just begun, would end like this. He watched Xianyi and the others go up to the second floor, until Tian Tian came over and patted him, and then he came to his senses. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33 Training Ground. The real assessment venue was crowded with people of all kinds. These people came from different ninja villages, but most of them were small ninja villages. The only famous ninja villages were KONOHA, the organizer, and the Sand Village, which CO organized the event. Just as they slowly pushed open the heavy door, a low creaking sound instantly broke the originally calm atmosphere in the venue. The attention of all the people present was almost attracted by the sudden sound at the same time. They turned their heads and cast their curious and scrutinizing eyes at the door. Little Sakura couldn't help but swallowed secretly. She had never experienced such a scene. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were staring at them with doubts, vigilance, and even a little hostility, which made little Sakura feel extremely nervous, as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Even Naruto, who is usually carefree, and Sasuke, who is always calm and composed, feel a little bit of pressure at this time, and their expressions are a little tense. However, only Xianyi is still calm, as if everything around him has nothing to do with him. Because he knows very well that among this group of people, more than 90% of them are just the foil in this assessment. As described in the original book, after the first round of assessment, the number of people here will be directly reduced by half, and when the second round of assessment is over, there are only a few teams that can continue to stay, only 6 teams, a total of 18 people. Therefore, for these people who are destined to play only supporting roles, Xianyi really can't get up the slightest interest to care about them. Just as Xianyi looked around carelessly, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly came into his ears. "Xianyi, you are here." Then, a golden figure rushed towards him like a whirlwind. Before Hyunyi could react, the girl with dazzling blonde hair had already thrown herself into his arms without hesitation, and hung on him tightly like a koala, while hugging his neck intimately. Hyunyi's face was filled with a warm smile, and he gently patted Ino, who was hanging tightly on him, his eyes full of pampering and tolerance. However, this scene made little Sakura beside him unhappy. She pouted her little mouth angrily, walked forward quickly, and pulled Ino off Hyunyi's body without any hesitation. "Ino pig, what are you doing? This is too rude." Little Sakura widened her eyes and scolded Ino. After Ino was pulled off Hyunyi by little Sakura unexpectedly, she looked dissatisfied and angry, staring at little Sakura and said, "Broad forehead, what are you crazy about? Aren't you obsessed with pursuing Sasuke? I've already generously given Sasuke to you, how dare you come to compete with me for Hyunyi? Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" Hearing what Ino said, little Sakura's face instantly turned red. She first carefully glanced at Hyunyi, then turned her head and refuted Ino. "I pursued Sasuke before because I didn't realize the good of Hyunyi before. Now I have come to my senses and turned back, isn't it okay?" After hearing what little Sakura said, Ino couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically, "Hey? Turn back? Don't be kidding. Do you think you can cover up your fickle nature by making up a random excuse? If you have the guts, you can continue to pursue your Sasuke, but Hyunyi is mine. No one can take her away." Little Sakura snorted coldly, folded her hands in front of her chest, and fought back unyieldingly. "Humph! Don't be so smug here. Hyunyi and I are teammates in the same team. We will definitely spend more time together than you do. By then, Hyunyi will naturally know who treats him better." After saying that, little Sakura raised his chin in a protest and looked at Ino provocatively. "Don't be so proud, broad forehead." Ino glared at little Sakura with her eyes wide open, gritting her teeth and shouting, "If you have the guts, you can beat me, Ino pig." Little Sakura retorted without showing any weakness, with raging anger in her eyes. At this moment, the eyes of little Sakura and Ino seemed to have countless arcs colliding fiercely, emitting dazzling sparks. The sparks seemed to ignite the surrounding air, which made people shudder. Zion stood aside, looking at the tense scene in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh with a headache. He thought to himself, what was supposed to come finally came. At this moment, Shikamaru and Chiji walked over slowly from the side. Shikamaru said teasingly with a half-smile on his face. Zion, I didn't expect that in just 1 or 2 months after graduation, little Sakura actually changed from liking Suzuki to liking you. After saying that, he winked at Zion. Chiji nodded in agreement, chewing potato chips and mumbling incoherently, that's right, Hyun-yi, you are so charming. Hyun-yi glanced at Shikamaru helplessly, muttering to himself, this guy is always causing trouble. Although the scene of 2 girls fighting for their own jealousy is indeed quite nice, it is not a solution to continue like this, and it is necessary to mediate quickly. So, Hyun-yi took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and stood up. Okay, both of you, stop arguing. Now our most important task is to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. After the exam, I will explain things to you clearly, okay? Hearing Hyun-yi speak, little Sakura and Ino stopped arguing temporarily. Ino quickly put away her angry expression, and in the blink of an eye, she changed into a gentle and dignified lady, coquettishly hugged Hyun-yi's arm, and said in a coquettish voice. Okay, Zion-yi, I will listen to you in everything. Seeing this, little Sakura was naturally unwilling to be outdone. She also quickly adjusted her posture, put on a gentle and ladylike look, hugged Zion-yi's other arm tightly, and whispered. Zion-yi, I will also be obedient. Shikamaru was speechless when he saw Ino's face change so quickly. But he didn't say much, after all, he didn't want to get too involved in the affairs of men and women. As for Chiji, he continued to eat snacks. And Suzuki didn't care at all, but thought it was not bad, at least little Sakura wouldn't bother him anymore. Naruto was miserable, he liked little Sakura in the first place, and when little Sakura liked Suzuki, he could still compete with Suzuki, but Zion-yi, after all, was his best friend, so Naruto could only give up with tears. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 The 9 Little Warriors arrive. After successfully stabilizing little Sakura and Ino, Hinata's team came over. Kaiba's iconic figure appeared in front of everyone, with a cute white puppy lying steadily on his head, and a bright smile on his face, and he greeted the 7 people in front of him. Oh! So you are here, it really surprises me, I didn't expect you to come to participate in this Chunin exam. And Chino, who has always been taciturn, stood quietly aside, nodded slightly, and did not greet people as enthusiastically as Kaiba. At this time, Hinata's eyes fell on Zion-yi involuntarily, and when she saw Zion-yi, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. However, this joy was soon broken by the scene in front of her. Ino and little Sakura were hugging Zion-yi's arms tightly, looking intimate. Hinata's heart sank suddenly, and her eyes revealed an unconcealable loss. She thought to herself, he already has someone else by his side, could it be that he will no longer need me? Just then, Hyun-yi noticed the change in Hinata's mood, he rolled his teeth in annoyance, and then gently patted Ino and little Sakura beside him. Although the two seemed a little reluctant, they still let go of Hyun-yi's arm. Then, Hyun-yi turned to look at Hinata with a gentle smile, and asked softly, Hinata, I haven't seen you for a few days. I just happen to have some cinnamon rolls here. Do you want to eat them? Hinata heard this, and her originally dull eyes lit up instantly. Because cinnamon rolls are one of her favorite foods, it seems that Hyun-yi still cares about her. Seeing Hinata nod, Hyun-yi took out a scroll from the ninja bag, pulled it open a little, revealing one of the magic circles, put his hand on it, and injected chakra. With a bang, a big box appeared, Hyun-yi opened it, and it was filled with slow cinnamon rolls. Zion-yi first gave Hinata a piece before giving it to the others. When little Sakura and Ino saw this scene, they seemed to have guessed something in their hearts, and they felt a little bitter, but Xianyi said that he would give them a clear answer after the Chnin exam, so they didn't show anything. And they thought that Xianyi's answer was to choose one from them, but Xianyi was a greedy person, so there would only be one answer. Can you be quiet for a while? Just then, a voice came. Then, a figure slowly walked in. Here it comes. This is the legendary number 1 rebel Yakushi Kabuto. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. You are the 9 newcomers who just graduated from school this year. You look so happy and noisy here. Really, do you think you are going on a hiking trip? Yakushi Kabuto crossed his arms and put on the appearance of a senior and began to teach everyone. Ino, who was originally a hot-tempered person and only acted like a lady in front of Xianyi, could not stand Kabuto's arrogant attitude, and she immediately said in dissatisfaction. Who are you? How dare you talk to us like this, and act so self-important? Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly and replied slowly, My name is Yakushi Kabuto, but now is not the time to discuss my identity, you should look around you first. Hearing this, everyone looked around. They were immediately frightened. There were hundreds of ninjas standing densely in the classroom, staring at the 10 of them with hostile and unfriendly eyes. Even Shikamaru, who was the laziest on weekdays, and Suzuki, who always had a blank expression, felt a huge pressure at this moment. Only Xianyi remained calm and didn't seem to be affected too much. Xianyi quickly scanned the hundreds of ninjas with serious expressions and sharp eyes in the field, then slightly turned sideways and whispered to Shikamaru beside him in a low voice. Shikamaru, look, they are staring at us so straight, as if they want to eat us alive, otherwise, how about I go and show them a bit of power? As she said that, she raised her eyebrows, and a look of eagerness appeared on her face. Shikamaru was surprised when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Xianyi with a little doubt, and asked, A show of force? How are you going to do it? Xianyi thought for a moment, and then answered confidently. Haha, I just learned a very strong physical skill recently. A random punch in here will definitely make them fall to the ground instantly, or at least end up half dead. After saying this, he showed a harmless smile. When Shikamaru heard this, a layer of fine beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He waved his hands and shook his head. Oh, don't be impulsive. We can't do this. After all, they didn't provoke us. Instead, we were the ones who made a loud noise here and disturbed them first. Xianyi shrugged when he heard Shikamaru's words, and seemed to feel a little disappointed, but he still gave up the idea and didn't mention it again. On the other side, Yakushi Kabuto was concentrating on fiddling with the shinobi card in his hand, with a gentle and kind smile on his face. He was like a caring older brother, patiently introducing the strength of other ninjas present and the number of tasks they had completed to Naruto and others. After listening to Yakushi Kabuto's detailed introduction of the powerful strength of other candidates, Xianyi deliberately pretended to sigh and dejected, and said with a sad face. Hey! This time, the Chunin exam is really full of masters. There are so many powerful guys participating. Look at their strength, and then look at myself. I feel that I have lost confidence all of a sudden. As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly, as if he was full of worry and fear about this exam. As soon as these words came out, Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura instantly widened their eyes, with a look of seeing a ghost on their faces, staring at Xianyi. They all thought in their hearts, this guy is really good at making up nonsense. Although Xianyi has not yet successfully completed a difficult A-level mission, his amazing strength in the last wave country, coupled with the high evaluation given to him by teacher Kakashi, his strength level is definitely higher than that of ordinary Chunin. However, Ino and Hinata, who did not know Xianyi's true strength, believed Xianyi's self-deprecating words and comforted him. At this time, Hinata was so focused on comforting Xianyi that she did not notice that her soft and delicate hands had been quietly held in Xianyi's palms. When she finally realized this, Her pretty face, which was originally as white as snow, instantly turned red, as delicate as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Xianyi anymore, and her heart was pounding like a deer. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35. The Otonagakure trio deserves a beating. Sakura and Ino's eyes were drawn to the scene at the same time. They clearly saw Hyunyi holding Hinata's white and soft hand tightly. For a moment, the two looked at each other, and no one said a word, but each other's eyes revealed deep doubts and confusion. When did Hyunyi develop such deep feelings for Hinata? Before this, there was no sign that he had a special liking for Hinata. How could they suddenly become so close, as if they had known each other for a long time? What's more surprising is that from the details of Hyunyi's treatment of Hinata, he seems to know Hinata's preferences very well. Whether it's what kind of food Hinata likes to eat or some of her daily habits, Hyunyi can grasp them accurately. This is really strange. If it weren't for a long time of getting along and careful observation, how could he do this? In fact, things are not as simple as they seem. At the beginning, Xianyi knew that he had limited power in this world full of variables and dangers because he had never been able to obtain the so-called cheat. Therefore, he did not dare to get too close to Hinata and other important characters, but chose to focus most of his energy on building a good relationship with Naruto. After all, Naruto's growth trajectory is closely connected with the main line of the whole story. As long as Naruto finally ascends to the position of Hokage, Xianyi believes that he can benefit from it to some extent. Moreover, these key figures are often involved in complex plot developments. If you are not careful and get involved in them, you may bring yourself unexpected trouble. However, when Xianyi unexpectedly obtained the coveted cheat, everything changed. With the powerful help of cost exemption, he is no longer as timid as before, and began to boldly expand his social circle, including getting closer to many people including Hinata. And at this moment, suddenly, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind coming from the door. In an instant, Xianyi reacted quickly and stretched out his hand, pulling Hinata into his arms. Hinata was caught off guard and was suddenly pulled into Xianyi's arms. Her face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She even instinctively felt that she was about to faint because of excessive shyness. However, before she really fainted, she heard a light puff sound. She subconsciously looked back and saw an extremely sharp kunai firmly inserted in the position where she was originally standing. Xianyi's face suddenly became gloomy. He turned his head with a bad look and stared at the door. At this time, 3 supporting roles from the Union village were standing at the door. Among them, Sak, whose clothes had a big death written on them, was full of sarcasm and disdain on his face, and laughed. "Haha, you didn't even notice the kunai I threw, and you dare to come to the Chunin exam? You'd better go home and find your mother as soon as possible." At the same time, Tos, who was tightly wrapped in bandages and looked like a terrifying mummy, stared at Xianyi and others with cold and ruthless eyes, and he also echoed contemptuously. "Yes, the so-called Konoha shinobi is at this level? It's really disappointing, it's simply vulnerable." Xianyi slowly let go of Hinata, his face was as calm as a pool of still water, and his eyes stared coldly at Sak, Tos, and Jin in front of him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. "It seems that you seem to be a little blindly confident in your own strength." Sak heard this and couldn't help but sneer. He opened his mouth and was about to continue to mock Xianyi and others with words, but at this moment, Xianyi's figure was like a ghost, and at a jaw-dropping speed, he flashed in front of Sak in an instant. Then, with a loud bang, Xianyi's fist, which contained 1,000 pounds of force, hit Sak's cheek hard. The blow was so powerful that Sak had no time to react, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Sak's body drew an arc in the air, and then hit the wall next to him heavily. The huge impact force caused the wall to dent, forming a clearly visible human-shaped mark. Seeing their companions being hit so hard, TOS and Jin were immediately furious. Without any hesitation, they roared in unison and rushed towards Xianyi at the same time. Facing the fierce enemy, Xianyi was unusually calm. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he opened the mysterious and powerful Sharingan without hesitation. TOS and Jin had never expected Xianyi to have Sharingan. After all, Xianyi always kept a low profile and did not like to deliberately show the Uchiha family's family emblem on his clothes. Unprepared, the two instantly fell into the Sharingan illusion cast by Xianyi. For a moment, their consciousness became blurred and their movements became stagnant. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, Xianyi attacked again. He opened his left and right fists and hit TOS and Jin's faces accurately. Two more dull collisions sounded, and TOS and Jin followed Sak's footsteps and were also hit and flew up, and finally hit the wall hard. After beating the Otagakure trio without any chance to fight back, Xianyi slowly turned his head and looked inside the venue. The pair of scarlet Sharingan was like 1,000-year-old ice, and the strong sense of oppression it exuded instantly spread, causing many people present to swallow their saliva uncontrollably. Now, I hope that all of you can clearly understand why Konoha can become the most powerful and the first among the 5 major ninja villages. Xianyi's voice was icy cold, like the biting wind in winter, chilling. If anyone dares to take chances and try to provoke them in Konoha village, then just come and give it a try. These words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer, especially those ninjas from other ninja villages. They swallowed hard and felt their throats dry. At the same time, the 3 people from the hidden sand village were also looking at Xianyi. Kankuro and Temari frowned, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Gaara still looked cold, but there was endless bloodthirstiness and madness in his eyes. For this Uchiha who he had never killed personally, he was filled with a strong desire to kill him, and he really wanted to rush forward and kill him immediately. "Shut up! You bastards!" At this moment, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded, instantly breaking the strange and quiet tense atmosphere at the scene. After hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads and saw a tall and burly man stepping onto the podium with steady and powerful steps. The man's face was crisscrossed with hideous scars, like a line of lion majesty entwined on his face, which was daunting. And behind him, followed closely by a dozen ninjas in uniformed nin costumes. They all looked solemn and exuded an invisible pressure. "Sorry for the long wait. I am the examiner of the first round of this Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki." Ibiki's loud voice echoed throughout the classroom. His tall and mighty body stood on the podium, giving people a strong sense of oppression, as if he was the absolute ruler of this field. At this moment, Ibiki suddenly locked his eyes on Uchiha Kenai at the back of the crowd and shouted, "Uchiha Kenai, put away your Sharingan immediately. If you want to show your true strength, there will be enough opportunities for you to show it in the second test, but at this moment, please sit down." Kenai, who was called, slowly turned his head, and his scarlet Sharingan stared at Ibiki coldly without any emotion. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a chilling smile. Then, the Sharingan in his eyes gradually returned to the original dark pupils, and he crossed his arms and responded nonchalantly, "Sorry, I'm a little too excited for my first time taking such an important exam. In fact, Kenai just wanted to teach the 3 people from the Union village a lesson. He didn't really intend to take their lives, not because he lacked such ability, but because the time was not right. When he communicates with that person in the second test, he will kill these 3 guys. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36 The First Exam. Seeing that Xianyi closed the Sharingan as he wished, Ibiki's frown finally relaxed as if relieved. At this time, Ibiki's tense face finally relaxed a little, and he spoke seriously. "In this case, Please go back to your corresponding seats, our first test is about to begin. As soon as the voice fell, everyone including the 9 little strong men, Zayanyi and Yakushi Kabuto, went to find their seats according to their test numbers. It was a coincidence that Zayanyi happened to sit between Naruto and Hinata. When he saw his position, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and then looked around thoughtfully at the number of people who were taking the test in the entire examination room. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to Zayanyi's mind. So, he gently approached Naruto and whispered to him in a low voice. Naruto, if you don't know how to answer the questions in the written test later, don't worry about it and just skip it. But remember the most important point, that is, no matter what happens, you must sit there calmly when facing the last question, and don't act rashly, understand? After hearing this, Naruto showed a confused look on his face, but out of trust in Zayanyi, he nodded obediently, indicating that he knew. However, their little actions did not escape Ibuki's sharp eyes. Ibuki not only has excellent eyesight, but also has superb hearing. Therefore, even in this meeting room where absolute silence is required, he can still clearly hear every word Zayanyi said to Naruto. Instantly, Ibuki felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, and thought to himself, what is going on? Why does this guy know about the 10th question? Could it be that the information about the test questions has been leaked? But, this is impossible. Thinking of this, Ibuki's brows were tightly knitted together again, and he fell into deep thought. But Zayanyi only told Naruto quietly. Although Ibuki was a little confused, he did not delve into the matter, and still began to distribute the test papers calmly. The candidates took the test papers and wrote their names. After writing his name, Zayanyi quickly propped up his chin with both hands, with a playful smile on his face, and his eyes were cast straight at Ibuki on the podium. Ibuki noticed Zayanyi's strange behavior and instantly determined that Zayanyi really knew the additional questions of the first exam, which was the most critical 10th question. However, facing this situation, Ibuki not only did not show any anger, but appeared to be particularly calm. Because for him, this 10th question was not an absolute secret. Generally speaking, those who have taken an exam are mostly familiar with the ins and outs of it. Even those who have never taken an exam can get relevant information by asking experienced people. Therefore, Ibuki did not take it seriously that Kenai knew the test questions in advance. On the contrary, he looked at Kenai's confident demeanor and could not help but feel a little admiration in his heart. In his opinion, only those ninjas who are good at collecting sufficient information in advance can be called truly outstanding ninjas. At the same time, Naruto noticed Kenai's relaxed performance, so he did not hesitate to scribble his name on the test paper, and then fell asleep on the table as usual. And Hinata saw that after Kenai wrote his name, he quickly turned the test paper over. Which made Hinata very confused and puzzled. She couldn't help but wonder, is it because the questions are too difficult that Zayanyi doesn't know how to answer them? Thinking of this, Hinata couldn't help but feel anxious. She wanted to help Zayanyi, but she was helpless because at this moment, she was surrounded by more than a dozen chunin with excellent observation skills, who were always keeping a close eye on every move of every candidate in the examination room. In fact, this is the most important part of this exam, to test whether these genin have enough ability to successfully cheat under so many strict surveillance. Yes, you heard it right. The focus of this first exam is not the traditional knowledge reserves or problem-solving skills, but to test whether they can cleverly use various means to cheat without being noticed by the invigilators. When everyone learned about this special rule, the whole examination room instantly became lively, and everyone racked their brains to use all their tricks, showing a variety of dazzling cheating methods. For example, Sasuke, with his sharp eyes, quickly locked on a person with excellent written test scores. Then, without hesitation, he activated Sharingan and accurately imitated the man's writing movements, thus successfully obtaining the correct answer. Looking at Kaiba, he suddenly had an idea and made full use of his inseparable companion Akamaru. He held Akamaru on his head and whispered to it to observe other people's answers and convey the answers he saw to himself. After all, those chnin would not keep a close eye on even a cute puppy. From this incident, it is not difficult to see how useful it is to master a dog language. However, as the saying goes, there are those who are capable and those who are not. Not long after, the first person who was unfortunately eliminated came into being. Then, one after another, the examinees were called out of the examination room by the invigilator chnin like dominoes. The number of people who stayed in the examination room to continue fighting gradually decreased, and the atmosphere became more solemn. Ibiki looked up and glanced at the clock on the wall. Before he knew it, 45 minutes had passed. He suddenly raised his voice and spoke loudly. Okay. Next, I will announce the 10th question of this exam. But before that, I need to add a special rule for this last crucial question. As soon as Ibiki finished speaking, all the candidates who were still writing or racking their brains stopped their actions at the same time. Their faces were instantly filled with nervousness, and their eyes were all focused on Ibiki. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ibiki couldn't help feeling a little proud. He cleared his throat and continued, "Then let me explain in detail. This is really a rule that is enough to make people fall into the abyss of despair." Then, he glanced at the faces in front of him that seemed a little distorted because of nervousness and anxiety with satisfaction, and slowly spoke. "First of all, for this 10th question, each of you must decide for yourself whether to accept it. Say your own choice. What if you choose not to accept it?" Temari widened her eyes and asked impatiently. Her voice was crisp and eager, and it sounded particularly loud in the quiet examination room. Ibiki had a blank expression on his face, his eyes were as cold as ice, and he said coldly, "If you choose not to accept, this candidate will immediately get 0 points, which means he will be judged as unqualified, and the 2 people in the same group with him will also be considered unqualified." His words blew through the hearts of every candidate like a cold wind. What kind of rule is this? There is only one choice. How can you implicate innocent people like this? Other candidates also echoed, and the whole examination room was noisy for a while. Facing the doubts and anger of the crowd, Ibiki did not get angry this time. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an elusive smile, and said slowly, "Don't worry, there is another rule. If you choose to accept but fail to answer the question correctly in the end, you will lose the qualification to participate in the chnin exam forever from now on." As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue that hit everyone present. This rule is really too harsh, it is simply crazy. Ye could no longer suppress his anger, and slammed the table hard, pointing at Ibiki and cursing. How can there be such a BD rule? Many people here have participated in the chnin exam more than once. Are you going to cut off everyone's hope? Ibiki's gloomy face slowly showed an extremely cruel smile, and his mouth corners slightly raised, and he sneered. He. What a pity, blame your bad luck, this year's rules are made by me. Of course, I am still very kind, after all, I have given you a chance to turn back. Those who have no confidence in themselves can choose to give up this assessment directly and wait to participate next year or the year after next. This so-called two-choice question is simply a nightmare choice. Because once someone chooses to refuse to accept the challenge, not only will he lose the qualification to continue the exam, but his teammates will also be eliminated together. However, if they accept the test but fail to answer correctly, the fate that awaits them will be extremely tragic. They will only stay at the humble level of genin forever and will never be promoted. Such a difficult choice is an unbearable burden for any ordinary person. Although Ibiki cannot torture the candidates as he did in the past, he can still skillfully use various methods to create huge psychological pressure on every candidate present with his interrogation experience and superb skills accumulated over the years. I have to admit that being able to do this is indeed worthy of the prestigious position of the head of the KONOHA interrogation department. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Question 10 and Anko. Then, those who want to give up answering the 10th question can raise their hands and give up and leave. Ibiki's voice resounded loudly and solemnly throughout the examination room. As soon as the voice fell, time seemed to freeze, and the scene was dead silent. However, this silence did not last too long. In less than half a minute, someone began to be unable to bear the huge pressure in his heart, and a hand was raised tremblingly. Number 18 gives up. Chnin on the side announced calmly with an expressionless face. Then, candidates number 23 and number 65 slowly stood up. They were all teammates of number 18, and according to the rules, they had to leave the examination room together. The three people lowered their heads, their steps were heavy and slow, and their faces were full of loss and frustration. They walked out of the examination room silently, and their figures gradually disappeared from people's sight. As the first person took the lead in giving up, more and more people seemed to have found an exit and chose to give up. For a while, hands raised in the examination room appeared one after another like mushrooms after rain. In just 5 minutes, the originally lively and crowded examination room was actually more than half empty. However, among those who stayed, many were still in a state of hesitation. Xianyi carefully counted the number of people left, thinking to himself, according to the current situation, there are indeed not too many people left, and this number should be enough for the next second round of assessment. Thinking of this, he supported his face with one hand, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealed a faint smile, and turned to Ibiki and said, "Hey, Mr. Ibiki, I think it's almost enough now, should we move on to the 10th question?" Ibiki frowned when he heard Xianyi's words, and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. In his original idea, this exam should have eliminated more talents, but he didn't expect that after 5 minutes, only about half of the candidates voluntarily gave up and left. Since 5 minutes have passed, it's time to end it. At this time, Ibiki shouted in his low and serious voice. "In that case, let's start answering the 10th question now." As he said this, he suddenly turned his hand over and slapped it hard on the huge blackboard behind him, making a dull sound. This sudden action instantly attracted everyone's attention, and the originally noisy examination room suddenly became silent. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a faint smile slowly appeared on Ibiki's face. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Congratulations, everyone, you have successfully passed the 10th question." Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but look puzzled. They looked at each other, completely wondering why they had passed the exam inexplicably. Looking at everyone's puzzled expressions, Ibiki smiled slightly and explained patiently. "This 10th question is actually a severe test of your team's cohesion. As long as everyone in the team can firmly choose not to give up answering the questions for their companions, then the entire team will pass. Moreover, this 10th question has a score of up to 60 points. So, as long as the students who can stick to it, they are qualified." After hearing this, the candidates present breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, they excitedly communicated with their companions around them, sharing this hard-won joy with each other. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening loud noise sounded without warning, as if a thunder exploded in people's ears. The candidates who were originally immersed in joy were frightened by the sudden sound and trembled all over, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Then, everyone's eyes were cast on the broken window. In a flash, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the broken window like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow quickly unfolded, and 4 shurikens were thrown out of the window in succession, accurately fixing the 4 corners of the black shadow that had just opened. Only then did everyone see clearly that it was a huge curtain as white as snow. On this curtain, a line of big words was written in black paint: "The second examiner Mitarashi Anko, please see me." Ibiki looked at what was happening in front of him, with a helpless and speechless expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "This woman is always so impetuous." Just then, a tall woman with an exaggerated explosive braid strode to the front of the curtain. This person was Mitarashi Anko, who held her head high and shouted loudly with full energy. "Now is not the time to be happy. I am the examiner in charge of your second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Don't stand there like an idiot, go take the exam." Before she finished speaking, Mitarashi Anko raised her fist high without hesitation, with a flash of excitement in her eyes, and shouted again, "Follow me." As she shouted, there seemed to be an invisible wind blowing around, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground and flying in the air. Everyone's face showed an expression as if they saw an idiot, staring at Anko. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward and deserted. Anko seemed to have noticed this abnormality, and couldn't help but raise his hand to scratch his head, revealing a trace of embarrassment. Ibiki slowly walked out from behind the curtain behind her. He shook his head and sighed, "Anko, look at you, no one cares about you." Hearing this, Anko turned around instantly and punched Ibiki's stomach without saying a word. At the same time, she muttered, "Do you need to remind me?" After venting, she turned around again to face the candidates, carefully counted the number of people, and then showed some dissatisfaction on her face and complained. "Ibiki, there are still 67 people here, 67. Halfway through the words, Anko seemed to suddenly realize something and counted again seriously. "Yes, it is indeed 67 people." In an instant, Anko felt that her brain was blank and completely fell into a state of downtime. That's not right. According to the rules, there should be 3 people in a group. How could there be such a weird number as 67? Anko frowned suspiciously, her beautiful eyes whirling around, her mind spinning like a windmill, trying to find the hidden secret. However, no matter how hard she thought, she could not figure it out. At this moment, Ibiki, who had been observing silently, saw Anko's embarrassment. He hurried to Anko's side, bent down, and whispered in her ear, "Don't bother thinking about it anymore. This year, there is a student who is a single team to take the exam, and this is specially approved by the Hokage himself." Ibiki's words were like a flash of lightning across the night sky, instantly illuminating the fog in Anko's heart. Her originally dull eyes suddenly bloomed with bright brilliance, and she was so excited that she seemed to have discovered a new world, and she shouted at the candidates at the top of her voice. "Hey, where is the kid from the single team? Come out and let me meet him." Ibiki was so frightened when she saw this that her face turned pale. She hurriedly stretched out a big hand to cover Anko's mouth tightly, and dragged her to the side, shouting to the bewildered candidates, Okay, you all go back and rest. The second exam will be held in the Death Forest tomorrow, and this examiner will explain the relevant rules to you in detail. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Shura Field Upgrade. Ibiki grabbed Anko's arm tightly and dragged her to another room effortlessly. After entering the room, Anko struggled hard and finally succeeded in getting rid of Ibiki's strong arms. She was furious, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ibiki fiercely, as if she was about to spit fire. "Ibiki, if you don't give me a reasonable and convincing explanation today, you will bear the consequences." After saying this, Anko crossed her arms and stared at Ibiki with hostile and unfriendly eyes. The look was like an enraged lioness, ready to pounce and bite the enemy at any time. Faced with such a strong reaction from Anko, Ibiki couldn't help but feel a splitting headache. He rubbed his temples, trying to relieve the tension, and then spoke helplessly. "Anko, please don't be so impulsive, okay? Listen to me, what I did just now was to help you. Do you know what kind of special identity and background that kid who just formed a team alone has?" Hearing this, Anko showed a trace of disdain on her face. She snorted, turned her head away, and muttered. Tisk, isn't he just an ordinary ninja? What kind of great identity can he have? However, despite her strong words, she was actually a little curious about this question in her heart. Ibiki sighed deeply and said slowly. Alas, Anko, things are far from as simple as you think. That kid is one of the only 2 survivors of the Uchiha family now. And as the head of the interrogation department, I more or less understand some of the complex power struggles between the upper echelons of the village. The 3rd Hokage and Lord Danzo once had a fierce dispute about how to deal with this kid. At this point, Ibiki paused and observed Anko's expression. Seeing that Anko's expression gradually became solemn, he continued. The reason why the 3rd generation agreed to let that guy form a team alone this time is to test his true strength and loyalty to Konoha village. Therefore, before the 3rd generation clearly expresses his attitude, we must not leak the news, let alone let other ninja villages know about his existence. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, it may cause a series of unexpected troubles and crises. After listening to Ibiki's explanation, Anko's original angry expression disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious look. At this time, she finally realized the seriousness of the situation and understood the hidden meaning behind Ibiki's previous actions. How dare you do that? Ibiki rubbed his temples and said. What can we do? You've already said it in public. If nothing unexpected happens, the Sand Village will start investigating this soon. Plus, that kid has been in the limelight before the first exam. The Sand Village will find him soon, so what we need to do now is to have someone watch that kid and prevent him from getting into trouble. Anko nodded, then turned and left to prepare for tomorrow's test. Hyunyi didn't realize how much trouble Anko's casual words would cause him today. However, at this moment, he was facing a more difficult situation. In the bustling barbecue restaurant, the members of the 7, 8, and 10 teams of the 3 teams actually gathered together. 10 people, all gathered together. Perhaps out of consideration not to be affected, as smart as Shikamaru, he took the others to sit at another table and watched the situation on Hyunyi's side with interest. Hyunyi was sitting at the same table with little Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. Hinata, who is more introverted and shy, has been keeping her head down, as if she dare not raise it to face the scene in front of her. At the same time, little Sakura and Ino stared at Hyunyi with their sharp eyes, as if they wanted to see through him. Feeling this suffocating atmosphere, Hyunyi tried to find an excuse to temporarily escape from this place. Well, are you thirsty? How about I go get some water for everyone to drink? As he said that, he was about to get up and leave. But who knew that his 2 hands were instantly grabbed by little Sakura and Ino, and the 2 people even looked at each other. Ino had a faint smile on her face, and she said to little Sakura in a gentle but sharp tone, "Hey, you sneaky little Sakura, can you please let go of my hand?" Hearing this, little Sakura naturally refused to show weakness and immediately fought back. If we are talking about letting go, it should be you, the vixen Ino, who should let go first. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense. Seeing the tense situation in front of him, Xianyi's heart tightened. He quickly looked at Shikamaru for help, hoping that he could help him out. However, what he never expected was that Shikamaru, who seemed smart and witty on weekdays, just shrugged his shoulders at this moment, indicating that he could not help. This guy actually watched someone die at such a critical moment. Xianyi sighed secretly in his heart. However, at this point, he knew that he could no longer escape this dispute, so he could only sit down again helplessly. He took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound as gentle as possible, and then slowly said to little Sakura and Ino, "Little Sakura, Ino, can you two stop arguing for a while? Can you listen to me for a few words?" Hearing Xianyi's words, although little Sakura and Ino were still competing with each other with hostile eyes, they at least temporarily shut their mouths and pretended to listen attentively. Seeing that the two finally calmed down, Xianyi breathed a sigh of relief and continued. First of all, you really don't need to keep arguing like this. Because no matter who wins the argument in the end, I will never change my true thoughts deep in my heart because of this reason. Secondly, speaking of this, Xianyi subconsciously glanced at Shikamaru and others who were sitting at the table next to him and watching the show with interest. He took a deep breath again, as if to encourage himself, and then continued. Secondly, I want to say that I will never give up on any of you. To me, you two are as important as the two wings of my life. If you feel angry or dissatisfied, then vent all your anger on me, beat and scold me as much as you want, as long as you can calm down this dispute between you. When Xianyi finished speaking, not only Sakura and Ino were stunned, but even Hinata, who had been keeping her head down and silent, couldn't help but raise her head. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Xianyi at the same time, revealing all kinds of complex and incomprehensible emotions in their eyes. And Shikamaru and the others widened their eyes, revealing extremely admiring looks in their eyes, staring straight at Xianyi. Secretly amazed in their hearts. Really awesome. He actually had the courage to say it so blatantly. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little subtle. At this moment, after the 3 women were silent for a moment, Ino, who was more straightforward, took the lead in breaking the deadlock. She stared at Hyunyi with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through his inner thoughts, and asked slowly. Hyunyi, tell me honestly now, from now on, will you always like me? Hearing Ino's sudden question, Hyunyi was stunned at first, but soon came to his senses, nodded without hesitation, and said firmly. I swear, I will like you all my life, and never change my mind. Hearing Hyunyi's affectionate words, Ino's face instantly bloomed with a smile as bright as spring flowers. She stretched out her hands with joy, tightly held Hyunyi's right hand, and said coquettishly, Okay, I believe you. Then, Ino turned her eyes to the little Sakura beside her, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and teased with a hint of playful smile. Oh my, broad forehead, look at you, what a hesitant look. In my opinion, you should quit as soon as possible and stop wasting time and energy here. Little Sakura couldn't stand Ino's provocation, she immediately retorted without showing any weakness. Humph. If you want to quit, it should be you. I, little Sakura, will never give up on Hyunyi easily. No matter what happens, I will stay by his side unwaveringly. After saying that, little Sakura also reached out and held Hyunyi's left hand tightly to show her determination. Just when the two were deadlocked, Hinata, who had always been introverted and shy, also plucked up the courage to stand up. She blushed, lowered her head and said softly. I have the same idea. I also don't want to give up on Hyunyi. Seeing the chaotic and explosive scene in front of him, Hyunyi sighed helplessly in his heart. But fortunately, the situation was temporarily stabilized and this difficulty was successfully overcome. So, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, everyone, stop arguing, let's sit down and have a good meal. Seeing Xianyi change the subject so coldly, Ino and little Sakura rolled their eyes at him, but also went along with him. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39 Ino and Little Sakura's Kiss. In the smoke of the barbecue, the invisible war between Little Sakura and Ino continued to heat up. The two of them were like two fighting cocks, vying for favor in front of Hyunyi. The chopsticks in their hands were frequently crossed like lightning, constantly picking up the sizzling and fragrant meat slices into Hyunyi's bowl, as if whoever picked up more would win this love battle without gunpowder. Even Hinata, who has always been gentle and introverted, quietly joined in this ranks. Although her movements were gentle, her concern for Hyunyi could not be hidden in her eyes. Hyunyi, who was in the center of this storm of love, was helpless and embarrassed. Facing the barbecue that the three girls kept sending, he really couldn't refuse the kindness, so he could only bite it one bite after another. Every time he swallowed a piece of meat, he felt a little more happy in his heart, but also accompanied by a trace of unspeakable pain. After all, this sweet burden is really not light. Shikamaru and others sat aside, watching Hyunyi struggling under the passionate offensive of the three girls with relish, their faces full of jokes and smiles. Sometimes they whispered to each other, discussing this wonderful emotional drama. Sometimes they laughed loudly, as if they were enjoying a unique comedy performance. Finally, when the last piece of barbecue was eaten up, everyone stood up and said goodbye. Everyone embarked on the road home with different feelings, ready to face the second exam the next day, which was more severe. However, just before they were about to part, Ino took advantage of little Sakura's carelessness and rushed to Hyunyi like an agile deer. She stretched out her arms without hesitation, hugged Hyunyi's neck tightly, and then kissed her fiercely. This sudden scene stunned everyone present, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Little Sakura was the first to react. Her eyes widened instantly, and her anger burned. She rushed forward in 2 steps, grabbed Ino's arm, and pulled her away from Hyunyi. "Ino, you vixen, how dare you seduce Hyunyi in front of me?" Little Sakura was so angry that she trembled all over. At this time, Hinata's face had already blushed. She covered her mouth with both hands and stared at everything happening in front of her. The scene of her kissing Hyunyi in the future appeared in her mind involuntarily. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she almost fainted. After being forcibly separated by little Sakura, Ino not only did not feel the slightest bit of shame, but licked her lips triumphantly and said with a smile, "Hehe, now Hyunyi's first kiss belongs to me." Hearing this, little Sakura was even more furious. She pointed at Ino with a trembling hand and shouted angrily, You, Ino pig, you are really too much. You dared to take Hyunyi's first kiss first." After saying that, she stamped her feet fiercely. Looking at the victorious smile on Ino's face, little Sakura wished that she was the one who took Hyunyi's first kiss. Hyunyi gently touched her slightly hot lips, secretly surprised. She had just enjoyed delicious barbecue, but what remained between her lips was the faint mint fragrance brought by Ino's kiss. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two of them became more and more tense, as if a fierce quarrel was about to break out. Hyunyi hurriedly cast a look of help to Shikamaru on the side, and quietly winked, signaling him not to stand by and watch like a play, and quickly help. Although Shikamaru was a little reluctant, he still reluctantly put away his thoughts of watching the fun, put on a pleasant look, and coaxed and persuaded Ino to embark on the road home. Meanwhile, Hyunyi was walking home with little Sakura carefully. Along the way, little Sakura was always immersed in sadness, feeling sad that Hyunyi's precious first kiss was taken away by Ino so rudely. Facing this situation, Hyunyi was helpless. After all, he had never expected that Ino would suddenly pounce on him and forcefully kiss him without any warning. Finally, they arrived downstairs of little Sakura's house. Little Sakura slowly raised her head, staring at Hyunyi with her big, watery eyes without blinking, revealing an indescribable expectation in the depths of her eyes. Seeing this, Hyunyi instantly understood. Little Sakura was already looking at him with such affectionate eyes. If he still pretended to be confused at this time, it would be too much of a betrayal of little Sakura's sincerity. So, he stretched out his hands without hesitation, gently grasped little Sakura's weak shoulders, and then slowly leaned down. Seeing what Hyunyi did, little Sakura's face suddenly flushed with shyness, and she closed her eyes obediently with joy. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and everything around them became unimportant. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated their lips. Little Sakura was extremely shy. She turned around and ran upstairs like a frightened deer, leaving only a light and agile back. Hyunyi stood quietly, smiling, staring at the direction where little Sakura left. The sweet taste still remained on his lips for a long time. After barely dealing with little Sakura and Ino, only Hinata was left. But he didn't plan to find Hinata now. After all, Hinata's personality was too introverted. Holding hands could make her faint with shyness. So Hinata's side should be considered in the long run. Hyunyi returned home. As soon as he entered the door, a familiar voice suddenly came from the spiritual space deep in his mind. "Hey, kid, let me tell you a news. There are several people near your house who are secretly watching you now." The lazy voice of Ninetales sounded in Hyunyi's spiritual world. Hearing this news, Hyunyi was shocked, but on the surface he remained calm. He quickly walked to the bed, jumped lightly, and landed on the soft bed like a feather. Then, he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, but in fact, he sank his consciousness into the spiritual space. In the spiritual space, Xianyi frowned, stared at Ninetales in front of him and asked, "Someone is watching me? Who is it?" Ninetales rolled his eyes and answered unhappily. "Hey, you ask me? I have been in your body all the time, how can I know the identity of those people outside? But from the breath they exude, it seems that there is no malice. It can even be said that they seem to have a little kindness towards you, as if they came to protect you." After hearing this, Xianyi was stunned. "Protect me? This is really strange. Who would send someone to protect himself?" He thought hard for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. "Forget it, since I can't figure it out, I'd better not think about it. Anyway, as long as we make sure that the other party has no ill intentions towards us. At most we can stop using Shadow Clone for training today. It won't matter if we practice one day less." Thinking of this, Xianyi smiled with relief, then adjusted her posture and prepared to have a comfortable sleep. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Hyunyi's Shocking Words. The next morning, the sun shone at the entrance of the Death Forest, as if covering this mysterious and gloomy place with a layer of golden gauze. However, the seemingly soft light could not cover up the tension and danger that was about to come. The 67 candidates who successfully passed the first exam were now standing neatly outside the Death Forest. Everyone's face revealed different degrees of expectation and uneasiness, and they quietly waited for the next instructions. Standing at the front of the team was Anko. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, with a smile on her face, and after scanning every candidate present, she slowly spoke. "Before we officially start the second exam, here is an important consent form, which needs everyone to sign." As soon as the voice fell, she waved her arm lightly, and several ninjas wearing Chunin costumes behind her quickly took action and distributed the consent forms that had been prepared in their hands to everyone one by one. The candidates reached out to take the consent form. When they looked down and took a closer look, many of them turned pale, their pupils shrank, and their hands even began to tremble involuntarily. The consent form clearly had 5 chilling characters written on it: life and death consent form. At this time, a slightly braver candidate in the crowd asked Anko with a slightly trembling voice. "Please. Excuse me, what does this mean?" Facing the question of the candidate, Anko still maintained his iconic smile, but his tone became serious. As the name of this forest suggests, the Death Forest is not a place to play. It is full of various unknown dangers. Even those ferocious beasts have the ability to easily take your lives. And don't forget, in addition to the threats from the outside environment, you may also have fierce fights with each other. At this point, Anko reached out again and took a scroll from Chunin next to him, and continued to explain. "As for the reason for your fight, it stems from this thing in my hand. Later, we will give each of your teams a scroll marked with the word heaven or earth. Only when your team can hold both the heaven scroll and the earth scroll at the same time and successfully reach the tower in the center of the Death Forest, can it be considered to have passed this cruel second exam. So, if you want to quit, it's still not too late." Cowards who want to escape can return the life and death consent form now and get out. Anko used an extremely provocative way to stimulate the candidates present. Not to mention, this method really stimulated them. They all gritted their teeth and signed the life and death consent form. Anko said slowly with a playful smile on his face and slightly opened his red lips. Okay, all candidates, please pay attention. Next, this important exam will officially begin in 10 minutes. In addition, the duration of this exam is set to a full 120 hours, which is equivalent to 5 days. During this period, unless you can successfully reach the central tower or choose to give up, you are not allowed to leave this dangerous death forest without permission. As soon as the voice fell, Xianyi quickly signed the consent form that symbolized the choice of life and death, and raised the thin paper in his hand high, and asked loudly. Excuse me, I have a small question here that I want to ask. Anko looked over and set his sights on Hyunyi, then nodded slightly, indicating that he was allowed to ask questions. Hyunyi, little brother, come on, tell me, what kind of question makes you so impatient? Anko's words were full of teasing. Hyunyi's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Anko's intimate and somewhat inappropriate address to him. However, he quickly controlled his emotional reaction and quickly regained his original calm demeanor. Then, Hyunyi said something in an unusually calm tone that was enough to scare everyone present. Since the rules of this exam allow us to compete fiercely with each other and even kill each other, then if I am strong enough, does it mean that I can completely eliminate all other participating teams by myself? As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Except for the Konoha village 12 strong men who had known Hyunyi for a long time and had a close relationship with him and the 3-person team from Sunagakuer. The rest of the people all widened their eyes and stared at Xianyi with horror, as if the person standing in front of them was not an ordinary candidate, but a terrifying beast that had escaped from the abyss of hell. Anko had never expected Xianyi to ask such a question, and she immediately showed great interest and stared at Xianyi with burning eyes. She said with her red lips. That's natural. If you are so powerful that you can destroy all the other teams, then it doesn't matter. After all, everyone has signed the consent form for life and death. After saying that, she blinked at Xianyi with a playful look on her face. Oh my, little brother, you are so interesting. I really want to know more about you. After you pass the exam, we can communicate. How about that? Hearing this, Xianyi rolled his eyes and thought to himself, if this woman hadn't always called him by such an uncomfortable name, he would actually be quite willing to agree. However, he would only agree if Hinata, Ino and little Sakura were not present. Just now, he clearly felt that the soft flesh on his waist had been pinched by little Sakura and Ino, and the force was not light. It seemed that as long as he dared to nod and agree, the next moment those 2 jade hands would twist mercilessly and fiercely, which made people shudder just thinking about it. Haha, that's not necessary. Xianyi quickly refused, and little Sakura and Ino's hands were released from the soft flesh on his waist. Because of what Xianyi said, most people present were targeting Xianyi and regarded him as their primary target. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41 Communication with Orochimaru. After a short and tense 10-minute break, the tense exam finally kicked off. All teams were assigned to different entrances in an orderly manner and filed in. Xianyi walked towards gate number 9 with a steady pace. When he stepped into the door, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, but it was soon replaced by determination. As Xianyi walked forward, he looked down at the scroll with the eye-catching word Earth printed on it. This means that his mission this time is to do everything possible to seize a scroll with the word Sky. However, he had just stepped into this mysterious and dangerous death forest not long ago, and he encountered an unexpected uninvited guest. Not far ahead, a woman wearing a Kusanagi forehead protector was slowly walking towards him. The woman was tall, with a playful smile on her lips, and her eyes were fixed directly on Xianyi. As expected, as the opponent gradually approached, Xianyi immediately guessed the true identity of the visitor, Orochimaru, one of the famous Sunin, who has now become a traitor. Although Orochimaru was wearing women's clothes at the moment, his unique temperament and eyes could not hide his true identity. Facing this powerful and dangerous opponent, Xianyi did not show any fear. He put one hand on his waist, stared at Orochimaru disguised as a woman without changing his expression, and spoke calmly. I really didn't expect that the famous Orochimaru would have such a special hobby and like to wear women's clothes to show himself. Hearing Xianyi's words, Orochimaru showed a little surprise on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Xianyi to be able to see through his carefully arranged disguise so quickly. However, this surprise was fleeting, and was replaced by an increasingly strong interest in Xianyi. Ah, Xianyi is indeed extraordinary. He can detect my true identity without even opening the Sharingan. Orochimaru no longer used the disguised voice before, but returned to his original low and magnetic voice. So, Lord Orochimaru, why did you come to me this time? Xianyi walked towards Orochimaru with a relaxed look, as if he was completely unaware of the potential danger. Orochimaru looked at him so defenseless and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He thought to himself, this guy actually trusts me so much. Is he really not worried that I will suddenly take action against him? I saw a gloomy smile on Orochimaru's face, and he slowly said, "Hehe, nothing special, I just want to see what this new so-called genius is like." After that, he stared at Xianyi with his narrow and cold eyes, trying to capture some useful information from the other party's expression and reaction. However, Xianyi walked straight to Orochimaru without fear, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, showed a slightly provocative smile, and said, "So that's the case, but Lord Orochimaru, don't forget that you are a traitor to Konoha village. Now you dare to come back to the village with a swagger, aren't you afraid that I will report you to the higher UPS immediately?" Hearing this, Orochimaru not only did not panic at all, but looked up and down at Xianyi with interest, and after a moment, he responded with a meaningful smile. "Ha ha ha ha, I don't think Xianyi-kun would do such a thing. And from what I see, Xianyi-kun doesn't seem to be surprised at all that I'm here." Xianyi shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Well, it's hard to say for now. But, Orochimaru, I would like to ask you, are you planning a destructive plan for Konoha village?" After hearing this, Orochimaru's narrow eyes quickly flashed a trace of imperceptible surprise, but this strangeness only lasted for a moment, and then, his pale and sinister face once again showed his usual calmness and composure, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he chuckled in a low and sinister way. "Oh my, it's really unexpected that Xianyu-jun can even find out a little about my extremely confidential plan. Such keen insight is really creepy, hehe." However, his laughter did not stop, and he continued, "But, Xianyi, even if you have seen through everything, what can you do? Are you trying to stop my actions by yourself?" Faced with Orochimaru's questioning, Xianyi just shrugged indifferently and responded with a relaxed look. "No, on the contrary, not only will I not stop you, but I will help you achieve your goal in my unique way. You know, the third Hokage has been sitting firmly in his position for a long time, and those so-called elders are a bunch of people with empty names and unworthy of their positions. Now, Konoha village has indeed reached the time to enter a new era." After listening to Xianyi's remarks, Orochimaru couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and thought to himself, "I thought that my plan to create a great destruction in Konoha was bold and arrogant enough, but I never thought that the so-called genius genin in front of me, Xianyi, actually had the shocking idea of expelling the third Hokage and the entire elders." Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but sneer. "Hehe, Xianyi, in my opinion, you are just a small genin at best. Even if you pass the ninja exam by chance, you can only be promoted to a chunin at most. Let me ask, with your meager strength, How can I believe that you really have the ability to help me? Xianyi was silent, and I saw his eyes slightly closed, and then suddenly opened, and a scarlet light bloomed instantly. Sharingan has been opened. However, for this scene, Orochimaru's heart did not have too many waves. After all, it's just Sharingan, how much effect can it have? But in the next second, the disdain and indifference on Orochimaru's face suddenly solidified, replaced by a face full of astonishment and disbelief. Because he clearly saw that Xianyi's Sharingan, which originally had only 3 Megatama, had undergone an amazing change in an instant and evolved into the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. The last time he saw Mangekyou Sharingan, Orochimaru had not yet betrayed the Akatsuki organization. At that time, he had witnessed this terrifying eye technique on Uchiha Itachi. That is, from that moment on, after personally experiencing the powerful power contained in Mangekyou Sharingan, he had an extreme desire for it and wanted to take this power for himself. At this moment, when he saw Mangekyou Sharingan appear in front of him again, the desire that had been hidden deep in Orochimaru's heart was instantly ignited. His eyes were fixed on Xianyi, and he secretly planned how to seize the other's body and possess the coveted Mangekyou Sharingan. However, when Orochimaru noticed that Xianyi was squinting his eyes, revealing a subtle sense of danger, he had to temporarily suppress his inner impulse and greed, and put that crazy idea behind him. How is it? Such a powerful force should be enough to help you, right? Xianyi's face was calm, but there was a hint of rebelliousness in his eyes, staring at Orochimaru coldly and said. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips gently, his eyes flashing with excitement and curiosity, looking up and down at Xianyi with interest. Of course. With the blessing of such power, my plan this time will surely go smoothly, and no one can stop it. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 Save Karin and Become Bai Yue Guang. When the two sides finally finalized the cooperation, Orochimaru's narrow and inquiring eyes stared at Xianyi like two lion majesties. His slightly hoarse but doubtful voice slowly sounded. Xianyi, to be honest, I am really curious why you trust me so much. After all, the things I did before have made me listed as an S-class rebel. Xianyi just glanced at him lightly, his expression was still calm, as if nothing in the world could really shake his heartstrings. He responded in a calm and almost indifferent tone. Orochimaru, what you did is indeed inhumane. However, it should be noted that the people you used for the experiment are all from the same village. Therefore, if this plan can be successfully completed, after I ascend to a high position, the first thing I will do is to recall you back to Konoha village. Hearing this, Orochimaru was slightly stunned at first, obviously not expecting Xianyi to give such an answer. But soon, he raised his head and laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in the air, with a bit of madness and unruliness. Xianyi, you are such an interesting guy. I am now suddenly looking forward to seeing how your future will develop. Faced with Orochimaru's somewhat neurotic reaction, Xianyi couldn't help rolling his eyes. It is undeniable that Orochimaru is sometimes very much in line with the style of a fun person. In addition, he was able to study and obtain a great breakthrough in cell culture and transplantation technology alone in the environment of the Hokage world where the technology tree is seriously deviated. If he were placed in the Collapse Iron world, it would surely cause a fierce competition between the two star gods, Joy and Ba Shizun. By the way, you came here to meet me on purpose. It's impossible that you just want to chat with me. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me directly, what else do you have in mind? Xianyi leaned leisurely against a thick tree. Orochimaru smiled and responded slowly. Actually, my original idea was to come and find out what your talent is. If your talent is excellent, then I plan to list Uchiha Sasuke as a candidate for the flesh container, and give priority to taking your body. However, after some observation, I changed my mind. He had no scruples and openly told everything in his mind. After all, the two sides have already finalized the cooperation, and Xianyi has a powerful Mangeki Sharingan. If he dares to have bad intentions towards him, he will probably be fatally counterattacked in an instant. Hearing this, Xianyi nodded slightly to show his understanding. After thinking for a moment, he continued. In that case, don't touch Suzuki for the time being. After the third generation dies, I will arrange for you to return to Konoha village. At that time, you can take him as your disciple. With the famous name of Sunan, he will surely agree to be your disciple. Faced with Xianyi's suggestion, although Orochimaru was a little unwilling in his heart, he could only nod helplessly. Judging from the current situation, Xianyi has obviously made up his mind to protect Suzuki. Before they parted, Xianyi asked Orochimaru to test Suzuki, just as a test before becoming a disciple. Orochimaru nodded, which was exactly what he meant. After Orochimaru left, Xianyi closed the Mangeki Sharingan and walked deep into the Death Forest to find other teams to seize their Heaven Scrolls. An hour later, 8 or 9 people were lying on the cold and hard ground with twisted faces and extreme pain. At this time, Xianyi sat arrogantly on a huge rock not far away. He frowned slightly and stared at the scrolls in his hands with dissatisfaction. Disappointingly, all these scrolls were engraved with the eye-catching Earth logo without exception, and not even a Heaven Scroll was found. Obviously, after these guys found out that each other was holding Earth Scrolls, they tacitly chose to form an alliance. They wanted to snatch the team holding the Heaven Scroll in one fell swoop in this way, so as to successfully advance. Unfortunately, although their wishful thinking was loud, their luck was really bad. As soon as they made a move, they encountered the powerful Xianyi. When he saw that the other party also had all the Earth Scrolls in his hand, Xianyi lost interest and used fire style without hesitation to ignite those Earth Scrolls. As the blazing flames continued to rise, the scrolls quickly turned into ashes and drifted in the air. As a result, the number of teams that can successfully advance naturally decreased. Although according to the original plot, the only teams that can advance in the end are the 12 little strong men of Konoha village, the 3 people of Tsunagakuer, and the inconspicuous 3-person group of Otagakuer village. However, in order to minimize possible variables and ensure that everything can develop according to the predetermined plan, Xianyi felt that he had to intervene decisively and try his best to avoid any unexpected situations. Relying on the perception ability of 9 tails in his body, Xianyi easily took the Heaven Scroll without much effort. So far, the 2 key scrolls of Heaven and Earth have all fallen into his pocket. Just as Xianyi was ready to continue to sweep all the teams except those that were sure to advance in the original work, suddenly, a deafening roar came into his ears without warning. Without thinking too much, Xianyi knew very well that this loud noise must have been caused by the fierce battle between Orochimaru and Naruto and others. Xianyi was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, it was just to satisfy Naruto's addiction to 9 Tails chakra. In the mysterious and gloomy depths of the Death Forest, a petite, bespectacled, red-haired girl was running as fast as she could. She was holding the scroll with the word Earth in her hand tightly, as if it was her last straw. Behind her, there was a huge brown bear that was 15 meters tall. If it were placed in the world where ordinary people live, such a huge body would probably be regarded as a terrible upgraded beast. However, this is the world of Hokage, and beasts of this size are just ordinary summoning beasts here. As Karin ran forward desperately, tears welled up in her eyes, and her eyes were full of fear and helplessness. Not long ago, her teammates had unfortunately died tragically under the claws of the ferocious giant bear. In fact, she was forced to come to this Chunin exam unwillingly. Because to her, she was just a mobile blood bag that could be used for treatment at any time by her teammates. Because of this, she herself did not have much real fighting strength. Now facing such a terrifying giant bear, she had no power to fight back except to run away in panic. As time went by, the giant bear behind her was getting closer and closer to Karin. She was panting, and her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, but her instinct for survival still drove her to continue running desperately. Suddenly, Karen's thoughts were a little erratic, so that she didn't notice the thick tree root that suddenly rose in front of her. The next second, there was a muffled bang sound, and Karen was tripped by the abominable tree root. In an instant, her body lost balance and fell forward like a cannonball. With a dull crash, Karen fell heavily on the cold ground covered with fallen leaves and soil. At this time, Karen felt extremely painful all over her body, as if every inch of her skin was burning. But even so, she gritted her teeth and raised her head with all her strength. However, the scene that came into her eyes made her heart sink suddenly. She saw that the huge and ferocious giant bear was taking heavy steps, approaching her step by step. Seeing that the giant bear was only a few steps away from her, Karen felt her heartbeat getting faster and faster, and her breathing became more and more rapid. A feeling of despair surged into her heart like a tide, surrounding her tightly. Just as Karen slowly closed her eyes in despair and prepared to welcome death, a deafening and huge cry suddenly came from above her head. Karen subconsciously opened her eyes, and then she saw an amazing scene in front of her. The originally aggressive giant bear fell to the ground without any warning, raising a cloud of dust. And on the broad and thick back of the giant bear, there stood a tall boy. At that moment, the sun shone on the boy through the gaps in the leaves, outlining his well-defined face and resolute eyes. Karen stared at the boy who seemed like a god sent from heaven, and forgot to speak for a moment. The boy's figure was deeply imprinted in her heart and became an eternal landscape. Standing on the back of the giant bear, Xianyi quickly glanced at the disheveled Karen below. When he noticed Karen's iconic long red hair and glasses on her nose, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Wow! I didn't expect to meet Karen here. It seems that there is really an unexpected gain today. Xianyi said to himself, with a slight upward smile on his lips. Thinking of this, Xianyi couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Could it be that I accidentally seized Sasuke's opportunity to become the white moonlight in Karen's heart? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43. Let Karen stay. Hyunyi jumped off the giant bear's back and landed steadily on the ground. Then he walked briskly to Karen. With a warm and friendly smile on his face, he slowly extended his broad palm to Karen. How are you? Are you feeling okay now? Can you stand up by yourself? Hyunyi's voice was as gentle as water, as if it could soothe all the anxiety and fear. Karen looked up at the handsome and caring man in front of her, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks involuntarily. She nodded slightly, bit her lips lightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered up the courage to stretch out her slender jade hand and gently placed it on Hyunyi's hand. Seeing this, Hyunyi suddenly exerted force with his arms and easily pulled Karen up from the ground. However, at the moment when Karen just stood up, the strong discomfort brought by the desperate escape and rapid running before came like a tide. Suddenly, I felt my legs go soft, and I lost my balance and fell straight towards Hyunyi. Hyunyi reacted very quickly, and almost at the same time, I quickly opened my arms and hugged Karen, who was about to fall to the ground. At this time, Karen was tightly held in Hyunyi's arms, feeling the warm breath and strong heartbeat from her chest. Her already red face was like a ripe apple, and it was so beautiful that it was dripping. I'm really sorry. I don't know why this happened. I definitely didn't mean to fall on you. Karen explained hurriedly, and struggled hard to get out of Hyunyi's arms. But her legs were so weak that she couldn't use any strength at all. It's okay, don't be nervous. You may just be too tired. I'll help you to rest for a while. Hyunyi gently comforted the shy beauty in his arms, with an extremely gentle tone. Hearing this, Karen nodded gently like a kitten, indicating her agreement. So, Xianyi carefully supported Karen and slowly walked to a flat big rock not far away. Xianyi considerately helped Karin to sit down slowly. But at this moment, a strange cuckoo sound suddenly rang around. It turned out that Karin's stomach had been hungry for a long time because she had not eaten for a long time. At this moment, she finally couldn't help but protest. After realizing this, Karin's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She stretched out her hands in panic and covered her abdomen tightly, as if trying to suppress the annoying cuckoo sound. However, everything was too late. At this moment, Karin felt that she was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it immediately, and never come out to see people again. Xianyi saw Karin's embarrassed look, and couldn't help but smile and shook his head gently. Then, he slowly walked to the huge bear corpse, picked up the kunao skillfully, and began to dismember the bear meat. He was very skilled, and each cut was extremely precise. Soon, the bear meat was cut into even-sized pieces. Then, Hyunyi carefully selected the most tender and plump parts to prepare delicious dishes. Karin sat quietly in her place, lowering her head and not daring to look at Hyunyi. When she thought of making such an indecent noise in front of the boy she fell in love with at first sight, she felt her heart pounding and was extremely shy. However, when she occasionally raised her head and secretly glanced at Hyunyi who was busy making dishes, her eyes were unconsciously filled with his figure. Not long after, a simple dish was completed. After all, it was in an exam environment, and Hyunyi could only find limited seasonings, so this dish did not have too many complicated seasonings and exquisite plating. Even so, the aroma still made people salivate. Karin looked at the food in front of her and secretly told herself, "I must remain elegant and not let Hyunyi think I am a vulgar girl." So, even though she was starving, she still carefully picked up the chopsticks and tasted it slowly, one bite at a time. Every bite was chewed very gently, for fear of making any indecent sounds. After eating, Hyunyi and Karin started chatting. During the conversation, although Hyunyi had heard about Karin's difficult situation in Kyuzagakur village, he still greatly underestimated the badness of those people in Kyuzagakur village. When he saw the lonely look on Karin's face, he couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. So, Hyunyi slowly reached out his hand, gently stroked Karin's silky hair, and said with a smile in a gentle and caring tone, "Karin, now, do you want to stay and join us in KONOHA?" When Karin heard this, her originally dull eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had suddenly found a ray of light in the darkness. But this light was fleeting, and she lowered her head, frowned, and muttered to herself worriedly, "But how should I deal with the Kyuzagakur village?" Seeing this, Xianyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I have a plan. I will arrange for someone to help you disguise yourself so that you can get out of the death forest smoothly. By then, everyone will think that you have died here." After hearing this, Karin was stunned in shock, and then looked at Hyunyi with ecstasy on her face, her voice trembling with excitement, "Really? Thank you so much, Hyunyi." Hyunyi smiled gently rubbed Karin's bright red hair again, and responded gently, "Don't be polite to me." After a while, Hyunyi suddenly felt a restlessness coming from the 9 tails in his body, and it told Hyunyi, "It seems that there is another fierce battle going on over there with Orochimaru." Hyunyi frowned slightly, and after a little contemplation, the scenes that happened before flashed through his mind quickly. He remembered that before Orochimaru sneaked into this place, he brutally killed a candidate and cleverly disguised himself as that candidate to sneak into the examination room. At this moment, Anko must have noticed the clues and guessed that it was Orochimaru's doing. With Anko's understanding of Orochimaru, she will definitely not give up, and will definitely rush into this forest of death without hesitation to find and fight Orochimaru to the death. Thinking of this, Xianyi's heart can't help but move. Because of Karin's matter, he just happened to have an important matter that urgently needs Orochimaru's help. In this case, take this opportunity to find Orochimaru, and maybe help Anko by the way. So, Xianyi began to look around, looking for a relatively safe corner. Finally, he found a hidden place and decided to temporarily place Karin here. In order to ensure Karin's safety, create a shadow clone to stay in place to protect her. After everything was arranged, Xianyi took a deep breath, flashed, and rushed towards the direction of Orochimaru like a ghost. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, Rika Cave Contract. On Orochimaru's side, the situation was completely under his control. He stood there steadily, smiling at Anko, who was kneeling on the ground. Anko was firmly pinned to the ground by him, kneeling on one knee, struggling to resist the force exerted on her by Orochimaru. Sweat beads oozed from Anko's forehead. She clenched her teeth tightly, trying her best to suppress the pain and restraint brought by the curse seal that Orochimaru had planted on her neck. Despite this, the curse seal continued to erode her body and will like a demon. Orochimaru, you traitor! What exactly do you want to do by returning to Konoha? Are you trying to assassinate the Hokage? Anko's eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at Orochimaru, who was gradually approaching, and asked sternly. At this moment, her heart was full of anger and unwillingness. After hearing Anko's question, Orochimaru just smiled slightly. He slowly reached out his hand and pulled off the human skin mask used to disguise his identity, revealing his creepy face. Then, he took light steps and approached Anko step by step. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. It's hard to say, maybe I have other purposes. After all, it's just a pipe dream to assassinate the Hokage with my useless subordinates. However, this time when I returned to Konoha, I found something more interesting than assassinating the Hokage. Orochimaru. Anko clenched her fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, and blood flowed down her fingers. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger at this time, and her hatred for Orochimaru reached the extreme. Seeing this, Orochimaru not only did not restrain himself, but squatted down and approached Anko. He stretched out a hand and gently stroked Anko's sweaty cheek, speaking in a seemingly gentle tone. Ah, Anko, after so many years, are you still upset about my abandonment of you? However, despite what Orochimaru said, Anko could not see a trace of sincerity in his eyes, only endless teasing and ridicule. I might as well tell you that I have taken a fancy to a very interesting little guy. I really want to obtain his body, but unfortunately, his strength is very strong, so I can't do it. I can only choose another person as a second choice. I have planted the same Heaven's Curse seal as you in that little guy. Although this seal has only a 1/10 chance of survival after implantation, I think he will definitely survive. After all, in comparison, his talent is far higher than yours, and he has the blood of the Uchiha clan flowing in his body. With such excellent physical conditions, he is undoubtedly the best choice for a container. Orochimaru said to Anko expressionlessly, without hiding his intentions in his words. Hearing this, Anko, who knew the power of the Heaven's Curse seal and the huge risks involved, widened her eyes, her face full of shock and anger. As the only successful experimental subject of the Heaven's Curse seal, she knew the torture brought by the seal very well. At this moment, Anko tried to struggle to stand up due to strong resentment. She had only one thought in her mind, to stop Orochimaru completely no matter what. However, the curse seal on her neck broke out at this moment, and a piercing pain spread all over her body, making her unable to move at all. Don't waste your energy. The game is not over yet, so I advise you not to try to interrupt this exam. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you or Konoha can bear. Orochimaru said this coldly, then slowly stood up and pretended to leave. Anko gritted her teeth, her eyes wide open, watching Orochimaru walk away, and finally her eyes went black, her body could no longer support her, and she fainted. Just before her consciousness was about to completely dissipate, she seemed to see a familiar figure rushing like lightning and blocking Orochimaru steadily. Orochimaru's cold eyes fell on the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and he saw that the person blocked his way, so he slowly stopped. "Ah, Xianyi, I wonder what you are doing here." Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a strange smile, and at the same time looked at the person in front of him with interest. Xianyi glanced at Orochimaru expressionlessly, and then his eyes moved to Anko, who was lying unconscious on the ground not far behind him. "Just leaving like this? Not playing for a while?" Xianyi's voice was as calm as water, without any emotional fluctuations. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, it's enough to meet Anko and see how she is doing as the only successful experiment subject of the Heaven's Curse seal." After saying that, a subtle complex expression flashed across his face. Seeing this, Xianyi shrugged and said, "Don't look at you, Orochimaru, you always say harsh words, but in fact, Anko is the only one among your many experiments who was accepted as a disciple. I believe you still have some feelings for her." Orochimaru was silent for a moment, and did not refute, as if he acquiesced to Xianyi's statement. Indeed, although he acted cold and ruthless just now, he still had some special feelings for Anko, his former disciple, deep in his heart. And he deliberately provoked Anko before. In fact, he also hoped to make Konoha village more accepting of her. "Okay, by the way, I remember that you signed a summoning contract with Rika Cave, right? Give me the contract scroll, and I want to sign my name on it." Xianyi suddenly changed the subject and made a request. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded without hesitation, then opened his mouth, and a scroll flowed out of his mouth. However, when Xianyi saw this scene, he couldn't help but frowned and looked at Orochimaru with disgust. "No way, do you have to take out the contract scroll in this way? It's really disgusting." "Hehe, there's no way. I've been a snake for too long, and many habits have changed in the direction of snakes." Orochimaru wiped the saliva from his mouth. Xianyi looked at the saliva-stained summoning contract scroll in front of him helplessly. He picked up a branch and carefully opened it. There were many people's names on the scroll. Xianyi wrote his name in the latest grid with his own blood. However, this was not enough. Xianyi put his finger into his mouth without hesitation and bit it hard. He quickly pressed the bloody 5 fingers on the scroll, leaving 5 bright red fingertip marks. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had been standing by and watching coldly, suddenly spoke up. "Kenyi, it seems that you are very interested in the summoning contract of Rika Cave. It seems that you also know that there is a fairy art inheritance there. However, I have to kindly remind you that the test of Rika Cave is not something that ordinary people can bear." As he said this, Orochimaru showed a playful smile on his face, as if waiting to see Kenyi make a fool of himself. Kenyi completely ignored Orochimaru's words and responded without raising his head. "Humph! Do you still need to tell me? If I didn't know this, how could I come to you to ask for this summoning contract?" Seeing that Kenyi was so confident, Orochimaru shrugged and said no more. After all, he had said everything he should say. If Kenyi didn't listen to the advice and insisted on trying, then the consequences would only be borne by himself. After Xianyi completed all the steps, he kicked the summoning contract back to Orochimaru, waved his hand impatiently and said, "Okay, it's done, you have nothing to do here, hurry up and leave." After that, he walked around Orochimaru and walked quickly towards Anko, who fainted on the ground. Orochimaru saw this scene, and the corner of his eye twitched unconsciously. At this time, he finally realized that the reason why Xianyi chose to appear and find him at this time was not a coincidence, but a long-planned one. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Curse Seal Sensing Natural Energy. But then again, although Xianyi is much younger than Anko, if he really has enough ability to capture Enko's heart, then it's fine. Also, Orochimaru, you go to a place later, I need you to help me disguise a person and then take him out of the death forest. Orochimaru looked at Xianyi speechlessly. Did this kid treat him as a wishing bottle? Why is he so troublesome? Okay, I know, tell me, where is it? Xianyi roughly described the location of Karin to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, not knowing whether he owed him in his previous life. Why is he so troublesome? Just when Orochimaru was about to leave. By the way, Orochimaru, before you leave, plant a Heaven's Curse seal on me. Orochimaru, who was about to leave, stopped after hearing Xianyi's call. Orochimaru slowly turned around, stared at Xianyi with a meaningful look, and said slowly, "Have you really decided? You should know that once I plant the curse seal on you, you will certainly gain unparalleled power, but at the same time, it also means that you will be bound and controlled by me." Hyunyi nodded without hesitation, indicating that he had made up his mind. Seeing this, Orochimaru said no more, because he was not the kind of indecisive person. He laughed eerily, and then his neck stretched and stretched like a snake, and quickly bit towards Hyunyi's neck. In an instant, the Heaven's Curse seal was successfully planted on Hyunyi's body. Hyunyi only felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then a violent wool suddenly emerged, as if a ferocious beast was rampaging in his body, making him unable to suppress the desire to fall into a state of madness. However, surprisingly, just a moment later, Hyunyi opened the Manjiki Sharingan without hesitation. The blood-red eyes exuded a powerful pupil power, like two Uzumaki, forcibly suppressing the violent will. Orochimaru saw that Xianyi was able to suppress the influence of the Heaven's Curse seal so quickly, and couldn't help revealing a look of greed and desire. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the huge gap in strength and he couldn't defeat the young man in front of him, he really wanted to make Xianyi his new body container immediately. Moreover, he couldn't help but feel astonished because he noticed an amazing thing: his control over the Heaven's Curse seal on Xianyi was completely gone. In this way, it means that Xianyi has been freed from his restraints and control from now on. Hee. Orochimaru let out a cold and low laugh, as if all this was just an interesting game. This time back to Konoha village, it can be said that I encountered many unexpected and interesting things. Before he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation, and walked away with light but somewhat treacherous steps. On the other side, Xianyi reached out and gently stroked the back of his neck, breathing heavily, trying to calm the excitement in his heart caused by the change that had just happened. Then, he concentrated his mind and began to sense the curse seal that was originally imposed on his body by Orochimaru, and tried to release it. In an instant, the curse seal was like a spring, and black lines emerged continuously. They spread rapidly and covered Xianyi's entire body in the blink of an eye. Looking at these mysterious and powerful black lines, Xianyi murmured to himself, "Is this the power of the Heaven's Curse seal?" At this moment, Xianyi held his right hand tightly, concentrating on feeling the changes in his body. He could clearly perceive that there seemed to be a strange but extremely powerful energy in his body. This energy is completely different from the common chakra. It is deeper, more violent, and full of primitive breath. However, if you taste it carefully, you will find that its power even exceeds that of ordinary chakra. If I am not mistaken, then this newly added energy should be the mysterious natural energy. It must be said that Orochimaru is really talented in scientific research. With only Jago's natural sage body, he has developed a curse seal that can also absorb natural energy. He wants to curse, not for the power of the curse seal, but to familiarize himself with natural energy in advance and prepare for the future practice of sage art. After exiting the curse seal, Xianyi picked up Enko, came to the side and sat down against the tree trunk, closing his eyes and resting. Karin waited for him to come back in the safe tree hole that Xianyi found. She looked at Xianyi's shadow clone next to her and wanted to talk to him about something, but she didn't know how to start. In this way, Karin was in a daze here for a long time, and Orochimaru came. Karin saw Orochimaru suddenly appear, and she hid behind Xianyi's shadow clone in fear. Orochimaru glanced at Xianyi's shadow clone and said, "Is this the girl you want to take out?" Shadow clone nodded and spoke slowly. "Yes, it is her. After taking her out of here, please make sure to place her properly in the Spark Hotel. Here is my ID." As soon as the voice fell, Shadow Clone threw the ID given by the original body to Orochimaru like a parabola without hesitation. Orochimaru took the ID steadily and nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew the details of the mission. Then, his narrow and cold eyes turned to Karin, who looked a little pitiful, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose, outlining a creepy smile, and said softly, "Let's go, little girl, let me take you away from this place of trouble first." At this time, Karin looked at Shadow Clone with an almost pleading look, her eyes full of fear and anxiety. However, Shadow Clone just shook his head gently and comforted her. "Don't worry, Karin. Although this guy is not a good guy, he has a deal with me. So, he will never do anything to you easily. Besides, once the second exam is over, I will go to find you immediately." After hearing this, Karin was still full of uneasiness, but it seemed that there was no other way. In the end, she had to nod reluctantly, and followed Orochimaru with a face full of grievances to slowly leave this dangerous death forest. After Karin walked farther and farther away until her figure completely disappeared, Shadow Clone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he saw his hands quickly forming seals. Shadow Clone successfully lifted the spell, and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Orochimaru, who had walked a distance, suddenly stopped and looked back thoughtfully at Karin's bright red hair like a flame. Red hair. If this woman is not from the Akamichi clan, then she is most likely a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but secretly marvel, "I never thought that Xianyi-kun would have such ability to find the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. It's a pity that Xianyi found it first. Otherwise I would definitely take it back for research." Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46 Anko's Heart. After a long time, Anko in Hyunyi's arms slowly opened her eyes. At first, her eyes were still a little confused, but when she realized that she was in someone's warm embrace, her body trembled suddenly, and a strong sense of alertness made her quickly force herself to wake up. After seeing that the person in front of her was Hyunyi, Anko's tight strings in her heart finally relaxed a little, and she breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Anko stared at Hyunyi's handsome face, and her mind couldn't help but recall the blurry figure she saw before she fainted. Could that person really be him? Although she said it was a question, she was actually sure in her heart that it was Hyunyi. In fact, Anko originally planned to stay here to guard Hyunyi, wait until he woke up and then leave quietly. However, in just a moment, she changed her mind. "No. I am the examiner of this exam, how can I just stay by a candidate like this? This behavior is really inappropriate." So, Anko gritted her teeth, turned around resolutely, and prepared to leave. But at the moment she turned around, she suddenly saw a very familiar mark on Hyunyi's neck. Anko's eyes widened immediately, her face full of astonishment. She hesitated again and again, but finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and doubts, and carefully approached Hyunyi, wanting to take a closer look at what the mark was. When Anko got closer, she suddenly found that it was a curse mark, and what was even more surprising was that this curse mark was exactly the same as the heavenly curse mark she had on her body. In an instant, Anko felt as if she was struck by lightning, and the whole person froze in place. Then, her thoughts surged like a tide, and she recalled what Orochimaru had said to her before. He had just planted the Heaven's Curse seal on someone here, and that person also had the blood of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that the person pointed to by all these characteristics was Xianyi in front of her? When she thought of Xianyi dragging her body that had just been planted with the Heaven's Curse seal, enduring great pain to find Orochimaru, and protecting her, Anko's heart, which had always been as cold as ice, seemed to be hit hard by something at this moment, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart, which made her moved. Anko reached out and gently stroked Xianyi's face, and her good impression of Xianyi in her heart rose. Although she was so bold and unrestrained when she teased Xianyi before the second exam, in fact, she had an extremely tragic and dark past. Since she was a child, she was ruthlessly imprisoned as a test subject of the curse seal by Orochimaru. After successfully testing the Heaven's Curse seal, she was accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. She thought she had a bright future, but soon she was ruthlessly abandoned by Orochimaru. Later, she was taken back to Konoha village. In Konoha, the trauma in her heart was still difficult to heal. For many years, she has been obsessed with hunting down Orochimaru who abandoned her, which has become the only motivation to support her to live. Therefore, in terms of men and women, she can be said to be completely zero. So how could Xianyi's actions not make Anko feel moved? Thinking of this, Anko's heart full of holes seemed to be repaired. She completely ignored her identity as an examiner and decided to wait quietly by Xianyi's side. At this time, Xianyi had actually woken up, but when he keenly noticed that Anko was gently stroking his face, he couldn't help but panic. In desperation, he had to close his eyes and pretend to be still in a coma. Xianyi naturally had no idea of Anko's innermost thoughts. If he could see through all this, he would surely be secretly grateful. Thanks to Orochimaru for planting this curse on her before he left. But even if she later found out that the person Orochimaru really liked was Sasuke, with her rich imagination, she would probably make up another scene again. Hyunyi suddenly appeared, and in order to protect her, he fought a fierce life and death battle with Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he was defeated by the powerful Orochimaru and was cursed. So no matter what Anko thought, Hyunyi was the winner. The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting Madara's shadows. Hyunyi slowly opened his eyes, and his consciousness gradually woke up from his deep sleep. When his vision became clear, he saw Anko at the side at first sight. She was quietly waiting there, looking a little tired but showing concern. Seeing Hyunyi wake up, Anko immediately came forward and asked softly, "Hyunyi, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body?" The worry in her tone was beyond words. Hyunyi shook his head gently, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and answered, "I'm fine now. Thank you, Mr. Anko, for guarding me all night. But as an examiner, you should be punished for guarding me all night." Hearing this, Anko laughed heartily, and her laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. "Haha, don't worry about that. The invigilation work is not just me, so it doesn't matter if I'm missing. But you, Orochimaru just planted a curse seal on you, so you must be careful in the future. Don't overuse the power of the curse seal, otherwise, if you use it too many times, you may fall into a state of madness and become a fighting maniac who only knows how to kill." At this point, Anko's expression became extremely serious, and he solemnly warned Xianyi. Xianyi nodded repeatedly, saying that he would definitely remember Anko's warning. At this time, Anko stood up and prepared to leave this forest of death. Although she said it lightly, she knew in her heart that guarding a candidate here all night was indeed against the rules. So, she must go to her superiors as soon as possible to apologize. Just as she turned to leave, Anko couldn't help but look back at Hyunyi again. At that moment, a hint of tenderness and love appeared in the depths of her eyes. Then, she left in an instant, and her figure disappeared into the dense woods. After Anko left in an instant, Hyunyi slowly sat up, and then stretched his arms comfortably, as if to drive away all the fatigue in his body. A confident and complacent smile appeared on his face. Judging from the affectionate look in Anko's eyes when she left just now, her heart must have been firmly captured, and it was almost certain. Thinking of this, Hyun-yi felt that he couldn't waste any more time, and it was time to continue to snatch the remaining scrolls. It was early in the morning, and most of the teams were still immersed in dreams or resting, and they didn't expect Hyun-yi to suddenly attack. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Hyun-yi. With his excellent skills and quick reaction ability, Hyun-yi shuttled between the teams like a ghost. In just 1.5 hours, he successfully snatched the scrolls from most of the teams. Looking at the scrolls in front of him, Hyun-yi nodded. He did not see Gaara and his team. It seemed that they had already reached the central tower. Then, Hyun-yi began to think about the team that Naruto was in. If nothing unexpected happened, their team suffered heavy losses in the fierce battle with Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke were likely to be unconscious, leaving only little Sakura to guard them alone. After all, during this period of time, under his careful guidance and assistance, little Sakura's strength has improved significantly. Now she can not only skillfully use several water-style and earth-style ninjutsu, but also control chakra more accurately and delicately. She can release ninjutsu many times in a row, and her level has reached the Chunin level. In fact, he was not worried about the safety of Naruto and others. The reason why he decided to go to find them was more to take the opportunity to get close to little Sakura. He is indeed a scumbag. He just finished flirting with Anko and he is already thinking about little Sakura. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47 Little Sakura to the Otagakure Trio. On the 7th team side, little Sakura sat quietly at the entrance of the tree hole, her beautiful eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, not missing any slight movement. She was full of worries, because Naruto and Sasuke were in very bad condition at the moment. Naruto was knocked unconscious by the fierce battle with Orochimaru and lay motionless on the ground. Sasuke was even more miserable. After being planted with a terrible curse by Orochimaru, he fainted due to unbearable pain. Both of them have completely lost the ability to fight. Little Sakura herself was despised by Orochimaru, or Orochimaru deliberately left someone to watch over Sasuke, so she didn't suffer much damage, but she didn't help much. She turned her head to look at Naruto and Sasuke with concern from time to time. The two companions have been in a coma since last night, especially Sasuke. His body was abnormally hot, as if burning. If they continue to be unconscious, Sakura must make a decision, to withdraw from the exam with the two of them. However, just as Sakura was struggling, someone was watching their every move in a tree not far away. It turned out to be a trio from the Hidden Sound Village. With their keen hearing, they located the tree hole where Sakura and others were hiding. They carefully hid behind the bushes and secretly observed the movements of Sakura and others. Sakura was the first to lose control of his temper. He stared at Sasuke, who had fainted on the ground, and complained with an unhappy face, "Hey! Why is that guy named Uchiha Sasuke lying down? How can we have a good fight with him?" Hearing this, Toss frowned and scolded in a low voice, "Well, don't be careless. Maybe this is just an illusion, be careful of fraud." After saying that, he gently pushed aside the leaves in front of him and looked carefully in the direction of little Sakura and the others. Jin frowned slightly and snorted coldly. "Who cares if it's a false impression or not? Anyway, our goal is to defeat Sasuke." Toss looked at Jin, this woman, with a headache. "But that's right, anyway, their target is Sasuke, a small trap, nothing to be afraid of." Thinking of this, Toss nodded and agreed to go straight ahead. Just when little Sakura was concentrating on keeping alert, suddenly, a clear sound of footsteps came into her ears. Little Sakura's heart tightened suddenly, and without hesitation, she quickly reached into her arms, took out an extremely sharp kunai, held it tightly in her hand, and put on a posture of being ready for battle. In an instant, Toss and the other three slowly walked out of the dark. Toss, who was in the lead, had an arrogant look on his face and shouted to little Sakura. "Hey, little girl, can you please wake up that Sasuke? We brothers want to have a good fight with him." After hearing this, little Sakura turned her head and glanced at Sasuke, who was still unconscious behind her. Then, she cast her sharp eyes at Toss and the other two in front of her and said tenderly, "Don't even think about hitting Sasuke. Sasuke is in a coma at the moment and there is no way he can fight with you guys. I advise you to leave quickly." Faced with little Sakura's warning, Toss just sneered disdainfully, and said in a cold and cruel tone, "Humph, so what if he is unconscious? Isn't this better? Just take this opportunity to send him to the west." After saying that, Toss' figure flashed like an arrow from a bow, and rushed towards little Sakura at lightning speed. At the same time, he showed off the peculiarly shaped armor full of holes on his right arm without any concealment. This porous armor is Toss' unique attack weapon. It can create a strange special sound wave, which not only has a powerful attack power, but can even paralyze the opponent's auditory nerves. Seeing Toss' aggressive approach, little Sakura did not dare to be arrogant at all. She saw her hands flexibly and quickly forming seals, chanting, "Water-style water wave." He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth and ejected a surging torrent of air from his mouth. Seeing this, Toss' pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly dodged to the side in a panic. After dodging the attack, he quickly winked at Sak beside him. Seeing the situation in front of him, Sak raised his hands without hesitation, and in an instant, people could clearly see that wind hole devices appeared in each of his palms. This unique design is precisely to create a powerful and deadly attack method like a pneumatic bomb. For long-range targets, this attack method is simply perfect. Sak took a deep breath, and then suddenly pointed his palm at the little Sakura not far away. With a loud shout from his mouth, "Zang Kongbo!" An invisible and intangible air pressure cannon shot towards little Sakura like lightning. Although little Sakura could not see the existence of this air pressure cannon with her naked eyes, when she saw Sak raised his hand and pointed his palm at her, she immediately realized that the other party must have performed some powerful moves. So, she almost instinctively made a dodge. However, the speed of this air pressure cannon was so fast that even though little Sakura's reaction was extremely fast, she still failed to completely avoid its attack. There was only a muffled bang sound, and little Sakura's left leg was unfortunately hit hard by the air pressure bomb. The huge impact force made little Sakura lose balance instantly and fell heavily to the side. At this moment, little Sakura had no time to care about the injury to her left leg, because the battle was not over yet. She gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain and quickly formed a hand seal again. As she slapped the ground with both hands, she whispered, "Earth-style thrust." Then, the ground under Sak's feet suddenly seemed to come alive, with several sharp earth spikes protruding. Faced with this sudden change, Sak was also shocked, and he hurriedly dodged sideways. Unfortunately, although his movements were agile enough, his cheek was still lightly rubbed by one of the earth spikes. Feeling a burning pain on his face, Sak couldn't help but reach out and touch the wound. Looking at the bloodline on his fingertips, his eyes suddenly ignited with rage. "You damn BCH!" Sak roared in anger. Then, he took a deep breath again, and this time, he was ready to launch a series of more violent air pressure cannon attacks. Seeing this, little Sakura formed a seal again. "Earth-style earth flow wall!" Little Sakura shouted, and slapped the ground with both hands quickly and forcefully. As she moved, a powerful chakra surged out and blended with the power of the earth. In an instant, a thick and solid earth wall rose from the ground and stretched in front of little Sakura. This earth wall was like an indestructible fortress, successfully resisting the powerful air pressure bomb attack of Sakura. In the dust, little Sakura secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, she listened to Xianyi and mastered a few more powerful ninjutsu, otherwise she would probably die here today. However, before little Sakura could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold voice suddenly came from behind her. "Hey, don't forget, there are 3 of us." Little Sakura's heart tightened and her face changed suddenly. She wanted to get up and dodge, but found that her injured left leg was completely out of control and could not support her to stand up. At this moment, Jin flashed behind little Sakura like a ghost, and a pair of big hands suddenly grabbed little Sakura's arms, firmly controlling her, making it impossible for her to form seals and perform ninjutsu. Toss and Sak sneered at each other, looking past little Sakura and directly at Suzuki in the tree hole. At this time, Suzuki was still unconscious and had no power to resist. Seeing this, little Sakura was anxious. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from Jin's restraints. But Jin was obviously prepared and held little Sakura's wrist tightly, without any intention of relaxing. Moreover, after little Sakura's performance of using multiple ninjutsu in succession just now, Jin was already wary of this seemingly weak girl. You know, for genin, it is not uncommon to know some simple ninjutsu, but if you can use B-level ninjutsu like the earth flow wall freely, it must not be underestimated. Be honest with me, otherwise you will be in trouble. Jin warned little Sakura fiercely. Seeing Toss and Sak getting closer and closer to Suzuki, little Sakura's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. She gritted her teeth and struggled with all her strength. There was a crisp sound of crackling, and little Sakura's arm was severely injured due to excessive force, but she finally succeeded in breaking free from Jin's restraints. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48. Suzuki is confident again. After breaking free from Jin's restraints, little Sakura endured the severe pain in her arm and formed a seal again. Water-style water wave. Little Sakura spit out a torrent at Jin at a very close distance. Jin had no time to react to avoid the surging torrent, and was rushed away by the torrent in the blink of an eye. Her petite body was like a fragile leaf. After drawing an arc in the air, it hit the thick tree beside it heavily. With the dull sound of the collision, Jin felt that her eyes went black, her head was buzzing, and then she lost consciousness and fainted. Hearing the huge movement here, Toss and Sak turned their heads almost at the same time and happened to witness the scene of Jin being ruthlessly rushed away by the torrent. The faces of the 2 people were instantly gloomy as if water could drip out, and their eyes were as fierce as wolves, staring at little Sakura. You ignorant BCH, why are you so stubborn? Sak roared furiously, his face twisted by anger looked particularly hideous. At the same time, he quickly raised his hands high, and the wind hole in his palm quickly inhaled, obviously preparing to launch a powerful air pressure cannon at little Sakura. Little Sakura's chakra was already running out at this moment. She had performed so many ninjutsu in a row before, which was undoubtedly a huge consumption for her. 067 Now facing the attack that Sak was about to launch, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. But even so, little Sakura still closed her eyes stubbornly and decided to use her remaining strength to force the next attack. At this moment, a voice as cold and piercing as from the netherworld suddenly rang out in this space. Hey, what are you 2 doing? Hearing this voice, little Sakura suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes, and a look of joy that was hard to conceal first appeared on her face, but when she saw Sasuke's current situation, the originally joyful expression suddenly became heavy. Suzuki was covered with strange black lines all over his body, and his iconic Sharingan was flashing scarlet light, and the whole person exuded a creepy evil aura. When Sak and Tos saw Suzuki like this, they couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned around and ran away, trying to distance themselves from Suzuki. Suzuki saw the 2 people distance themselves from him, sneered, stomped his feet hard, and instantly came in front of Sak, punching Sak in the face at a very fast speed. Although Sak was hit and had stars in his eyes, he still fired the air pressure cannon that was originally charged to attack little Sakura at Suzuki. But Sasuke was now in the curse seal mode, and his speed increased greatly, so he easily dodged it. Behind Sak, who was lying on the ground, just like in the original book, he grabbed his two hands and pulled them hard to disable him. When TOS saw this scene, he immediately lost the idea of continuing to kill Sasuke and turned around and ran away. Anyway, he was not a very good friend, so he abandoned him. Sasuke watched TOS flee like a stray dog, and immediately wanted to chase him. However, at this moment, a figure hurried over the person who came was Dai Yi. As soon as Xian Yi arrived, he quickly looked around, frowned slightly, and asked with a puzzled face, "What's going on?" "It's over." Although there was a hint of regret in her words. She soon smiled in relief and comforted herself, "Forget it, just consider it as missing a wonderful show." Xian Yi. Little Sakura called Xian Yi's name in a tender voice, her eyes full of grievance and helplessness. She threw herself into Xian Yi's arms like a young swallow. If her arms were not injured, she would probably hug Xian Yi tightly and refuse to let go. Seeing this, Xian Yi hurriedly patted little Sakura's back and comforted her softly. Inadvertently, Xian Yi noticed that little Sakura's arms were drooping limply as if she had lost her strength. Her heart tightened, and she couldn't help but frown and asked with concern, "Little Sakura, how did your arm get injured?" Little Sakura sobbed and told Xian Yi the thrilling battle she had just had with the Odagakure trio. After listening to Sakura's story, Hyun Yi turned his eyes to Jin, who was lying beside him, Sak, who was stepped on by Sasuke, and TOS, who had disappeared. He thought to himself, "I never thought that the butterfly effect caused by me would cause Sakura to face the Odagakure trio alone." Fortunately, Sakura was able to hold on until Sasuke woke up and finally defeated the enemy, which shows that the hard training during this period of time has achieved remarkable results. However, Sakura's current state may require a period of recovery, so even if she passes the second exam, she will not be able to take the third exam. Just as Hyun Yi was gently comforting Sakura, Sasuke, who had been silent, suddenly turned his head and looked at Hyun Yi. His fiery eyes seemed to be burning with a raging fire of war. He stared at Hyun Yi closely, not hiding his strong fighting spirit, and shouted confidently, "Hyun Yi, come and compete with me. I can feel the endless power surging in my body at this moment." Hearing Sasuke's provocation, Hyun Yi slowly raised his head and looked at Sasuke calmly. At this time, Sasuke exuded a strange aura all over his body, and he had obviously entered the initial state of curse. However, from his slightly confused eyes, it can be seen that he has not yet fully mastered and understood the true power of this newly acquired powerful force. Hyun Yi pondered for a moment, thinking that since this is the case, he might as well take this opportunity to give this somewhat arrogant boy a vivid practical lesson. So, he whispered to little Sakura to stand in a safe place, and then took a few steps forward. After standing firm, Hyun Yi looked directly at Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "Okay, Sasuke, as you wish." Almost at the same moment, Hyun Yi opened his Sharingan without hesitation. When Sasuke saw the three Megatama in Hyun Yi's eyes flashing scarlet light, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. He subconsciously touched the corner of his eye, and when he thought about the fact that he only had two Megatama Sharingan, his original arrogance suddenly weakened a little. However, Sasuke soon regained his spirits. Because he could truly feel the powerful force brought by the curse seal pouring into his body continuously, this unparalleled sense of power made him once again believe that he would never lose to Xian Yi. In a flash, Sasuke rushed to Xian Yi as fast as lightning, and threw a heavy punch with great force. But this seemingly swift attack seemed very slow in the eyes of Xian Yi, who possessed the Sharingan. Xian Yi just raised his hand lightly and easily caught Sasuke's fist. Then, he raised his knee and pushed hard, hitting Sasuke's abdomen hard. Sasuke felt a sharp pain and his whole body bent down involuntarily. However, Xian Yi's attack did not stop there. While Sasuke was still not recovered, he quickly slapped out another palm and hit Sasuke's chest firmly. The huge impact made Sasuke retreat several steps before he could barely stabilize his body. Chapter 49 Sasuke. Sasuke stumbled back several steps, and finally managed to stabilize his body. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Fire style Great Fireball Technique!" Instantly, a ball of flames gushed out of his mouth and quickly expanded in mid-air, turning into a giant great fireball with a diameter of 3 meters in the blink of an eye, whistling towards Xianyi with scorching heat. However, facing the fierce great fireball, Xianyi did not panic at all. He also completed the seal action at a very fast speed and also performed the fire escape great fireball technique. But surprisingly, the great fireball spit out by Xianyi was actually 6 meters in diameter. Unlike Sasuke, Xianyi has the ability of cost exemption and can squander chakra without scruples. If he didn't think about not causing too much damage to Sasuke, he could easily spit out a super great fireball with a diameter of 20 meters. When the two blazing great fireballs collided, a thunderous sound instantly erupted. Although Sasuke's great fireball also contained powerful power, after a few seconds of confrontation with Xianyi's even larger great fireball, it was ultimately unable to withstand its fierce attack and was completely devoured. Seeing that his attack was so easily broken, Sasuke was secretly shocked. He did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately flew to the side, while waving his right hand, throwing several extremely sharp shurikens at Xianyi in succession. At the same time, he formed a seal again and performed another fire-style ninjutsu fire-style Fengxian fire technique. Small fireballs flew out of his mouth like meteors, accurately enveloping those shurikens that were running fast, forming a dense flame barrage covering Xianyi all over the sky. Facing Sasuke's series of fierce attacks, Xianyi just smiled slightly, and seemed to be confident. He changed his hand seals quickly and whispered, "Water-style water dragon bomb technique." Then, a surging torrent suddenly gushed out of his mouth, twisting and circling rapidly in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant water dragon with bared fangs and claws. The water dragon opened its bloody mouth, let out a deafening roar, and then rushed straight towards the fire-style attack launched by Sasuke. There was only a continuous hissing sound, and the mighty water dragon easily extinguished all of Sasuke's fire style, and even the shuriken wrapped in flames were not spared. They were washed away by the water and lost their original power. The surging water dragon bomb attacked Sasuke like a ferocious beast. Sasuke had no time to dodge effectively in the face of such a fierce attack. With a loud bang, Sasuke was hit hard by the water dragon bomb and hit against a thick tree. If Hyunyi had not deliberately shown mercy and reduced some of the force, this collision alone would have been enough to cause Sasuke to be seriously injured, and he would have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month to recover. After suffering a heavy blow, Sasuke slowly slid down the tree trunk and finally collapsed on the ground powerlessly. At this time, the curse seal that was originally activated on his body due to the initial adaptation could no longer support it due to the weakness of his body, and disappeared in an instant, and Sasuke also exited the curse seal mode. Seeing this scene in front of him, Hyunyi shook his head helplessly, and couldn't help but regret that he had hit too hard. He walked forward quickly, carried Sasuke on his shoulders, and then carefully took him into a nearby tree hole, ready to let Sasuke have a good rest. After gently putting Sasuke aside, Hyunyi hurriedly turned his head to look at Xiao Sakura. Little Sakura was seen covering her injured arm with a painful expression on her face. Although it looked like she just sprained her arm backwards, Xianyi was still very worried, afraid that she might have a serious injury like breaking a bone. What was worse was that Xianyi usually only focused on studying various combat ninjutsu, but never took the time to learn medical ninjutsu. Now facing the injury of little Sakura, he felt helpless. If he knew medical ninjutsu, he could at least help little Sakura with some simple treatment. Thinking of this, Xianyi decided not to delay the treatment time of little Sakura, and gave up the idea of teasing other teams. He took a deep breath and secretly made up his mind to take Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura to the central tower as soon as possible. But before setting off, the most urgent thing was to solve everyone's rumbling stomach. So, Xianyi turned and left the tree hole, walked towards the depths of the forest, and prepared to hunt some birds for food. Not long after, Xianyi returned with a full load. However, when he returned to the tree hole, he was surprised to find that Naruto had also woken up. Asterisk. Naruto saw Xianyi and immediately shouted excitedly. Xianyi, Xianyi, this way. Xianyi rolled her eyes at him. Okay, Naruto, stop shouting, I heard you, it's enough to see you so energetic. Naruto scratched his head with a giggle, and then Xianyi skillfully took out various ingredients and quickly processed them simply, and Xianyi also specially prepared a delicious and fragrant chicken soup. Little Sakura's arms were injured at this time, so Xianyi did it himself, personally picked up the soup bowl full of warmth and care, and carefully fed it to little Sakura. 0. Little Sakura stared at Xianyi quietly, her eyes full of happiness and touching. Xianyi gently blew the soup in the spoon, waited for the temperature to drop slightly, and then slowly sent it to little Sakura's mouth, and fed her with a vinovno. At that moment, little Sakura's heart seemed to be surrounded by a warm current, and the sweet feeling spread in her heart, making her intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke finally woke up after being in a coma for nearly a day. Perhaps because of their strong hunger, the two of them didn't care about their image at all at this moment, and they ate the food in front of them voraciously, looking like little wolves who had been hungry for a long time. However, just as everyone was enjoying this moment of peace, a crisp and loud voice suddenly came from outside the tree hole. Ah, wide forehead, you dare to sneak away. Hearing this voice, the four people in the room turned their heads and looked at the tree hole. They saw that the figures of 9 other little strong men appeared outside the tree hole at some point, and the person who just spoke was Tianyat. At this moment, Ino was standing with his hands on his waist, staring at little Sakura angrily, with a bit of anger on his face. Little Sakura naturally understood and instantly understood why Ino was so angry. So, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Ino, then turned her head and said "Ah" to Hyunyi, indicating that she wanted more soup. Seeing this, Hyunyi couldn't help but feel a headache. You know, just 2 days ago, he finally managed to appease these two girls, but he didn't expect that the war between them seemed to be reignited. Chapter 50 Orochimaru's Prank. Outside the towering and magnificent central tower, Xianyi and his group left Sakura and Jin behind without hesitation and walked into the tower without looking back. The reason why Xianyi was determined not to let Jin in was mainly because he was worried that she would cause disputes and discord between little Sakura and Ino. After all, leaving Jin outside for a while shouldn't cause any big problems, right? When Xianyi stepped into the central tower, a solemn atmosphere came over him. Each team took out the Heaven and Earth scrolls in their hands, and then quickly dispersed to find a suitable position to open the 2 scrolls. As the scroll slowly unfolded, everyone looked closely and was surprised to find that there was no other information or pattern on it except a complex and obscure summoning technique and the eye-catching human character in the center. For a moment, everyone present was at a loss. However, just as everyone was looking at each other in confusion, an amazing scene happened. The originally flat character in 6-0 actually began to swell slightly, accompanied by wisps of white smoke rising up. Faced with such a strange situation, each team made the same decision almost at the same time: throw the 2 scrolls in their hands away without hesitation. In a flash, with a whoosh sound, the scroll of the 8th team drew an arc in the air, and suddenly a clear figure appeared from it. When the smoke dissipated, everyone saw that the person who came was their leader teacher, the beautiful and gentle Yui Kurane. Immediately afterwards, a figure also emerged from the scroll of the 10th team. It was Asuma. When it was Naruto's turn, the person who appeared from the scroll was not the teacher they had been expecting, Kakashi, but the amiable teacher Irika. But the most unexpected thing is yet to come. When Xianyi was nervously looking at the scrolls of his team, 10 familiar figures slowly walked out of it. When the smoke completely dissipated, Xianyi widened his eyes and was full of astonishment. The person who appeared in front of him was not Kakashi, but the teacher who was always eccentric and mischievous. The moment he saw Anko, Xianyi was stunned, his mind was blank, as if he was struck by lightning. Ah! Xianyi, you are really worthy of it. The speed is so fast, it only took one morning to successfully obtain the 2 precious scrolls of heaven and earth. Anko stretched out his hand excitedly and rubbed Xianyi's head hard without any hesitation. Xianyi looked helpless, but he could only let Anko fiddle with it at will, muttering in his heart, I thought the first person to come to congratulate would be teacher Kakashi, who would have thought that guy would be lazy even for such a small thing. However, Xianyi misunderstood Kakashi. In fact, Kakashi had intended to come in person to congratulate Xianyi on passing the second exam, but Anko asked Kakashi to come without saying anything. What could Kakashi do? Faced with Anko's enthusiasm and persistence, he had no choice but to give in and change the summoning connection to Anko. First of all, I want to sincerely congratulate you on passing the second exam. But this is far from the end. I just took a rough look at the number of remaining candidates and found that it is still a bit too many. So, I have suggested to the Hokage to hold another elimination match next to eliminate half of the contestants directly. In this way, the competition will become more intense, and it will also be better to select the truly capable ninjas. Anko smiled and explained to Xianyi in a soft voice. While speaking, she also very considerately stretched out her hands gently and carefully helped Yi to tidy up the hair that she had just messed up. Regarding the elimination match mentioned by Anko, Xianyi seemed quite calm and didn't seem to care at all. After all, given his strength, no matter how the competition format changes, the result should not be much different. After a while, the seriously injured little Sakura was quickly sent to the hospital for treatment. The others chose to stay where they were and wait for the second exam to officially end. Then, a fierce elimination match would begin to compete for the precious spot to participate in the third exam. During this time, everyone tried their best to get enough rest and adjust their conditions so that they could go all out and perform exceptionally in the elimination match 3 days later. During this period, Xianyi suddenly discovered that Orochimaru had disguised himself as the leader of the Odagakure village. So, he went to the door without hesitation and told Orochimaru directly that he hoped Orochimaru would transfer Jin to him. Orochimaru was very surprised when he heard this. He asked Xianyi with suspicion why he had such a strong interest in a woman with mediocre talent. Even at the beginning, Orochimaru mistakenly thought that Xianyi was just greedy for Jin's beauty. In fact, Orochimaru already felt that Jin was useless and was planning to use her as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation technique. But now that Xianyi has taken the initiative to ask for it, Orochimaru will agree to it. After all, he has too many subordinates like Jin, who is an insignificant character. At the same time, what about the other 3 people in the Union village, Sak, Jin, and TOS? When TOS escaped, he planned to kill Sasuke again in the future. Just to pass the exam, he looked for the team with the scroll alone and unexpectedly found the team that Beiyi missed and did not take the scroll. What's more coincidental is that this team happened to have the Earth Scroll that they had been looking for but never got. In this way, Sak and Jin passed the second exam inexplicably without knowing it and in a coma. After they passed, the person who congratulated them was Orochimaru. And afterwards, Orochimaru met Jin alone. His eyes were as cold as ice. He stared at Jin quietly, and then said in a calm tone, "From today on, you will follow Xianyi. I have transferred you to him." Jin's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Her lips trembled, and she asked with a hint of tears, "Why? What did I do wrong you want to transfer me to someone else?" Tears rolled in her eyes, as if they would roll down at any time. Orochimaru remained silent, and after a moment he slowly spoke. "It's better for you to follow Xianyi, better than you in Odagakure village, at least he is from Konoha village. Moreover, if Xianyi's plan can be successfully implemented, then Konoha village will be in his pocket. By then, following him will be much more promising than staying in Otagakure village. Orochimaru did not tell Jin this, after all, she couldn't know this now. Jin's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and she collapsed on the ground 1.1 powerlessly, her heart filled with despair and sadness. Am I abandoned again like this? She murmured to herself, and finally couldn't help but burst into tears. At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice suddenly came. No, Orochimaru, you can't use a better attitude to talk to others. It's as if I'm some kind of unforgivable villain. It turned out that Xianyi appeared here at some point. Orochimaru stopped and looked back at Xianyi, with a playful smile on his face. Oh? Is my attitude bad? Maybe. That smile is unpredictable, as if it hides some deep meaning. Seeing this, Xianyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He muttered to himself, this guy must be taking revenge on me for asking him to help deal with so many things in the past 2 days. But on the surface, he still pretended to be indifferent, walked to Jin and gently helped her up.